I am the son of Elder Big Trần Quan Hảo, who stood by a great wall guarding the north, and the fifth generation leader of Bạc Thiên Môn. Đứng trên tường thành, ông dõng dạc tuyên bố, ta là Bắc Kiếm, Trần Vũ Nguyên. The crowd was shaken by this news. Even the senior elders were startled. Cố nhân của Vũ Nguyên trầm ngâm suy nghĩ. Nhớ lại lúc Vũ Nguyên giúp ông trong hoạn nạn, nhớ cách ông liều mình vì đồng đội năm xưa, comforting and encouraging them with such fierce emotion. Trần Vũ Nguyên, a renowned elder himself, remembered how fiercely he fought. Though he was stronger than anyone else, he remained humble and remembered his respect for his elders. That quiet young man cuối cùng đã bước ra, một trưởng lão trầm tư. Bác Kiếm, sự bình tĩnh đó thật đáng sợ. Đây là tiếng gầm của người luôn im lặng. Nam Tu Liên was also worried, thinking of the Bạc Thiên Môn leader who helped her in need, and felt a pang of sorrow for him. What has he been through? Một lão nhân lặng lẽ quan sát mọi thứ. Các thành viên thiết vệ nhìn ông. Long Vũ Thành cũng bất ngờ. That cunning man finally proudly declared his name. There, a man who stayed calm even when he found his uncle, whom he cherished like his own life. His group below smiled, while the poet was surprised. This kid must have held back so much. All this time, Hà Trân Nguyệt smiled, sighing that he had finally shed a burden. Điên thật, Bác Kiếm là người kế thừa Bạc Thiên Môn. Trai gì? Minh Lưu Sơn hét lên. Everyone already knew this. Phụ. Trân Nguyệt không đáp. Miss Đường knew this truth too. Wow, so I'm the only one. Oh, wow. Lưu Sơn, calm down a bit. Đường Mỹ Lệ felt embarrassed by the stairs. Liền nhắc khẽ. Trân hiệp sĩ. Cô nghĩ. Nhìn ông đứng trên đó, thở dốc, rồi buông một tiếng thở dài. Kim Chu tướng nhìn ông, không biết nói gì. Người đàn ông bên cạnh cũng bàng hoàng. Indeed, the fifth generation leader of Bạc Thiên Môn, Trần Vũ Nguyên. Giờ ta bắt đầu xét xử tội danh of the two crimes you have committed. Thảm sát các võ giả vô tội tại Vân Trung Thiên. Did. The man in yellow nodded hastily. Kim Chu tướng, chủ quản chấp pháp đường, thầy sẽ xử this case fairly and impartially. Không thiên vị, Trần trưởng môn sẽ hợp tác với ta in this trial, confessing truthfully, không một lời dối trá. On the recent day of Quy Mùi month, at the inn and the land in front, do you admit to slaughtering a crowd after your duel with them? Ta thừa nhận. Ông ngẩng cao đầu. Chap, có báo cáo rằng những người chết là dân thường vô tội. Người có đồng ý không? He asked. I do not agree. Vu Nguyên đáp. Đó là những sát thủ đã nhận lệnh special training. That group. Ý ngươi là bọn sát thủ được thuê để giết ngươi, so killing them was only a last resort when you felt. Tính mạng bị đe dọa là tự vệ chính đáng, đúng không? Did. He answered him. Do you have any evidence to prove that? Kim Chu tướng hỏi lại. Ông không đáp. Số nạn nhân quá lớn để verify the truth with just your word alone. I ask again. Trần trưởng môn, do you have any decisive evidence? He was silent, then spoke up. I have no evidence, the evidence is here. Một tiếng hét ngăn ông nói tiếp. A head appeared from afar, and several figures emerged in the recent battle. The decisive evidence you need is here. Hắn nói lạnh lùng, nhìn lên nơi Trần Vũ Nguyên đứng. Hà Trân Nguyệt smiled, recalling, oh my, really? I was going to ask you to prepare some, mọi thứ, nhưng ngươi đã chuẩn bị trước cả rồi. That puts my mind at ease. Tráng sĩ Trần Nguyệt, hắn cười nói với Tô Mộ Thượng, chỉ cần giúp được chủ nhân, ta không ngại gì cả. Hắn kêu mù trùm, vậy hẹn gặp lại vào ngày đó. Well then, now I'll... Hà Trân Nguyệt bird carried a note on its back, flying through the window. He looked at the bird. Startled. We have decisive evidence, so on the ngày xử án công khai, hãy trình bằng chứng ra. Who is this? He read, confused. Ngươi là ai? Kim Chu tướng hỏi. Ta là chủ quản cục tình báo bí mật Tô Mộ Thượng. Ta mang bằng chứng chứng minh sự vô tội của Bác Kiếm, Trần Vũ Nguyên. Everyone in the stands was shocked into an uproar. Khoan đã, cục tình báo bí mật. Isn't that one of our own? What is this? One man shouted. Đây là kẻ đã ủy thác cho sát hồn phái. And Tô Mộ Thượng continued. Now, state your identities. Kim Chu Tướng looked at the two men. I am from the sát hồn sect. He stammered. We were hired to kill. Kẻ được gọi là Bắc Kiếm và cùng huynh đệ, chúng ta đã ám sát ông ta. Ta là kiếm khách của Tam Hoàn Kiếm Môn. Also a member of Thương Long Hội. Người kia lên tiếng, mặt đầy vết thương, also trembling in fear. My name is Tà Môn Hào. It was I. Kẻ đã xúi giục họ vì tư thù cá nhân. I paid a large sum to the sát hồn sect and hired them to kill the Northern Sword. Tà Môn Hào. What is that sick man doing now? Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa and Tây Môn Huệ Linh were panicking. Tả Môn Hào khiếp sợ nhìn lên khán đài cao. Please help me, Miss Tây Môn. What do I do now? He was utterly terrified. She just watched, smiling. Who are you? He was deeply shocked. Tây Môn Huệ Linh mặt tái mét vì sợ, nhưng cố giữ vẻ bình tĩnh, nhìn Tả Môn Hào hỏi trống không. Người là ai? Tả Môn Hào nhìn cô trân trối. His face now looked more pitiful than ever. Tây Môn Huệ Linh đứng trên cao, nhìn nhóm người áp giải Tả Môn Hào đi. Ánh mắt cô dán vào Tô Mộ Thượng. Tô Mộ Thượng hắn từng là phó đội trưởng đơn vị giám sát của Bắc Thiên Môn 7 năm trước. Chắc chắn hắn sẽ theo Trần Vũ Nguyên. Tây Môn Huệ Linh cắn môi, cau mày suy nghĩ tiếp. My guess was absolutely right. Tả Môn Hào, đồ chó vô dụng. Ta đã ban ân huệ, vậy mà ngươi chỉ gây rắc rối và tự chuốc lấy đau khổ, vậy thì ngươi phải tự gánh chịu hậu quả thôi. With that thought, Tây Môn Huệ Linh expression softened considerably. Cô thấy như chút được gánh nặng. I should have personally managed the Thương Long hội surface. I overestimated them. With that, Tây Môn Huệ Linh glanced at Liên Tố Tố and ordered quickly erase all traces of Tà Môn Hào from the Thương Long hội ngay lập tức. Liên Tố Tố đáp ngay. Did, miss. Then he left quickly. Khi Liên Tố Tố rời đi, Tây Môn Huệ Linh quay sang Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa. Còn người, Thẩm, hãy nhắc đám Thương Long hội giữ im lặng về Tả Môn Hào. Hắn không liên quan with us anymore. In other words, we don't know him. Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa ngạc nhiên, chỉ tay vào mình hỏi. Này, cô đang bảo ta làm những việc đó, sao? Tây Môn Huệ Linh đáp. Đừng nói nhiều. Đi ngay. Tây Môn Huệ Linh cau mày, giận dữ. Cô nghĩ mình cần kiểm soát việc này ngay, nhưng khi chấp pháp đường điều tra, sớm muộn gì họ cũng tìm ra mối liên hệ giữa hắn và Thương Long hội. Rõ ràng hắn có mâu thuẫn với Trần Vũ Nguyên vì Vũ Nguyên over some trivial personal matters. He didn't know the của Bắc Kiếm và đã ra lệnh cho đội sát thủ tấn công Trần Vũ Nguyên. Cô càng nghĩ, mày càng nhíu chặt và dùng vụ đó để tấn công chúng ta. Đó là perfect plan you devised, wasn't it? Tây Môn Huệ Linh looked down at the group in black below. Đúng không, quỷ thợ săn Hà Chân Nguyệt, với áo choàng trùm đầu. Hắn bất ngờ quay lại nhìn cô, cười đắc ý. Tây Môn Linh continued thinking, as if speaking to Hà Chân Nguyệt. Có vẻ mọi chuyện đã xong. Chúc mừng chiến thắng lần này của ngươi. Tây Môn Huệ Linh vô cảm nhìn Hà Chân Nguyệt. Cả hai như những võ giả đang đấu mắt against each other. But I won't let this go so easily. Cứ đợi, đấy ta sẽ bắt ngươi trả giá đắt. Hà Chân Nguyệt wagged his finger, signaling no, it's not over yet. Vở kịch chưa đến hồi kết, còn nhiều thứ hay ho làm, hãy tận hưởng đi. Hà Chân Nguyệt, với vẻ tinh quái, giơ ngón tay chỉ về phía Tây Môn Huệ Linh standing above. This is what they call my cunning, my lady. Tây Môn Huệ Linh và họ khóa mắt nhau. Hà Chân Nguyệt đắc ý, Tây Môn Huệ Linh nở nụ cười nhạt. Tại phiên tòa, Tả Môn Hào, hàng ngàn người từ khắp nơi đến xem, chật kín cả thành. Bên cạnh Tả Môn Hào were his two accomplices. Tay họ bị trói chặt, quỳ gối cúi đầu, hai bên là lính cảnh giữ dây thừng. Cũng có mặt Tô Mộ Thượng, Trần Vũ Nguyên và Kim Chu Tướng. Kim Chu Tướng đứng trước đám đông, dang rộng tay, tuyên bố, được rồi, hai kẻ này đã thú nhận hành vi. Và hành động của Trần Trưởng Môn là tự vệ chính đáng. I declare the charges against Trần Vũ Nguyên for the massacre dismissed. Kim Chu Tướng liền ra hiệu cho lính canh giữ dây thừng và đầu đưa hai tên tội phạm đi. Tả Môn Hào, nước mắt nước mũi giàn giụa, trông còn thảm hại hơn kẻ bên cạnh. Kim Chu Tướng nhìn binh lính áp giải chúng đi, rồi quay sang Tô Mộ Thượng và hỏi, ngươi là Tô Mộ Thượng, chủ quản cục tình báo bí mật của Vân Trung Thiền, aren't you? Why did you help this young man? Tô Mộ Thượng, with a cold gaze, replied, isn't murder a grave crime in Vân Trung Thiên? Nhưng tên tả môn hào này thuê sát thủ giết người, rồi báo cáo rằng Bắc Kiếm là kẻ sát nhân, khiến ông ta phải ngồi tù. Mà Tô Mộ Thượng lạnh băng, I'm mad, vô cảm. Đó là lý do ta can thiệp vì thiếu chủ của ta. Kim Chu Tướng was startled. Young master, ngươi có hiểu sức nặng của lời vừa nói không? Tô Mộ Thượng quay đi và đáp, sức nặng. Ta biết rõ hơn ai hết và ta biết con đường mình chọn không hề dễ dàng. Dear. Tô Mộ Thượng quay lại nhìn huynh đệ, nhớ lại những gì vừa xảy ra vài ngày trước. Khi Tô Mộ Thượng thẩm vấn Tả Môn Hào nằm trên đất, bị lột trần. Thùa Mộ Thượng bên cạnh lên tiếng, Jung, how boring. He gave up so quickly. Tô Mộ Thượng chậm chậm rãi tháo găng tay. Hắn không mặc áo, để lộ làn da đầy những vết sẹo lớn nhỏ. Hắn quay to look at the brothers standing behind him. Phiên tòa công khai sắp diễn ra. Dựa trên những incidents in the current situation, you all understand, right? Tô Mộ Thượng face was stern. The son of the man branded a traitor is my young master. Và đã đến lúc ta tiết lộ thân phận này với Võ Lâm. Tô Mộ Thượng tiếp tục. Speaking of this will be very dangerous. We might even be killed at any moment. But I will still choose this path. You will all face danger soon too. Thank you. Vì đã theo ta và coi ta là chỉ huy thực thụ. Giờ đi thôi. Go protect your own lives. With a sharp sound, a helmet was thrown down forcefully. One of the men standing there shouted angrily, Captain, did you hear that? Ngươi quên lời thề sống chết có nhau rồi sao? Since you took us in as brothers. Thấy vậy, những người khác cũng tháo mũ sắt đồng loạt để lộ những gương mặt đầy sẹo lớn nhỏ. Này đó, ngươi nói ai theo con đường này chắc chắn sẽ face danger at all times. Even so, everyone ở đây đã thề sống chết có nhau. Với nhau chia sẻ vinh nhục. Nếu đó là thiếu chủ của ngươi thì cũng là thiếu chủ của chúng ta. Dù sống hay or die, we will follow you to the end. So don't say such things. All of you enough. Lead us to meet our young master. Come on. At the trial. Trần Vũ Nguyên look at Tô Mộ Thượng, cảm thấy biết ơn trong lòng. Thiếu chủ. Tô Mộ Thượng nghĩ thầm, thiếu chủ, cuối cùng người đã tiết lộ thân phận. Vậy tại sao ta, thuộc hạ của người, không thể công khai master as well? Trên cao, một bàn tay đập nát bàn đá. Hắn nghị giận dữ, Tô Mộ Thượng. Ta tin tưởng ngươi, cho ngươi làm phó cục tình báo unit and shared so many important secrets with you. Nguyệt Thành Thiên giận dữ nghiến răng, mặt đỏ gay. And this is how you repay me. Vậy ra bấy lâu nay ngươi lừa dối ta. Cứ đợi đấy. Deceiving me, just wait. Tô Mộ Thượng. Quân đại thắng, ngồi gần đó, nhìn Nguyệt Thành Thiên mặt đỏ gay vì giận. Không nói một lời, hắn nhìn xuống Nam Xuân Vũ đứng below. The two exchanged glances and nodded as a signal. Nam Xuân Vũ tục một hơi rồi lớn tiếng nói. All right, it's been made clear that the Northern Sword leader is innocent of the murder charges of Vân Trung Thiên. The murder charge has been resolved. Then Nam Xuân Vũ suddenly pointed at Trần Vũ Nguyên. Next is your crime of betraying Trung Nguyên. The two locked eyes. Nam Xuân Vũ vẫn chỉ vào Trần Vũ Nguyên. Tiếp tục, Trần Vũ Nguyên, ngươi vẫn không chịu nhận tội sao? Trần Vũ Nguyên bình thản đáp, đúng vậy. Cha ta chưa bao giờ cấu kết với mật dạ giáo, và ta chắc chắn not the son of a traitor. That's absolutely certain. Nam Xuân Vũ nhướng mày, ánh mắt nghi ngờ, hỏi, ngươi phủ nhận việc Bắc Thiên Môn cấu kết với mật dạ giáo sao? Trần Vũ Nguyên firmly replied, my father was an upright man who never bowed to tyrants. And I say that he was deceived and bị sỉ nhục bởi sự phản bội của người Trung Nguyên. Người Nam Xuân Vũ, nghe cho kỹ. Bắc Thiên Môn đã bảo vệ Trung Nguyên for generations, and those people in the far north, covered in snow, have never had a prosperous life. Yet we always stayed đó như một pháo đài để bảo vệ sự an toàn cho toàn bộ Trung Nguyên. Máu của Bắc Thiên Môn đã đổ trên mảnh đất đó suốt trăm năm, tất cả vì mạng sống của người Trung Nguyên. Hãy nhớ, that gratitude, that's why you here can lie in peace. Nhưng các ngươi lại chia rẽ và đấu đá lẫn nhau. And now you're turning your words around, saying I colluded with the mật dạ cult. Trần Vũ Nguyên raised his brow, his sharp gaze fixed on Nam Xuân Vũ. Nghe vậy, Nam Xuân Vũ hét lớn, everyone, listen. Từng bước, hắn đi về phía Trần Vũ Nguyên và nói lời giới thiệu hoành tráng và những lời vừa rồi đã lọt vào tai. Already, boy. His steps seemed to shake the very earth. Trần Vũ Nguyên now recognized him, Yeon Chin-hwa. Khi Yeon Chin-hwa xuất hiện, mây đen cuồn cuộn che kín bầu trời, gió rít gào như bão. Jin Moo-won, mặt đầy hận thù, nhìn hắn và thốt lên, Yeon Chin-hwa. Những người bên dưới lập tức xôn xao. Konda. Đó chẳng phải là cựu Bắc Thiên Chủ, now the master of the heavy sword fortress, Yeon Chin-hwa. The realm, kiếm người là kiếm là người vượt cả, nhân kiếm hợp nhất. They say reaching that realm means you can no longer tell. Được đâu là người, đâu là kiếm. Mọi ánh nhìn, cử chỉ, và tiny movement of Yeon Chin-hwa became a deadly technique, a formidable sword form. In other words, his body was no different from a supreme sharp blade, and that man had now appeared. Nam Chun Vô cười đắc ý, ra hiệu về phía Yeon Chin-hwa, với sự tôn trọng. Quy khạc, đây là nhân chứng sống cho lịch sử của Bắc Thiên Môn. Ông là pháo đài chủ Yeon Chin-hwa, một trụ cột of the old days. Một Bắc Thiên Trụ, nay có toàn quyền. Trừng phạt đứa con của kẻ phản bội đã cấu kết with the Night Cult, right? And Nam Chun-woo bowed respectfully with both hands. Vậy ta xin giao việc này cho pháo đài chủ Yeon Chin-hwa. Với vẻ mặt hung dữ, khoanh tay trước ngực, hắn đáp, từ giờ, mọi việc cứ để ta lo. Yeon Chin-hwa asked in a gentle tone. Được rồi, Chao trai. Dạo này cháu sống thế nào? Cháu vẫn còn sống, vậy mà chưa bao giờ đến trọng kiếm pháo đài. Why is that? Jin Moo-won glared at Yeon Chin-hwa and continued. I see. Well, we still see some bond. Nếu cháu đến, ta đã mời cháu một bữa cơm nóng. Jin Moo-won immediately replied, I wouldn't risk my life just for a meal. Nghe vậy, Yeon Chin-hwa tỏ vẻ không hài lòng và hỏi, You don't even have the courage to come for a meal. Duh. Jin Moo-won answered with sharp eyes. Because I've always had to lie by watching others' eyes. Hai người im lặng một lúc, không khí giữa họ như a pitch black sky, lie sharp. Blade. Had Jin-woo watched them and thought. Indeed, Northern Heavenly Pillar Yeon Chin-hwa appeared as dự đoán. Ha Jin-woo huých người phía sau and whispered, Now, start preparing. Jin Moo-won và Yeon Chin-hwa đứng đối diện nhau. Yeon Chin-hwa nói, vậy ý cháu là Vân Thiên Phái đã cấu kết với Bắc Thiên Chủ, rồi phản bội Bắc Thiên Môn và gây ra sự sụp đổ của nó. Jin Moo-won cúi đầu, mắt nheo lại. Chap, nghe sự thật từ miệng kẻ phản bội sau 10 năm gặp lại khiến ngực ta như muốn nổ tung. Chủ. Yeon Chin-hwa gật đầu nhẹ. Uncle. Yeon Chin-hwa nodded. My nephew was once là một phần của Bắc Thiên Môn và kính trọng môn chủ Jin hơn bất cứ ai. Nhưng khi ta biết sự thật rằng ông ta cấu kết with the Night Cult, I couldn't contain my despair. I tried to thuyết phục nhiều ngày, nhưng môn chủ Jin cha cháu cuối cùng không chịu nghe ta. Điều biến trăm năm lịch sử huy hoàng của Bắc Thiên Môn thành quá khứ chính là foolish decision of your father. Yet now you're repeating the sai lầm của cha mình. Sau 10 năm, máu của một immoral man flows through your veins. And vậy mà cháu vẫn tự hào đi khắp Trung Nguyên. Đó là điều không ai ở Trung Nguyên mong muốn. And đến đây, mặt Jin Moo-won tối sầm, tay nắm chặt, into a fist in anger. But Yeon Chin-hwa continued, It's all for your own good. It's not too late yet. Là tại cháu, hãy tự phế võ công và trở về phương Bắc, sống the rest of your days in peace. He crossed his arms và tuyên bố, nếu cháu làm vậy, ta sẽ ta cho. Đó là chút kindness this uncle can offer. Jin Moo-won hỏi nghi ngờ, Chu Yeon, cha ta thực sự conspire with the Night Cult. Yeon Chin-hwa replied seriously, Này nhóc, cháu vẫn còn nghi ngờ sao? Jin Moo-won bất ngờ, nổi giận, nhiều mặt, nghiến rằng, hãy nhìn vào mắt ta và trả lời. Yeon Chin-hwa, nghe Jin Moo-won gọi tên mình như vậy, dường như phát điên, lửa ló lên trong mắt khi gầm lên, Nokcon, sao dám hỗn xược như vậy? Jin Moo-won đáp lạnh lùng, ta đã biết từ lâu. Chú và ma chủ Jocheon, we were the first to incite everyone. You're the greatest contributor to the sex destruction. Yeon Chin-hwa nghe vậy liền hỏi. Jin Moo-won replied, What nonsense are you talking about? You, how long can you hide this truth? Yeon Chin-hwa retorted, cornered, so you're talking nonsense now. Suddenly, from afar, Mayung Ryu-san called out loudly. Yeon Chin-hwa, hearing his name, he saw a strange figure. He was annoyed. What now? Asked Mayung Ryu-san, hands on his hips, breathed heavily. On his shoulder, he carried something. He slowly turned around. It was an old man with a large chest scar. The man spoke. Moo-won is right. How long do you think you can hide? Stop trying to cover the sky with your hand. Now. Jin Muon thought to himself, is that the Hall Master of the Secret Archive Hall, where the records and secrets of the Northern Heavenly Secret Archive Hall Master Dong Hapyeong. What's with that appearance? Yeon Chinhua's eyes turned red with anger at the sight of Dong Hapyeong. He was shocked. Dong Hapyeong. Alive. But how? Clearly Dong Hapyeong swung his feet, his hands no longer able to speak. Long time, Sword Master. I am Dong Hapyeong. Listened to your sweet words and ended up in this state. Dong Hapyeong, eyes full of resentment, recounted the past. Sword Master Yeon Chinhua. A year ago, the day Gate Master Jin died at the Northern Heavenly Gate. He recounted while remembering the past. The image of that day. Dong Hapyeong was diligently recording in the ledgers when a man holding a document approached him. Someone approached me and began to act. That person handed me a document accusing Jin Junho of the Northern Heavenly Gate, Jin Junho of conspiring with the night cult. Sword Master Yeon Chinhua, that document was in your handwriting. You told me to report this to the Alliance. You manipulated public opinion in the Central Plains to destroy the Northern Heavenly and promised me a huge fortune and a high position. Honestly, anyone from the Northern Gate knows that Gate Master Jin would never do such a thing. That document was forged by you for your goals. But at that time, I was probably weary of life. Life in the barren north was very hard to sustain. Gate was very hard to sustain. Without a sense of responsibility, I had lost the small flame of longing for a life of peace and warmth. Abandoning everything of peace and warmth. Abandoning everything here had blazed up and could not be stopped anymore. Because of your offer, Yeon Chinhua. And so I made a choice that could never be changed again. With a document full of lies and the 100 years of Northern Heavenly Gate history ended. The Night Gate Master Jin took his own life. The gate was disbanded. You destroyed all the documents in the own life. The Northern Heavenly Gate was disbanded. You, without a moment's hesitation, destroyed all the documents in the secret archive hole, killed dozens of people there, and eliminated me. Utter a word. I'll take this secret to the grave. And begging, Sword Master, please spare my life. And so you burned the bridge and silenced the witness. Yeon Chinhua laughed loudly. You write a good novel. Dare. Sliced off both his arms and legs. You bastards, you dare fabricate stories and talk nonsense. Do you think anyone will believe you? You write quite a good novel. Clearly that day, I burned all the documents and killed Dong Hapyeong. But how is he here? Know what? Dong Hapyeong chuckled. This secret was known only to Gate Master Jin. I possess a very special ability. Still alive? Dong Hapyeong called out. Sword Master, you don't know. Yeon Chinhua immediately asked. And thanks to this, the document you create, of course you don't know. 11 years ago, falsely accusing Gate Master Jin has been preserved very well. And thanks to this ability, the document you, Yeon Chinhua, created on the day I was killed, young man who saved me, has been preserved very well. Dong Hapyeong thought silently. I hope this atones for my past sins. Suddenly, did you know this day would come? As you said, I will complete my duty and then die. I hope that by doing this, I can partly atone for my past sins. Suddenly, Dong Hapyeong let out a cry. And from his throat, something emerged. Of conspiring with the night cult was brought out. The reverse spirit art, the document accusing Jin Junho of conspiring with the night cult was slowly brought out from Dong Hapyeong's mouth. Musang. Just as Yeon Chinhua lunged forward, he was stopped by the sword tips of the two Musang's swords. Just as Yeon Chinhua lunged forward, so Musang strained. Huff, huff. His footing was no longer stable. He was knocked back. So Musang strained and let out a sound. Huff, huff. His footing was no longer stable. He was knocked back forcefully. He kept a resolute expression, staring at Cheon. Strength still this formidable man. So Musang shifted his gaze to Jin Muon. Your actions just now proved my words are true. Wah. His sword in hand, not wavering at all, as if he wanted to kill Yeon Chinhua on the spot. Hoo-ah. They had already begun to murmur. Your actions just now proved my words are true. If so, then Jin Junho'd unjustly. They had already begun to murmur. Yeon Chinhua reacted. Two men in black robes also came to watch. True. Oh my god. Their faces also grew tense. They were Hajin Wall and Chang Dae-seo. How could that be? Amid the noisy chatter of the crowd. The northern heavenly pillar betrayed us. Chang Dae-seo recalled what Hajin Wall did. They were Hajin Wall and Chang Dae-seo. One looked bewildered, while the other seemed very pleased. Chang Dae-seo, with a tense expression, recalled what Hajin Wall had done to reinvestigate the case from years ago. Hajin Wall, you were searching for the list of Northern Heavenly Gate members. Both he and Chang Dae-seo had once pointed their swords at that man. Chang Dae-seo asked, reconstructing what had happened. He thought, everything you did all this time was for today. Hajin Wall replied calmly, didn't I say it before? Before a world-shaking event. That man was Dong Hapyeong. Chang Dae-seo, with a grimace, looked at Hajin Wall and asked, everything you did all this time was for today. Hajin Wall replied calmly, didn't I say it before? Before a world-shaking event occurs, many signs will appear. His eyes narrowed, becoming unreadable, and he continued, it's fortunate Dong Hapyeong is alive and guilty. Gate, it's the same. He pursed his lips, thinking seriously to justify himself. In the end, all the documents and ledgers thanks to Heavenly Gate, dragging Northern Heavenly Pillar Yeon Chi-in-hwa into this. The one who found Dong Hapyeong was also you. Looking toward Chang Dae-seo. He smiled slyly and said, thinking back, it's fortunate that Dong Hapyeong is still alive and his conscience has some guilt. If he hadn't come forward, everything would have been in vain. In the end, all the documents, materials, and ledgers thanks to you gathering them all. This, I know you're exceptional, but pitting them against was also you. Thank you for your help. He shifted his gaze toward where the two were putting on their show. Not stopping there, another figure was watching, easily fooled. How can he handle great affairs? Content. Hearing this, Chang Dae-seo stared at him, thought, truly talented. The act of slaughtering others is innate. Chess and Yeon Chi-in-hwa against each other, so what? Are you sure Mu-won can survive? Let alone win? His face darkened as he looked at Yeon Chi-in-hwa. Show the old leader, Goon Dae-sung. He thought. He can't win. Yeon Chi-in-hwa, you've proven everything. Public, later, TS. No matter your excuses, it will continue to grow. Yeon Chi-in-hwa stood below, proud yet truly small. No, they don't use their brains to think first. Moreover, those who only know how to show off their morality, honor, pride, and strength are doomed. What else? Things have come to this. He withdrew his gaze, calculating inwardly, begun to waver. And no matter what excuses you use to deny it, people's suspicion has already. Sect and the pillars joining forces, dead from one rumor to another, and everything will be amplified further. The people will quickly forget the old matter. In his eyes, or perhaps he didn't even bother to put Yeon Chi-in-hwa. If Mu-won wins, a troublesome pillar is gone. Good. Just create a pretext and eliminate Jin Mu-won. I have to kill Jin Mu-won, that's all. He had deliberately dragged Yeon Chi-in-hwa into this. And what about the people's suspicion about the Cow Heaven sect and the Northern Heavenly Pillars joining forces to bring down the Northern Heavenly Gate? For that, just do as always take. I find that one more troublesome than him. We'll quickly forget the old matter and only care about the new one. Nothing to worry about. He clasped his hands and left, replying, fading into void, leaving only darkness. Darkness lie his heart. Below the stage, the two swordsmen are at odds. Ash will be eliminated. From our position, that's another matter. He grumbled, sheathed his sword, and muttered, one. So Lady Seo Mun Hairang had foreseen all. Then suddenly he turned to the crowd and shouted, matter. So that's it. Are you believing the schemes of these people now? Their opportunity. If both die, nothing could be better. Above all, clearly there's some strategist now. Helping Jin Mu-won. On the contrary, I find that one more troublesome and irritating than him. The elder saw him leaving and asked, hey, where are you going? Chief Steward. He clasped his hands and left, replying, I'm going to take care of business. Lien Tien Ho, the #1 hero, protected the Jin Mu Wan with a sharp expression, blocked Yon Qianhua's sword. Central Plains for decades, a grave miscalculation. A curse, this bastard. The reason Tran Chuangmon entered prison. His veins bulging. The host, Nam Xuanvu, looked tense, sweating. Actions are only to punish the insolence and utmost disrespect. That's just their nonsense. The crowd fell silent at his shout. Witnessing this scene, Judge Kim Chu Tuong had his own thoughts. Lien Thien Ho stood tall before the world. He turned his back to the group, directing his gaze that whatever he did, the people would trust and follow him. But that was a grave miscalculation. From his judgment, even if everything was resolved, the hidden grievances buried for 15 years had become known to the world. Was this? Everything he said sounded like excuses. This chess game. The ceremony's host, Nam Xuanvu, also looked tense, sweating with worry. The chief steward had left, so it was all over. Doubt breeds doubt, and suspicion will only grow. That's as clear as day. His gaze grew distant in thought. Once dirty water, how dare you? With that, he drew his sword, strong enough to overturn this Gemlai Tranvu. He kept growling, thinking of old times. For old times' sake, I showed mercy, telling you to cripple your martial arts and lay in the north. Fiery gaze at the crowd. No one reacted, making his eyes even more murderous. He seemed about to lose his temper. Now, the surrounding gazes no longer mattered. After all, everything he said sounded like excuses. His eyes blazed as he declared, I, Lien Thien. He spun around, tearing off his red robe. Ho, on behalf of the government, and I fell into your trap. He held his sword, ready to fight, and growled. I was the one who stopped Tran Quan Hao from handing the Central Plains. His facial muscles twitched. Lien Thien Ho. Call a hero like me the child of a traitor. Bah. With that, he drew his sword in a flash. Tran Vun Goin quickly turned his head. Apart, he kept growling, thinking of old times. For old times' sake, I showed mercy, telling you to cripple your martial arts. The ghost hunter's life may be in danger. Man, to distort the truth and damage my reputation. I cannot let you rebels go unpunished. His long, heavy sword was already poised. Protect the ghost hunter and everyone else. His eyes blazed like twin flames as he declared, I, Lien Thien Ho, on behalf of the government, personally execute the child of the traitor. Tran Vun Goyen glared at him with murderous intent. Looking toward Tran Vun Goyen, supporting him. Dong Habin, clutching the scroll, suddenly gasped, Tran Chuangmon, in this situation. Son, who cried out, hey, what's wrong with you? Tran Vun Goyen quickly turned his head. He signaled to Tamo Thuong. Take everyone down to the martial arts arena. He stood watching from afar, admiring Tran Vun Goyen's dignified bearing. The ghost hunter's life may also be in danger. Tran Vun Goyen's gaze suddenly wavered. He saw the scroll Dong Habane spat out earlier. He muttered the final order. Right, I must stay here to end this. Tamo Thuong understood. He replied firmly, as you command. A fierce courage surged in his heart. Meanwhile, Judge Luotte narrowed his eyes, looking toward Tran Vuyen, silently supporting him. Tran Chuangmon, in this situation, I am the 5th generation leader of Bac Thien Mon. Sect leader, there's no problem. He issued a challenge. Admiring Tran Vun Goyen's dignified bearing and cheering him on. Against me, you had no martial arts as a child. So give it your all in this fight. Of course, I'll only intervene if you survive. Tran Vun Goyen's gaze suddenly wavered. It seems you've learned martial arts somewhere. undamaged. A fierce courage surged in his heart. His muscles and veins began to bulge. He lowered his head. How can you be sure no martial arts remain? Is it because you stripped all the manuals? Tran Vuyen. Then Lien Thain Ho was struck a nerve, accompanied by his sharp gaze. He issued a challenge. Now I will punish the traitor. Tran Vuyen Nguyen remained calm, replying, "Ho, you dare draw your sword against me? As I recall, you had no martial arts. Your obsession with the sword was outstanding." Yes, his movement was fast, but Tran Vuyen Nguyen reacted. The two became locked in a standoff. That's why my father said you could never stand, and that's why you've become so arrogant now. The old man's strength forced him back. Tran Vuyen Nguyen tossed his scabbard aside and replied, "Bac Thain Mon isn't a pedestal for you. It's just a birdcage holding back your potential. Thain Mon that you say that." Old Lien Thain Ho was struck a nerve, delivering a lethal strike at Tran Vuyen Nguyen. First, Tran Vuyen Nguyen remained calm, replying, "Knowing that, why draw your sword before me? Him by a level. Your obsession with the sword was so outstanding that no one could match you. Dare." Suddenly, Lien Thain Ho said, "Knowing that, you still dare draw your sword before me." His movement was fast, but Tran Vuyen Nguyen still reacted in time. The two became locked in a standoff. He replied with a mocking tone, "That's why my father said you could never stand beneath anyone else." The old man's strength seemed overwhelming, forcing him back a few steps to steady himself. He continued, his hands still gripped the sword tightly. "It's just a cramped birdcage holding back your wings." Seeing this, Lien Thain Ho raised his sword high, delivering a lethal strike at Tran Vuyen Nguyen. He had lost his mind, shouting, "That's right, exactly. I ask you, knowing that, why draw your sword before me, you insolent brat?" Tran Vuyen Nguyen's eyes flashed purple. He used a secret technique to counter. White mist rose, black dust swirled from the ground. His hands strained, gripping the long sword of Lien Thain Ho. He suddenly weakened, his face unsettled, exclaiming, "There's no manual left in Bac Thain Mon." Then, "What sword technique is this?" Tran Vuyen Nguyen finally landed back in stance. He calmly replied, "You said after Bac Thain Mon fell, no manuals remain." Sweat streamed down his face. Then he spun the sword in a circle. His eyes widened, his face contorted. In a ready stance, he said clearly, "Bac Thain Mon sword manuals." His face darkened as he proclaimed, "I myself am the manual and I am Bac Thain Mon." Lien Thain Ho broke into a sweat, his eyes still blazing. His lips moved as if in utter shock. The image of Lien Thain Ho from the past flashed, his sword still held firmly before him. White mist rose from around them, black dust from the ground also flew up. He remembered when the old man practiced secret arts, the Kain Vu Thang fist, the steel key skill. He muttered in shock, "What is this sword technique with such power?" The scene around grew silent. Sweat streamed down his face, his eyes widened, his face contorted. Since childhood, Tran Vuyen Nguyen had witnessed this. Tran Vu. He could only stand still and quietly watch. He stared straight at him and said, "Where did you learn that technique, wretch?" Techniques. The image of Lien Thain Ho from the past flashed in his mind. It all came back to him. He remembered clearly when the old man practiced the secret arts. He continued, "The Kain Vu Thang fist technique." Lien Thain Ho flew into a rage, eyes blazing, veins bulged on his forehead, sweat pouring. He roared, shaking heaven and earth. "Absurd. What martial art in Bac Thain Mon could I write?" Suddenly, he froze as if remembering something. His eyes widened, the wrinkles on his forehead deep, memorizing it all. He often thought, "No, not at all. I saw it clearly with my own eyes." His lips pressed tight, his face extremely tense, gripping the sword even tighter. He gritted his teeth and said, "I ask you, where did you learn that sword technique, you wretch? You must have colluded with the demon sect. That's the only explanation." But inside filled with resentment. His eyes held no light. The veins in his hands bulged more and more. He replied coldly, "Bac Thain Mon's true secret. The real essence of Bac Thain Mon is Bac Thain Mon itself." Lien Thain Ho flew into a rage, his eyes blazing like fire, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring. He roared, shaking heaven and earth. Absurd. What martial art in Bac Thien Mon could I, Lian Thien Ho, not know? Suddenly, he froze as if remembering something. His eyes widened, the wrinkles on his forehead not easing, but growing denser. His lips pressed tight, his face extremely tense. He recalled when he lived in Bac Thien Mon, a lavish, ancient fortress. He remembered standing below Van Ang Pavilion, gazing at the Grand Tower. Tran Quan Hao, wearing the robes of the sect leader, looked into the distance, as if deep in thought. He recalled, Tran Quan Hao, right. And at that time, Lian Thien Ho simply stood below the platform, his face cold and indifferent, but inside filled with resentment. His hands clenched the sword behind his back as he looked up at him. He thought, Tran Quan Hao always stood atop that tower for hours gazing at Bac Thien Mon. Was it the sect itself? Was the secret manual that he did so? Damn, he asked himself bitterly. Quan Hao, why were you the fourth leader? Not me. Us. Tran Quan Hao turned, seeming to notice him. Oh, brother. The two seemed close at first glance. Lian Thien Ho stared with extreme resentment, repeating the question. Why couldn't I be the sect leader? Then he knelt and bowed his head, holding the sword hilt, replying, this one greets the leader. He looked humble, the sky and gloomy, black smoke covering everything, churning as if a great storm was coming. Lian Thien Ho and Tran Vung Nguyen stood ready, their eyes locked with unspoken feelings. At this moment, each waited for the other to strike. Lian Thien Ho was bitter. The secret of Bayan Mon, the last thing that should have been his, had been passed to that wretch Vung Nguyen. The situation was extremely fierce. Lian Thien Ho stared at Tran Vung Nguyen. Robes fluttered in the wind. He stood in stance, sword gripped, pointing at the ground. Tran Vung Nguyen glared back at him, his hair flying wildly, his eyes blazing. Dust and smoke flew everywhere around them. The sky grew darker, black clouds gathering endlessly. The wind howled without warning. Lian Thien Ho's face darkened, veins bulging, lips purple and pressed tight, contorted in extreme fury. Tran Vung Nguyen was no less, his eyes filled with hatred, coldly staring at him. Then, in an instant, Lian Thien Ho attacked. He charged like the wind. Tran Vung Nguyen moved to defend. The two clashed simultaneously. Lian Thien Ho swung his sword at Tran Vung Nguyen. He raised his sword with one hand to counter. Both wanted revenge. The two swords clashed. Shards flew, filling the sky red then purple from both weapons. Then both stood in final stance, gathering inner energy for the next strike. Lian Thien Ho stared at Nguyen with a furious face. He also glared back at him, hair flying, eyes full of hatred, wanting to devour him. Then both channeled energy and struck simultaneously. Strong winds rose, shrouding the area in dust. Both robes fluttered, creating a tense and dramatic scene. The two struck again. Both sword strokes were wide and powerful, yet still evenly matched. Both sides remained balanced, neither a disadvantage. Shards from the two swords' immense force flew, everywhere red and purple, shaking the earth violently. Lian Thien Ho raised his sword, eyes blazing like fire, as if about to strike down a devastating blow. Tran Vung Nguyen reacted, a bit slowly but still in time. He was pushed back slightly. His eyes still full of resentment, he grimaced and let out a cry. Every time that sword swung, wave after wave of terrifying pressure appeared. He watched Lian Thien Ho point the sword at him, face contorted in focus, as if wanting to kill him. He delivered a lightning strike, forcing him to brace himself to counter. Thoughts kept flowing endlessly. A sword technique mysterious and consuming vast energy. Without limitless power, one couldn't execute it. That sword existed only for Lian Thien Ho, and only Lian Thien Ho could wield it. He watched him raise the sword high, changing stance, pommel, left hand gripping the hilt. He concluded, that's the ghost hand demon sword, the infinite heaven sword. He snorted, his eyes darkening with a purple glow. Show me everything you've got, Lian Thien Ho. He quickly ducked, dodging the old man's sword stroke. The veins on his face bulged. He muttered, I'll learn it all. Then suddenly, he leaped up, catching him off guard, his left hand gripping the sword tightly. Lien Thien Ho was caught off guard, hands on his sword. His eyes flashed like lightning. His legs coiled, then he attacked Lien Thien Ho head-on, the two swords clashing. Both glared at each other with vicious eyes. Hatred surged. Tran Vu Nguyen's hands, electric veins, strained to grip his thin sword. Lien Thien Ho blocked Tran Vu Nguyen's strike, his eyes still blazing, lips tight, sneering inwardly. You call this the true legacy of Bac Thien Mon? Ha! So all along, I only saw the surface. Skidding back a long distance, legs straining to hold firm, sliding across the ground, he grinned, teeth bared like a demon, eyes gleaming, expression utterly dangerous, thinking, try dodging my sword now. Strike, and pour more power into your blade. Show me. It's not too late to seize the real secret. Bac Thien Mon and make it mine. He smiled smugly at Tran Vu Nguyen, who awaited his next move. Suddenly, Lien Thien Ho. His eyes flashed violet light. Sword shards burst through the pitch-black void. Both turned back to back. White mist billowed thickly. Winds surged, heralding a death mech. With that, both Lien Thien Ho and Tran Vu Nguyen lunged forward, each bearing intent to destroy the other. The clash of weapons ended the sword exchange. Both Tran Vu Nguyen and Lien Thien Ho halted, turning their backs to each other, the air around them seeming to freeze solid. Both still held their final sword stances. The result, a draw. Vu Nguyen was wounded on his right shoulder. Lien Thien Ho was cut on his left thigh. Blood gushed from both. Vu Nguyen pressed his hand to the cut to stem the bleeding, while Lien Thien Ho gripped his longsword tightly with both hands. He thought, something sharp and cold sliced through his tough skin, piercing the warm flesh beneath. A chilling sensation, and that metallic smell of blood. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He hadn't felt these things in so long. Truly exhilarating. Rain began to fall, heavier, as if heaven itself meant to witness this duel of two sword masters, a life or death battle. Lien Thien Ho tilted his face to the sky, receiving the raindrops while savoring the peace of his life in the heavens. Realizing perhaps he too felt the same, as if sensing something. He turned and spoke. He turned and asked Tran Vu Nguyen, so the matter of Quyen Ma Triu Thien Vu, was that also orchestrated by you? Tran Vu Nguyen. Right. Without answering directly, Tran Vu Nguyen said coldly. Now it's your turn. Lien Thien Ho. Murderous. Indeed, that must be it. No way Quyen Ma could lose to those night rats. He gripped his longsword and praised. Tran Vu Nguyen, I admit you deserve the title. Bac Kim. You have every right to it. If I underestimated you and fought carelessly, I'd end up like Triu Thien Vu. So I must prepare my mind for a life or death struggle. He spoke cautiously, then channeled his energy into his longsword, the blade radiating blazing red fire. His ultimate move, Trong Thien Va Luong Kim. Sword in hand, he advanced toward his opponent, while Tran Vu Nguyen stood calmly on guard. The space between them grew tense, despite the rain pouring down. Both held their stances, waiting for an opening to strike. The upper hand. A deadly duel decided in an instant. Vu Nguyen raised his sword, thinking that from now on, he must give his all. But like lightning, Lien Thien Ho's sword came slashing, startling Vu Nguyen somewhat. Quickly blocking the strike, he swept the blade aside. Lien Thien Ho's attack somewhat forced and difficult. Then he leaped back, seizing the advantage. Lien Thien Ho unleashed deadly moves at Tran Vu Nguyen. Horizontal slashes, vertical cuts from above, all unpredictable and shifting. Yet Tran Vu Nguyen, famed as Bac Kim, was no empty name. He neutralized all of Lien Ho's attacks. Then Lien Thien Ho leaped up, spinning midair, unleashing Quang Kien Bok Liet, a strike of blazing light and fire, slashing toward Vu Nguyen. The sword strike was so powerful it caused an explosion, dust and smoke blinding all. Only a flash of sword light striking down from above. When the dust cleared, Tran Vu Nguyen was using both hands, sword raised to block Lien Thien Ho's blow. At the upper hand, Lien Thien Ho gritted his teeth, pouring into the downward slash. Knowing he couldn't end it this way, he struck upward to knock away Tran Vu Nguyen's sword, but this gave Tran Vu Nguyen the chance to execute his deadly move, his sword now angled across his right hip. Thiem Quang Hoyat, that was the ultimate move he unleashed to counter the strike Lien Thien Ho had just delivered. The sword aura, white violet, small as a willow leaf, yet incredibly fast and sharp. Lien Thien Ho saw this sword move and felt a jolt of panic. He quickly channeled his energy into his glove to deflect the incoming slash. Though he dodged it, a cut still grazed from the tip of the blade across his face, blood spraying, rain mixing with blood streaming down Lien Thien Ho's face, along with his rising fury. Meanwhile, Vu Nguyen calmly held his stance, ready to move, but pain suddenly shot through his body. Realizing it, Lien Thien Ho's longsword had already carved a gash into his side. The old man licked his lips. Seeing this, Tran Vu Nguyen leaped back out of range of Lien Thien Ho's sword, twirling his blade in hand before gripping it tight. In a flash, he struck precisely at Lien Thien Ho's thigh, blood splattering everywhere. Lien Thien Ho, no longer hesitant, growled, "You bastard, living lie a shadow of..." Me got it. Don't miss our exciting videos to force me to go all out lie this. You're truly skilled. Tran Mon Chu. No Quan Hao. Are you watching? Remembering Tran Quan Hao? He growled. Tran Mon Chu. No. Are you seeing all this? Even your own child. Is this exceptional? Left alone on that deathly land in the north. I thought Vu Nguyen would die soon. Yet now, he's become master, appearing in the martial world, fighting a bloody, undecided battle with me. Someone born without natural talent like me. Always envying you to the very end. Quan Hao. But aren't you dead now? Quan Hao. But aren't you dead now? I know I'm despicable, driven by inferiority and self-doubt, and I've acted brutally all along. With that, he channeled his energy, fire aura enveloping him, a massive surge of true Kai radiating this startled Tran Vu Nguyen, who leaped back. He continued, now I must be brutal to the very end. Right, Quan Hao. Vu Nguyen retreated, raising his guard. At this moment, Lien Thien Ho's entire body and his longsword had become one man and sword united, blazing red fire spreading across the space. His face now like a demon's. He unleashed the sword move. Bao Kiem Fan Thien, a single sword splitting heaven and earth. A line of fire, thin as silk thread, split the space, gliding gently toward Vu Nguyen after the slash. Don't underestimate the power of that sword move. After the strike, the entire building near the battle, Vu Nguyen and Lien Thien Ho collapsed from the move by Lien. Shattered, the ground broke into chunks floating in the air, revealing a silhouette holding a sword radiating immense energy. Lien Thien Ho shouted, Bao Kim Fan Thien. That immense power immediately bore down on Tran Vu Nguyen. Tran Vu Nguyen's face twisted under the force, pressing on his body. The ultimate move Bao Kim Fan Thien split the ground wherever it passed. After a roar, Lien Thien Ho swung his sword, spinning, and the ground was torn. Apart, readying an attack toward Lien Thien Ho. Lien Thien Ho startled, turning back with surprise, confusion, and panic. Tran Vu Nguyen soared into the air, shouting, Lao Tin Hon. A sword move lie a vengeful spirit, carrying grudges toward Lien Thien Ho. As the shout ended, behind Tran Vu Nguyen, the sword carried a surge of power. Tran Vu Nguyen descended from above with determination, charging at Lien Thien Ho. In an instant, Tran Vu Nguyen was before Lien Thien Ho, sword strike aimed straight at him. Meanwhile, Lien Thien Ho, seeing Tran Vu Nguyen charge, raised his sword to block the deadly strike. Tran Vu Nguyen, with terrifying power, descended upon Lien Thien Ho, tearing the sky apart with shockwaves radiating outward, shattering the ground. When their swords clashed, rocks and debris flew wildly through the air. Tran Vu Nguyen poured all his strength into slashing down on Lien Thien Ho's sword, who struggled to resist. After Tran Vu Nguyen channeled all his power into his sword to strike Lien Thien Ho's blade, it created a crack in Lien Thien Ho's sword. Seeing his sword damaged, Lien Thien Ho angrily said, "Xit Luin Huayan Thiet, the hardest metal in the world. How Lien Thien Ho shall, damn it." Then he swung a slash and flung Tran Vu Nguyen away. This move sent Tran Vu Nguyen sliding backward, and after regaining his balance, he immediately accelerated at top speed toward his opponent, feet moving swiftly, feet moving with incredible agility. Soon, Tran Vu Nguyen was before Lien Thien Ho. The two exchanged slashes left, right, high, low, their swords clashing, sparks flying. Both continuously unleashed lethal moves at each other to end the other's life as quickly as possible. But both knew that if they didn't end the fight soon, then suddenly, Lien Thien Ho unleashed a surge of power at Tran Vu Nguyen. Caught off guard by the blow, Tran Vu Nguyen was sent flying a long distance. With the upper hand, Lien Thien Ho pressed the attack, sword slashing toward his opponent, while Tran Vu Nguyen quickly dodged, leaping high. Lien Thien Ho gave chase at full speed, then suddenly shot up, circling behind Tran Vu Nguyen, readying his move. Seeing he was in range, he shouted, "Kwai Kim, Fa, Ah." A demonic face formed. Civilians nearby fled in panic. The shockwave and pressure of this move were immense, forcing the guards at the viewing area to create a barrier to protect those behind from the battle. The Vân Trong Thien guards struggled greatly against that power, each straining to maintain the protective barrier. For the remaining crowd, some, unprotected by that defense, suffered terribly, bearing the shock that was to Mo Thuong's group. Tran Noyat, Min Al rocks and buildings crumbled. Amid the ruins, Tran Vu Nguyen knelt, hand on ground in agony. Lien Thien Ho, sword in hand, stepped toward Tran Vu Nguyen. Tran Vu Nguyen still gripped his sword tightly, despite being hit and severely wounded. His limbs nearly exhausted, trembling as he forced himself up, the rain falling harder. Approaching, Tran Vu Nguyen, "You're truly impressive. Fighting someone called the Sword God Lai Mi, you held out this long," Tran Vu Nguyen muttered. Lien Thien Ho asked with a grimace of confusion, "Huh? What are you muttering about? Leaving your last words?" Tran Vu Nguyen, head bowed, muttered closer still, as if waiting for Lien Thien Ho to slip to end the fight. And then the chance came. Tran Vu Nguyen suddenly looked up at Lien Thien Ho with then he shouted, "Bat Keem." Tran Vu Nguyen stood, the sword in his hand radiating a blazing energy, a massive sword aura wanting to burn everything. Lien Thien Ho saw this, utterly shocked, panicked, confused, screaming, "What is this? Yeah, kook." Tran Vu Nguyen, lightning fast, executed his move in the blink of an eye on Lien Thien Ho. React cuts covered his body. "Kook." Old Lien Thien Ho angrily shouted, "You bastard." Simultaneously swinging a furious sword, Tran Vu Nguyen agilely dodged in time. Tran Vu Nguyen crouched, keeping distance from his opponent. In a flash, he circled behind his foe. Then he continuously ran circles around his opponent at speeds invisible to the naked eye. As his speed grew faster, it created a razor-sharp vortex. These currents of sword ki from Vu Nguyen's blade surrounded Lien Thien Ho. They were laser-sharp blades continuously slashing at Lien Thien Ho. The sword move trapped Lien Thien Ho in the vortex, wounds, staggering him at the center, unable to escape this sword aura. Until he noticed Lien Thien Ho expose an opening. Tran Vu Nguyen stopped and executed Don Thien Hai. Tran Vu Nguyen charged before Lien Thien Ho and slashed down his body. Tran Vu Nguyen executed it with a contemptuous look, uttering, Indeed. Lien Thien Ho couldn't finish before the sword. His hand suddenly snapped in two, blood spraying from the seemingly harmless cut of Tran Vu Nguyen's. Lien Thien Ho collapsed. Tran Vu Nguyen stood before the fallen Lien Thien Ho with a cold, sharp gaze, his sword at the ready. Behind him the space torn open, The battle was over. The last one standing was Tran Vu Nguyen. Lien Thien Ho, battered, knelt before Tran Vu Nguyen. The images of Lien Thien Ho and Tran Vu Nguyen reflected nearby. Lien Thien Ho spat out a mouthful of blood. Tran Vu Nguyen clutched his side, also spitting fresh blood. Lien Thien Ho, still kneeling, spoke. You're no longer the weak boy you once were. Now you've become a supreme swordsman who can threaten the entire world. What is your sword technique called? Tran Vu Nguyen replied. Diet Thien, Marlin Ki. Yeah. Lien Thien Ho Diet Thien Marlin Kiem. Ha. It seems all the sword arts I've collected are mere trifles. Lien Thien Ho's gaze grew hazy. A branch, no matter how long it grows, can never become a great tree. Tran Vu Nguyen looked down Lien Thien Ho from above. Uncle, why did you betray my father and leave Bac Thien Mon? Lien Thien Ho remained silent. His gaze fixed on the great sword reflecting an image of Trần Vũ Nguyên nearby. In that brief moment, the image on the blade shifted to the silhouette of Trần Quan. How? I only wanted to become stronger. But the more I chased that, the more dissatisfied I grew with my status at Bac Thien Mon. I wanted to soar past Trần Quan Hao, to break through the heavens and go even higher. I wanted to become the universe itself. Lien Thien Ho spoke. His desire for strength and recognition had gradually twisted into greed. That very craving for power drowned me in delusional ambition. Your father, Trần Quan Hao, who bore the heavens, wanted power rivaling the 9 heavens. Among the 4 heroes, each had their own desires. And so did I. I wanted to be stronger, so strong that no one could reach me, so I could place the entire world beneath my feet. The image on the blade now shifted to his own reflection. To achieve one's dream, everyone has their own way. Later on, no, that's not it. From birth until now, human life has always been an endless path of blood. Lien Thien Ho asked him, can you bear it? Trần Vũ Nguyên knelt on one knee before Lien Thien Ho. His gaze at the old man had not changed all along. Lien Thien Ho, one of the 4 heroes I once respected, I never thought you'd be the type to find every excuse yourself lie this. You can't even overcome yourself. In the end, you're just a vile and pathetic traitor. Lien Thien Ho coughed a few times, seemingly about to collapse. That's right. You're as talented as your father, so don't kill me now. Trần Vũ Nguyên, without hesitation, ran his sword through Thien Ho. With that thrust, the old man spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lien Thien Ho reached out and held Trần Vũ Nguyên head. This action startled Trần Vũ Nguyên, putting him on guard instantly. Lien Thien Ho closer, whispering into Trần Vũ Nguyên ear. The martial world is now extremely treacherous. Your father knew this long ago, but he never uttered a single word. Leaving the north, we realized, entering the central plains, something was wrong. Hidden, the remaining members of the 4 heroes also. He didn't sit idle, even after betraying Dit, the traitor of Bac Thien Mon, the sword god. Sword god dies by the blade. I hope you will uncover the truth behind this world's dazzling facade. After those final words, Lien Thien Ho has passed away. Unknown what Trần Vũ Nguyên thought after that of Lien Thien Ho. The wind carried dust gently across the 2 figures amidst the rubble and scattered stones. A curtain pulled, revealing a figure. Oh dear, almost missed it. A man dressed like a ninja looked around. Why do I always end up in ruins like this? He paused, as if he had found what he was looking for. A small scroll lay atop a pile of stones. The man crawled out and grabbed the scroll. Phew, all right, before anyone sees. I need to hurry and run. Elsewhere, on the platform where Marshal Big Shots gathered, sat watching the Met, all fell silent. Lien Thien Ho, sword god of Bac Thien Mon. I thought his martial arts formidable, but he's only at this level. However, now that Trần Vũ Nguyên defeated him, the situation is extremely dangerous. I never expected his martial arts to be this powerful. He's already this strong. Wait a few years until he matures, it's certain. An old man with white hair spoke up. By the way, how should we handle this matter? Another white-haired man, sweating, added, there are cases to judge daily. Destroying Vân Trung Thien's property like this. If he doesn't pay, isn't that a major crime? Oh dear, the man in the blue robe declared boldly. Don't worry about cost. I'll cover it. Everyone turned to look at him. How much? How much would it be? The two men behind the blue-robed man also spoke. The Kundong set will assist. Person Sektu. Nam Tu Lian asked. Then hasn't the problem been resolved? Wait. The group fell silent. His appearance shakes Vân Trong Thien's prestige more and more. Damn it. At this rate, he might surpass the 9 heavens. Chen Vũ Nguyen on the arena looked up. He looked at the crowd and said, I was only defending myself. Lien Thien Ho's actions proved his treacherous plot. My father's alliance with Ting Zai is a lie. Must I still cripple my martial arts? Is being a Bac Thien Mon descendant a problem? His words silenced the martial world crowd. All drenched in cold sweat, even high-ranking elders were the same. Chen Vũ Nguyen narrowed his eyes. If I've been proven innocent, my staying at Vân Trung Thien is fine. Right. The crowd standing around the ruins truly had. No one speak up, and hidden within the crowd. Certain people were the same. Damn, is he that snot-nosed brat from 7 years ago? This is utterly absurd. Atop a tower, Tây Môn Huệ Linh Linh on a pillar. Taking everything in. Chen Vũ Nguyen has exceeded my expectations. 7 little heavens. What is that compared to this? His defeat of Lien Thien Ho shows he rivals the 9 heavens seats now. This is big trouble. His momentum is no joke. The son of a traitor from 10 years ago. Now at the arena, exposing the past truth. If Vân Trung Thien's collaboration to overthrow Bac Thien Mon is discovered, this will be an enormous problem. This might affect the Thuong Long Assembly. How will Vân Trung Thien's elders react? They surely won't let this slide. Something trembling beside her caught her attention. She looked in surprise. Stammering a name, Nam Tu Thien, without her knowing. Wen was right beside her, his body trembling, breathing with excitement. Ha, amazing. All right, my judgment was right. I knew it. The Bac Thien Mon Maya, the remaining descendant of Bac Thien Mon, of course couldn't be weak. All the essence must have been passed down to him. Nam Tu Thien kept trembling with excitement. I want to fight. I'll defeat the Bac Thien descendant. Huệ Linh standing beside him rubbed her temples. But Nam Tu Thien kept muttering to himself. What the hell am I doing? I'm going crazy. Chen Vũ Nguyen is number 1. In the crowd, a figure in a black robe stood out. Oh, mighty Thien Ho uncle. Even someone as strong as him was defeated. Time is truly cruel. The man in the black robe was Triệu Văn Kinh. He pursed his lips. Vũ Nguyen is amazing, isn't he? Scary, truly scary. Looking at him, I understand my father. Defeated. Did the hardships at Bac Thien Mon make him grow stronger? Bac Thien Mon truly is great. Without it, would he still be this strong? Hemp. Oh dear, the man in the black robe grinned. Is this all there is? Then he walked away. Regardless, this is clearly the last bloodline of Chen, isn't it? Born geniuses are truly detestable. People lie that are why it became this way. Now, the black-robed man turned away. I hate it so much. Vân Trung Thien must be wary. Chen Vũ Nguyen stepped down from the duel arena. Xiao Musang walked over and handed the scabbard. You've worked hard, master. Here is your scabbard. Chen Vũ Nguyen stopped and looked. Thank you. From the left, another comrade rushed over and hugged him. You rascal, you're amazing. On the outside you act tough, but inside you were worried, weren't you? I had full faith in your victory. Don't worry anymore. You hear? Chen Vũ Nguyen, hugged tightly, cried out. Ow, that hurts. In the nearby pavilion, a worried woman watched them play. Our people have been dealt with. Chen Vũ Nguyen looked at the green-haired man and, well, all have lost a lot. And, of course, I see. Densely, looking at his back with the source, gold, sand, is a pavilion. Chen Vũ Nguyen's gaze sharpened. Truly, pleased. We are very pleased. The secret department chief, Dong Habing, Min Lu Sun, carrying Dong Habing, spoke up. You ghost. I never thought you'd be the Bac Thien master. Morn. No wonder you're so strong. Are you all right? The short man beside him whispered to him. Dong Habing. His body is still in a state of injury. Suddenly, Very easy to deal with. Well, don't need the pavilion's troubles. Our people must. No. Who? Please. No. But when we must, it will be life. No. There is. No one. It. But everyone. We don't do it and cross hands. To go. Is life. To. Stop. First. Let's go back for treatment and talk about the rest. Afterwards. Trần Vũ Nguyên replied, all right. The eyes of Vũ Nguyên widened. Unexpectedly, the people at the arena parted to the sides, making way for them. Trần Vũ Nguyên eyes still held surprise. Then he closed his eyes to steady himself. Trần Vũ Nguyên began to walk, stepping past each person. You are about to walk an endless path of blood. Can you bear it? His steps did not stop. An endless path of blood. Behind him, there are comrades walking alongside. The group walked on with heads held high. Bring it all on, no matter how much. Since the founding of the martial world, there have been very few precedents like this, and that was why Trần Vũ Nguyên became an unforgettable impression in the hearts of martial artists. A man spoke up. Who is telling the truth? Could it be Bactrian Mon didn't ally with Ting Da? Another said, if so, Bactrian Mon died unjustly. Sect leader Trần was clearly a hero. For such a hero to die is truly a great loss. With the testimony of Secret Department Chief Dong Habing, Vân Trung Thien can no longer suppress this matter, because many drops make a flood. Rumors left to spread will become a disaster. The man grinned widely. Impossible. Everyone knows sect leader Trần. He couldn't have died without a justification. Many others added. Maybe Vân Trung Thien feared losing authority and moved them. Many who had previously cursed Bactrian Mon and Trần Vũ Nguyên now sided with them. The legend of Bactrian Mon has clearly begun to revive. The image of people working at the Thakma platform was also being hastily repaired. Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa returned to Đường Môn, grim-faced. Dong Habing's health was weakening daily. Dong Habing, covered in blood, lay on the ground. Everyone crowded around to look. Dong Habing recounted, when I was waiting, someone had come to save me. He opened his eyes, which seemed to be giving up. That voice was very familiar, but I was on the brink of life and death. I had no mind to speculate. He recalled a hand pressing into his body, whispering, a traitor like you deserves to die. But perhaps in the future you might be useful, so I'll let you lie. That person held a pill to revive the dying and put it into his mouth, continuing, if that day doesn't come, you'll enjoy your life in misery, suffering, and slowly wasting away. If that day comes, you'll depart with all the selfishness of your own. That person came and went without a trace, came and went without a name, only quietly leaving a message, pay the price for it. Trần Vũ Nguyên knelt beside Dong Habing's body. The man spoke in pain, in broken words. Young master, I'm sorry. I never thought I'd be swayed by Lien Thien Hoa, the traitor who followed Vân Trung Thien. Now he could only groan to atone for his mistakes. I'm sorry, young. Trần Vũ Nguyên bowed his head in silence as the final word could not be uttered. Trung Yen held a white scroll. He was startled by the contents, just as its name suggested. The paper had no color, blank paper. Ha Trần Nguyệt signaled him to keep secret. That's right. Though the Thổ Dịch Linh Thuật is secret arts, at most it can only preserve items for 6 months. The documents about Lien Thien Hoa and Dong Habing's fraud had clearly disappeared long ago. The C2 goes back to when Dong Habing lived. He lay writhing and asked, young master, at Vân Trung Thien, Ha Trần Nguyệt confirm? That's right. He's scheduled for a public trial. Being a Bactrian Mon descendant is hindering him, Dong Habing said truthfully. I have a secret technique that might play a role in this matter. Trung Yen shouted, you madman. You dare use a fake thing to gamble with someone else's life. Ha Trần Nguyệt crumpled the paper. It's over anyway. Didn't the result turn out well? Besides, this plan was proposed by Dong Habing himself. Ha Trần Nguyệt proposed it himself. Ha Trần Nguyệt looked like a demon. That's putting it mildly. Everything was carefully planned. Sweat pouring down. This fellow here. Dong Hap-young was later buried with a proper funeral. In just a few days, Jin Muon became a major figure, someone entirely different. Even across the martial world, everyone knows the name Northern Sword. Many predict he will rise to a status rivaling the Nine Skies. Clearly, in his battle against Yon Qianwei. The Northern Sword left a deep impression on many. It took a few days, but Jin Muwan's injuries finally healed. Ink dripping from the brush, he recovered pretty fast, didn't he? I should go check on him. Jinwoo walked out and ran into Liu Shan. He was beaming. Jinwoo exclaimed, "Isn't that young Master Liu Shan, returning from the Demonic Subjugation Towers tournament to gain real experience? Why are you back? Did you get beaten up badly? Or what?" Liu Shan put his hands on his hips, lip twitching. "Beaten up? What are you talking about? Weak as a reed, not worth my time. A few hours ago, at the Demonic Subjugation Tower tournament, young Master Liu Shan was shown no mercy. Yet Liu Shan refused to lose and fought back. While the crowd cheered, weak as a reed, totally not worth my time. Even the twin heroes of Hebei were defeated. This match was truly dramatic, incredible. Truly the bloody fighting dog, the bloody fighting dog, the bloody fighting dog. Young Master Liu Shan beamed. They even call me the bloody fighting dog. Ha, you should have gone to watch. I took him all down single-handedly." The man accompanying Liu Shan sighed heavily. This kid took 100 hits and only managed to land one counterattack. Yet he acts like he totally crushed it. At this rate, he's going to get himself killed. Oh lord, this kid is impossible. Liu Shan laughed smugly. "Ha, I'm going to win them all," the man said sternly. "Stop messing around and come get treated." Jinwoo thought, why'd he call him that? Jin Muwan sat quietly, his body wrapped in bandages. He remembered Long Wucheng's word. The martial world is far vaster and more mysterious than you think. Then Dan Yop asked, "You look exhausted, young Master Jin." "The martial world? Huh? No, it doesn't all revolve around us." Chu Yun-kyung's father also appeared in his memory, an ultimate technique to deal with the 9 skies. The young man smiled and advised him. "Ah, you must remember one thing, Muwan. This world doesn't only have one side. Everything has 2 sides. Ugliness and cruelty are inevitable. Never forget that." Yeon Qianhua wrapped his arm around Muwan's neck. "The martial world now is extremely treacherous. Your father knew this very well long ago. Yet he never said a word about it." Muwan pondered deeply. What on earth did all those words mean? "Ha, my mind is a mess right now. I've already seen too much blood. At this point, there's no turning back." Jin Muwan contemplated. "Am I going to become a monster like them?" His reflection rippled in the water. "No, I won't." "Don't waver. You must stay true to your beliefs, Jin Muwan." Jin Muwan stepped outside. Jinwoo asked, "You're up. Are your injuries all healed?" The man standing next to Liu Shan. Liu Shan sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. Did my medicine work well for your body?" Jin Muwan lowered his head. "Everyone has gone through so much for me. You've all worked hard. Truly thank you." Jinwoo spoke up. "You've worked hard too. Now, no one will dare regard you as the descendant of a traitorous sect anymore. The warriors outside have sorted everything out." Young Master Liu Shan gestured proudly. "Hey, Northern Sword. I won all the tournaments today. Everyone admired me and shouted my name. So you're not the only famous one here." Jin Muwan agreed. "That's right. You worked hard." The woman asked, "You can stand already, young master. Are you feeling all right now?" I'm just fixing young Master Jin's clothes." Jin Muwan awkwardly replied. "Oh, I see. Since it's damaged, repairing it must be tough." "Thank you. Because of that, why don't you just get new clothes?" Let me think about it." A man in a black hat approached and cleared his throat. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Everyone looked over in confusion. Someone called out, "Grand Administrator Quan." Quan Thae-san, the old man who treated him, spoke. "Why has the Grand Administrator come here?" Jinwoo looked at him with suspicion. Why would a Grand Administrator come here in person? Quan Thae-san laughed heartily. I heard there were distinguished guests, so I came." Grand Administrator Quan greeted Jin Muwan. "It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Jin. I am Quan Thae-san, Grand Administrator of..." Jin Muwan replied. "I, Jin Muwan, also pay my respects to Senior Quan." The two of them locked eyes, appraising each other. Quan Thae-san explained, "I suppose you're all surprised to see me here. I sincerely apologize if I've overstepped. I figured you might be waiting for the Alliance's response, so I rudely came in person to relay their message." He calmly continued, I won't beat around the bush and will get straight to the point. The Central Heavenly Alliance decided not to take action against young Master Jin, and the punishment will be handled separately. Separately. Quan Thaithan continued, even though the testimony of former Elder Dong He and the suspicious actions of Yeon Cheonhua were noted, it is impossible to determine whether the major event in the martial world 10 years ago was right or wrong. Not stopping there, the Grand Administrator promised, since the primary evidence is missing, we will take our time to uncover the truth. And I promise to review and investigate this thoroughly. Quan Thaithan bowed respectfully. Thank you sincerely for all the hardships endured. On behalf of the Central Heavenly Alliance, I offer our condolences and apologies. Apologies. Everyone fell silent. Jin Mu-won spoke up. First of all, I understand. Thank you as well. He turned around. Then I shall take my leave. The sedan chair is ready. The Grand Administrator turned and stroked his mustache. The Northern Sword seems displeased. Let's go meet our lord. The full moon hung under a blood-red sky, creating a desolate, wild, and dangerous atmosphere. The 4 great elders of the silent night knelt before a man with long hair, who spoke slowly on a chair. After a long moment, the master spoke. All right, has a new body been prepared yet? All 4 elders of the silent night spoke in unison. It is ready, master. Hearing this, the master said, very well. Once the ritual is complete, we march into the central plains. At the Ninefold Pavilion, residents of the 9 skies in the Central Heavenly Alliance, one of the 9 skies, Wudang's Truman Jikyo, looked out the window. No one waters a tree that has grown too old to bloom. The sunlight of spring is usually brief, and bright days are few. Yeon Cheonhua, the only person whose swordsmanship I acknowledged, has fallen. The old man fell silent. Looking back, that lack of manners hasn't changed. The old man looked at the screen on the right, as if speaking to someone. Come out before I drag you out myself. Geez, horseface, that jade liquor you brewed. It's Ling Junhui. Got any left? Not long ago, I gave a bottle of precious wine to someone and lost it. The old hermit pulled a jar from the cabinet and tossed it over. Ling Junhui caught it, oh ho, and poured it straight into his mouth. He wiped his mouth and exclaimed, amazing. As expected, your jade liquor tastes like heaven. Jik Yip asked him, you didn't show up for the assembly, so why come here now? Surely not just for the jade liquor. Yes, old Ling made no secret of it, revealing his purpose. Whose idea was that tournament? Was it Simon Huai's? The idea started with him, but everyone agreed. To escape our current crisis, we must gather all the young warriors first. Everyone shared that exact thought. Ling Junhui poured more wine into his mouth. A crisis. Brilliant. Are you planning to make a move soon? Jik Yip replied bluntly, perhaps. What? Are you going to object again? The old man kept drinking his wine. Object? What power do I have left to object? Back then, I objected once and got scared out of my wits, so this time, I'll stay quiet. Jik Yip had no further comment on the past. Let's hope you do as you just said. The old man replied firmly, don't worry, nothing I do alone can change the course of the world. Old Jik, you don't have to join us. Just don't get in our way. Old Ling sighed. Don't bother preaching to me. I only came to drink my old friend's jade liquor. Wine brewed from morning dewdrops, untainted by a single speck of dust. Having said that, the old man left. I'll be taking my leave. Thanks for the wine. It was delicious. The youth martial tournament. Meet. On the ring, a man with a large blood stain on his face panted heavily. He gritted his teeth. He roared and threw a punch at his opponent, but before it landed, his opponent hit him with an uppercut. The man started foaming at the mouth, collapsing as he pointed at his opponent, and shouted, Young Master Xiao Thuokan wins. Xiao Thuokan hadn't even finished celebrating when he felt something, and looked down at his foot. Min Liushan, though knocked out, refused to lose, and bit right onto his ankle. He yelled out, You bastard! Passed out and still biting me. The crowd below cheered. The rabid bloodhound Min Liushan has stamina. He lost, but what a great fight. Rabid bloodhound. Rabid bloodhound. Amidst the crowd, a young man sat quietly, his face hidden beneath a large-rimmed hat. Someone spoke up. Well, look who's here. Another man in a hooded robe continued. The person who achieved fame so quickly, unprecedented in martial history. He covered his mouth absurdly. Suddenly, Long Wucheng spoke up. But you're truly talented. You've left a very deep impression on me. It even gave me goosebumps. This time, I truly felt that, if you were my enemy, I'd be in big trouble. Jin Muon remained modest. You flatter me. I never expected things to turn out this way either. He asked again. By the way, didn't you bare your fangs? A bit too soon. Who knows? Beasts lurking in the shadows might catch the scent of blood from your fangs and come looking for you. Here, he wondered, with more things to protect now, shouldn't you be even more careful? Fine. Jin Muon didn't reply. Long Wucheng didn't wait and continued. You don't need me telling you how to manage, right? I'm just worrying over nothing. Right. From the perspective of a coward like me, I'm just speaking out of worry. I guess I gave unsolicited advice. Jin Muon didn't pursue the topic. Can you tell me more about the martial world you mentioned earlier? And what kind of beasts will come looking for me? Long Wucheng looked at him. He thought to himself. The martial world is naturally vast and profound. He touched the large scar on his forehead. Just be careful with everything. Caution is a good virtue to have. Jin Muon was sharp, especially regarding Grand Administrator Quan. Long Wucheng evaded slightly. Whether it's the Grand Administrator or others, don't trust others too easily. Always stay alert and cautious. He said, I have urgent business. I must leave. Remember what I said. Take care of your health. Oh, since you're famous, you'll need bodyguards. If you need to, just hire me anytime you want. He watched him leave. Meanwhile, on the stage, an announcement rang out. All right, everyone, the final showdown has arrived. This is a profoundly meaningful day, the day that decides the youth vanguard leader. Jin Muon also turned back. The leader will stand at the martial world's front, in the fight against the Silent Knight. That is a glorious position, representing the future and hope of the Murim. The man grew even more animated. You are witnessing this historic moment. The future of the Murim, its new beginning. He grandly raised both hands into the air to make this final showdown more meaningful. The greatest masters have come to observe. Those masters are. The man paused briefly before continuing. The protectors of the Central Heavenly Alliance, the Nine Skies. Due to personal reasons, not all of the Nine Skies could attend. However, he introduced the Divine Buddha of Shaolin. From the Nine Skies, Shaolin's Divine Buddha, Truman Jikyop of Wudang sect. From the Nine Skies, Wudang's Truman Jikyop, Zhu Tianjun, Simoy, the Nine Skies, Zhu Tianjun, the Crimson Demonic Simoy, the three of them standing so prominently. Just the presence of these three people, such an immense honor and profound significance. Everyone looks so majestic. The crowd below cheers excitedly. Whoa! Elsewhere, a group stands before a man, an elder wounded and kneeling on one knee. Behind the man stands a boy with wide eyes. Within those eyes lies disbelief and terror. Chen Wuongyuan looks at the three figures. His face is twisted, teeth clenched tightly, and his trembling hands hold back something. Lang Kunhai appears at nowhere. You're holding back well. His expression still looks very grim. That's right. He looks at the old man. When he looked at him, he seemed familiar. Now, he finally remembers. That memory is brought to light once more. Zooming in on a single figure in the crowd. The Nine Skies, Wind and Cow, Sector Lord Lang Kunhai of the Nine Skies. Wind and Cow Sector Lord Lang Kunhai. Lang Kunhai doesn't deny it. I have wronged you. I don't know what to say. At this moment, Chen Wuyen asks him, did you linger just to say those words? The mask on the old man's face cracks. Chen Wuyen, even if you say you will oppose and exact revenge on the northern heavens, I won't stop you. Even if I have to pay with my death as punishment, I will accept it. You have the qualification to do so. But now is not the time, even though you're building your foundation. Weak to fight the entire world yet. Wu Nguyen is puzzled. Why are you telling me all this? The old man replies, I caused your father's death and contributed to the northern sect's ruin. Lai me, though ashamed to utter these words, because I feel guilty, the old man says, and perhaps also for someone like you. Therefore, I hope you can survive at all costs. My feet have been shackled by an entity known as the Nine Skies. Perhaps Elder Ling truly feels remorse. That shackle is so strong it cannot be removed by any ordinary means. What someone bound by those shackles like me says to you is already quite overwhelming. The old man waves his hand. Dust rises up. I hope you will ponder 2 or 3 times what I just said. I hope you will remember it well. The figure departs, leaving one sentence. Forgive me, descendant of the northern sect. All around, unsure started at first. Could it be the northern sword? Others buzz with realization. The whispers gradually grow louder. Could it be the northern sword? Could it be the northern sword? They are astonished. Oh, is it the northern sword? Wow. He looks off, leaving 2 words in his heart. The 9 skies. At night, the full moon hangs in the sky. He looks down below. So crowded. This is their main headquarters. The men below are bare-chested, with identical tattoos on their chests. Twin Ashra. Suddenly, a sound breaks the silence. Whoa, when did someone appear on the rafters? Being this close and yet I couldn't sense them at all. What a skillful person. Just when did you start tailing me, huh? In the final recovery team duel, the green robe guy rushed in wildly, shouting at the top of his lungs, Shen Guanyi of the 7 heavens. Is that all one of the 7 heavens can do? I fought back. Oh, really? With a blade stroke smooth as wind. I slashed at my rival. I'll slice that dog mouth off. The guy still claimed the leader spot was his. As he finished, an iron whip lashed out and wrapped him, leaving him stunned. The iron whip turned into a snake with sharp fangs coiled around him. Then a blow knocked him flying far away. Blood pouring like rain. Shen Guanyi was very pleased. Don't act so arrogant. The crowd below cheered joyfully. The ultimate winner is Shen Guanyi. The recovery team leader is Junior Master Shen Zutian at the Kaozen Secret Pavilion, the hub for intelligence organizations of Kaozen and gathering all external reports. Angry shouts erupted as a wooden token was thrown, embedding into the wall. What? Resigning as Hall Master and returning the badge of the secret Hall Master now. Elder Yu Chengtian was furious. After such a stunt, you still dare show your face before me to say this? Glared, pointing straight at Su Mushang. I gave you the put seeing your talent. Yet now you stab me in the back like this. Su Mushang lowered his head. I simply have someone I must serve, that's all. As for secret hall duties, I have never acted arbitrarily in any way. Thank you for everything. Su Mushang turned and walked away, leaving the elder shouting alone. Elder Yu Chengtian threatened him. Do you think you can roam freely in Kaozen? Arrogant fools Lei Yu and Tran Vunguyen won't survive long. That day is coming soon. Remember that. Outside the Kaozen pavilion, Su Mushang stepped out. Glancing over, he immediately spotted piles of intelligence scrolls on a table. These are the new reports. This is my last time in the secret pavilion. Whatever I can take, I must grab as much as possible. Su Mushang opened an intelligence scroll and read intently. Reading it, he couldn't help but be surprised. Could this be? Beneath the pitch-black night, a dark figure sprinted like lightning, his body covered in oozing wounds. As if being hunted, indeed he was. Behind him were assassins covered head to toe, revealing only glowing eyes. Damn it. Then, one of them lunged and kicked Kingren in the back. These bastards are operating in a very methodical way. After the kick came a fatal punch to the face. They're attacking me just enough to lure me back to their lair. King Ren crashed heavily to the ground. Zhao Injing approached. Well, I asked who was backing you, didn't I? He asked King Ren leisurely. Who sent you anyway? Not telling the truth. King Ren felt the pain, though exposed and in this terrible spot. I am Black Moon's secret moon, King Ren. Heaven rank of Black Moon. King Ren clenched his teeth, using his last strength to flee. Zhao Enjing clapped, watching him escape. Oh my, you've got grit. He sent men to beat King Ren mercilessly, slamming his face into the dirt. Taking advantage of his fall, a fierce assassin snuck up to ambush. Luckily, the dog charged and bit the attacker. King Ren's eyes widened. Ah, no. Swords clashing created clanging sounds. Tran Vungoyen in his dark cloak muttered. Mending my robe took longer than I thought. Tran Vungoyen sighed. Well, of course, it was torn so badly. He considered buying a new set, Lai Jiang suggested. But this robe was made for him with hard work by Huang Qi. Up in the sky, a black crow flew over. It came to bring news to Tran Vungoyen. Hearing it, he grew annoyed. Damn it, King Ren is in trouble. King Ren was running for his life. No. He curled up to protect himself, just as he was about to be attacked. King Ren seemed to have braced himself. At that moment, Tran Vungoyen arrived. Zhao Enjing ordered, "Stop." He sneered. So the one behind him is you, Vungoyen. Tran Vungoyen's clothes billowed in the wind. As soon as he lifted his face, the two opposite assassins were beheaded. Tran Vungoyen realized. As expected, the Ashura twin-faced is connected to you, Zhao Enjing. He tossed his hair arrogantly. Hey, let's talk things out, or else. The people you cherish will. Zhao Enjing looked over. Why are you standing there? Gather the bodies. Zhao Enjing slowly pulled up his hood. Though it sounds contradictory coming from my own mouth, stop digging into other people's affairs as you please, and don't leak anything about Ashura Faceless. Zhao Enjing smiled, counting his fingers. If you keep this up, not just you, but everyone around you will be doomed. Tran Nyat, Zhuang Kaivan, Huang Qi, Nan Tulian, Su Mushang, and many others. Zhao Enjing turned around. I don't want to make an enemy of you. Remember this well, as it's the final advice I give to my beloved younger brother. Before leaving, he added, Vungoyen, quickly heal your buddy there. He was hit by a soul-extracting needle. He's in agonizing pain right now. First time I've seen someone hit by that needle. Endure and run away lie that, once Enjing had completely departed. He anxiously turned back and called out, King Ren. He carried him back for treatment. Inside came panicked questions. Oh my, what on earth happened here? Quickly treat King Ren's injuries first. I'm leaving him to you, Master. Zhuang Kaivan examined King Ren's wounds. Too much blood loss. Melee, stop the bleeding first. Blood soaked through King Ren's clothes. As he lay unconscious, Tran Vungoyen recalled, it was you. King Ren, can we track someone down? With just this. King wondered, what is it? He showed the lock of hair to King Ren. Hair. Whose hair is that? Tran Vungoyen explained, it belongs to someone using the 14 blood demon arts, but it seems this person is linked to the suspicious group using the Ashura twin-face tattoo. King Ren took the lock of hair and handed it to the spirit dog. He claimed this was more than enough. Time to show you the real skill of Black Moon's secret moon. King Ren and the dog ran off. Tran Vungoyen advised, if you sense danger, pull back immediately. King Ren nodded. Don't worry. Tran Vungoyen lowered his head, blaming himself. It's my fault. I asked this of him. It's all my fault. Someone comforted him. A woman's voice asked from afar, that masked person, where is King Ren? He instinctively looked over. Tran Vungoyen was heartbroken. Jiang is treating him right now. I'm sorry. I made a request too much for him. The masked figure continued. Young Master Tran, King Ren is assisting you. He is clearly a member of our Black Moon. She spoke with extreme anxiety. If things like this happen, it puts us in a very tough spot. Tran Vungoyen bowed. I'm sorry. She turned to leave. Before going, she instructed. Since the poison's hallmaster is treating him, I'm somewhat relieved. I'll head back, but once he fully recovers, please pass word for him to come see me. She walked up to the door. A voice called from inside. Is he badly hurt? She replied sadly. Did. Even so, King Ren wanted this himself. And the Moon Master's orders were the same, so he's assisting Tran Vunguyen. That guy is too dangerous. He could end up harming us too. The voice inside stated flatly, we have to investigate Ashura. Twin-faced anyway, don't we? The girl couldn't understand. Moon Master, why are you showing Tran Vunguyen this much goodwill? The person inside only said, talk about it when we return. King Ren will be fine, because that guy has always been tough. Elsewhere, two figures stood. A girl knelt begging for mercy, while the man, Long Wu Cheng, struck the girl, sending her down. On the day of Tran Vunguyen's trial, Tran Vunguyen stood on stage. The crowd stretched far into the distance, cheating upon seeing him appear. Standing atop the stage, he roared, his piercing scream instantly echoing, making everyone's ears ring, sending chills down spines. It spread across the area below. At the same time, elsewhere in a small town at the foot, the mountain sunset was breathtaking. The anti-evil light glowing red across half the sky. Inside a tavern with a simple design that drew travelers from all over, people bustled in and out. An ugly-looking fellow walked in. A crowd strode up, pointing at his face and shouting angrily. He screamed in terror, spraying spit everywhere. Right after, an explosion occurred. White smoke blanketed the tavern, and Hatuyet looked up, astonished. Her body froze, unable to react. Before her now lay only ruins and flying wooden splinters. She stared at the hazy figures. A member of the Sonam sect turned back to look at her, tears welling, blood pouring from his mouth. He seemed in agonizing pain. The crowd covered their faces from the dust, and Hatuyet instantly channeled her spiritual energy, her body turning pure white. Her eyes glared fiercely right at them. Immediately, she lashed out with a spell skill. Seeing this, they took fighting stances. It was a peaceful town by the foothills, with picturesque scenery. After a few moves, the town suffered a mushroom Kao explosion, shattering its original peaceful beauty. The town shook from the blast. The blinding light emitted left everyone unable to see a single thing. Bodies lay across the explosion site, with only a few survivors left, struggling to muster their last strength to hold weapons for defense. And Hatuyet was dealing with them now, deflecting every brutal bandit attack. She took them down one by one, muttering under her breath, daring to attack the leader who helped me. Shockwaves from the techniques slashed across the sky. I only responded and punished them in kind for what they did, yet you still drove me into a corner, labeling me a demoness to kill me. Having dispatched the bunch, she stood proudly. Must I let myself be killed? A wounded Songnam member stammered. How could this be? Chuksu lay on the ground, twitching, blood pouring from his mouth. Though Songnam reinforcements arrived, the Kunlun member grew startled. Will we all perish at this demoness's hands? Must we die such a senseless death? And Hatuyet coldly flicked a casual strike, sending his head flying from his shoulders. Her face remained expressionless. I am only a demoness to my enemies, while to my people I am a fairy. Someday, I will sweep the central plains, though now is not the time. Yet you arrogant fools sought your own deaths. Then, inside a palace, a shout rang out. Young Master Tan, young Master Tan, a letter has arrived asking for help. A servant rushed in to report. A demoness has appeared in Shaanxi and Hubei. Dozens of Kunlun and Songnam artists have perished. Everyone is in an uproar. Tam Tuthian was surprised. A demoness? What do you mean? He reported the situation. Kunlun fought first, but lacked manpower. They requested reinforcements from Songnam. It seems all have been harmed. They remembered to ask young Master Tam for help. Huiling, hearing this, thought to herself, a demoness. At this point, Tam Tuthian spoke up. Huiling, she replied. Dit, young Master Tam, Safe journey. He slung his robe over his shoulder and strolled away gracefully. First bandits, now a demoness. Time to hit the road, deep in the forest. And Haituet walked slowly. How is the soul gathering assembly going? She gazed into the distance, muttering, time for Zuling to find me. Or should I just head back now? Suddenly she hesitated again. Yet a memory always makes me uneasy, leading me toward the tragic central plains. She turned, her gaze in one direction, as if sensing something. It was Tam Tuthian approaching. He walked with an imposing air, showing seemingly no fear. Their eyes met, but neither spoke a word. He looked startled. Oh, that woman is... Then he recalled the past. 7 years ago, at the northern gate, that face, she was with Master Chun. He started, shocked. Unhappy, the young lady turned around. Her features were refined, possessed of a breathtaking beauty. He sighed, feeling a bit awkward. He reached back to touch his neck. 7 years ago, when we met at the Northern Heavenly Gate, I already sensed you weren't an ordinary person, but I never expected it to exceed even my wildest guesses. Could Miss Unhatuit bear? Could she be the infamous demoness of the martial world? Unhatuit asked gently. Who are you? Do you know me? Besides, I am no demoness. Hearing that, he looked slightly surprised. He thought, does she remember nothing? Then he closed his eyes and sighed. Then he looked past her shoulders. There lay a trail of blood. He spoke up. What are those brutal bloodstains? There, she replied. They struck at me first. He wondered aloud. What reason did those people have to attack you? Right off the bat. His expression turned grave. Miss Unhatuit, which sect are you from? Tell me. Unhatuit didn't answer. She just stared at him silently. Seeing her unresponsive, he muttered, the green wind phantom shadow. A chill wind blowing through the dark skies, a black shadow covering the realm, with dual black wings spread, the divine spear blazing with radiance, the Ashura spear, a nightmare tearing mountains, or a demoness singing to light the night. The white knight demoness. His words trailed off, refusing the illusion. His gaze sharpened. The white knight demoness. So Miss Unhatuit is the white knight demoness. She shared her gentle demeanor as well. Admitting, I am the white knight fairy. There, the two lunged into combat. Tuthian threw a powerful punch, aiming a crushing blow at her. She countered with her own strike. A glowing ring appeared. Their silhouettes blurred as they dashed at each other at lightning speed. A fierce brawl broke out, shockwaves from their techniques flying wildly, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. A deadlock, evenly matched in skill. His sturdy arm immediately lashed out with a punch. His gaze fierce enough to kill. She refused to fall behind, instantly swinging her hands as her fingers wove intricate martial arts, forming flawless glowing circles. Her eyes grew more ferocious than ever. He pushed to the limit. He instantly channeled extra power into both arms. White smoke venting from him. She was utterly astounded. He followed with a triple relic strike. His execution fiercely decisive, his hands engulfed in terrifying power. Under his assault, debris erupted from the ground. An explosion rocked the area, fogging the view. White smoke rolled everywhere. Suddenly, he couldn't see her, only sensing incoming shockwaves. They were about to slam into him. He widened his eyes in a blank stare. The look left him bewildered, completely caught off guard by what happened. Right after, she spun around and charged at him, intending to take him down in a single blow so fast he couldn't react. Too fast to react. As expected, she grabbed his shoulder tightly with her bare hands. Blood spurted from his wound. His face contorted as agony engulfed his entire body. Pain racked his frame. He suppressed the pain, gazing at her with hatred. Then, mustering all his strength, he threw a punch at her. His fist blazed with might. He had unleashed. It was a devastating technique capable of taking her life at any moment. Meanwhile, Tanyan was bandaged, lying unconscious on a bed. Candles flickered around the room, smoke curling into the air. Inside a palace, a few voices echoed. Even on the verge of death, he stubbornly clings to those martial robes. Dear, that's why I'm patching it up with another layer of sturdy fabric. There, I'm almost finished with the outfit. There, just wait, brother. Tanyan's An Tiểu Thư. Miss Jiang was bandaging him. She said, your injuries are almost healed. The cuts were deep. I was worried. There. He turned his head slightly. Miss Jiang, I'm always causing you trouble. There. Thanh nhân gian tiểu thư. Suddenly, someone came running in panic. My liege, something urgent seems to have happened. Tô Mộ Thượng Trần Vũ Nguyên. He looked at the man in surprise. Martial artist To strode over anxiously. While reviewing reports for the secret hall, I discovered something alarming. This made him leap up in sheer anxiety. The man leaned in and whispered in his ear. The demoness appeared near Zhaoyang, Hubei. All the masters of the Kunlun and Zhongnan sects have been slaughtered. Pale skin, white hair, and frightening. The man continued. He was stunned. It's Hạ Tuyết. Do you know that person, my liege? Tô Mộ Thượng Trần Vũ Nguyên. She took a direct punch from Dam Tu Thien. Reeling back, she couldn't fight back at all. Blood spilled, her eyes blazing with fury. She gritted her teeth. Damn it. Suddenly behind Tu Thien appeared. An energy strike flew from behind Tu Thien. He scanned sharply, instantly spotting something unusual. He turned as another attack rushed his side. Not one, but both sides wanted to assassinate him. Before he could even react, the man lunged forward instantly, delivering a direct blow to his body. The speed left him no time to parry. His hands gripped tightly together. Muscles and tendons bulging relentlessly, he had slipped behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, intending to use her as a human shield. The energy attack arrived, and she was used as a shield. Right after, she tumbled down. An explosion erupted, smoke filling the air, dust spreading everywhere. Tu Thien waved his hand through smoke, coughing continuously. Miss, no, White Knight Demoness, surrender now. She flared up and struck with redoubled force. She thrust her hand, unleashing her technique. A ferocious blast of air erupting outward. Wherever the spell traveled, ground shattered. Everything filled with dust and smoke, rendering visibility completely zero. She refused to yield, waving her arms to cast Archer's mixed key. Her eyes blazed with fury, biting her own lip to keep her rage in check. Tu Thien was driven back by her attack. He raised both arms in defense, his bulging muscular arms radiating white smoke. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, she had flown into the air. Above her head was a ring of ki. She looked as though she was running on empty, but that was merely a ruse to keep fighting. She raised her hands, channeling the great moon, radiant wheel. She launched the attack at him with absolute resolve. That power was greater than before. Her spell surged like a raging storm, growing stronger by the second. Tu Thien looked up in astonishment. Is this the power of one of the 4 great demon chiefs of the secret cult? Brilliant, truly brilliant. He braced himself as well, his arms surging with power. He shouted a provocative challenge. Splendid. Only at this level is it worth it. Bring it on. And, with the holy light flow immortal fist, he charged into battle with confidence. The moment her attack arrived, his attack met it head-on. The two forces collided, instantly clashing. They poured all their might into the clash. The two torrents locking horns, stalemating with neither gaining ground. Though a woman, she didn't yield an inch. She swept past him with her strike, leaving him no time to parry, forcing him to endure. His eyes flashed with intense rage. The demonic soldier's radiant wheel. Nuisance. He channeled ki, his hands surging with power, preparing to subdue her. Gazing at her face, he smiled, a smug look on his face. To think I'd have to use so much of the martial arts I prepped just to fight this mixed demon. She grew furious, brows twitching in a gasp. Mixed demon. He continued. You, White Knight Demoness, are strong. There. Two opposing extremes crashed together, torrents of power engulfing their bodies. Blinding light flared, forcing a squint. They remained deadlocked, neither winning, because their powers were evenly matched. Yet amidst the blinding radiance, he muttered, the legend of the demon chiefs is about to fall here at the hands of Dam Tu Thien of Thương Thiên Cổ Thang. There, she was fighting back desperately as well. Previously I had to retreat due to injuries. While fighting the mixed demon, he must have hidden somewhere. Suddenly he cried out, staring fixedly at her. Hearing the noise, she snapped her gaze, though the fury in her eyes was gone. Suddenly, blade plunged toward her waist, sinking deep and inflicting severe wounds. The Kunlun disciple down below wriggled on the ground, cheering in delight. Did we hit her? He smiled. To think we actually landed it. Damn demoness, how do you lie that? Did you foresee this outcome? Toothian roared in fury. I was fighting a fair met. What kind of cheap tricks are these? The Kunlun disciple beamed. Oh, please, great expert Dam Tu Tien of Tung Tien. Many Kunlun and Xiongnan brothers died worth less than dirt. The White Knight demoness is a common enemy. She has to be killed anyway. Nonsense. The White Knight demoness is the enemy of the world. She must be killed. The moment he finished speaking, an attack from her flashed toward his face, slicing his head clean off his body. Clutching her bleeding stomach, she mustered strength to hurl a strike at him. She couldn't let him survive. Toothian grabbed her hand, saying, "Damn it, this isn't the outcome I wanted. But you should stop the killing." Suddenly, panic flashed in his eyes, as if he had spotted something. Turns out, Vu Nguyen arrived and grabbed his hand. He said softly, "Brother, could you let go of that hand?" Trần Vũ Nguyên Đàm Tú Thiên, Trần Vũ Nguyên and Tô Mộ Thượng galloped forward. Trần Vũ Nguyên was completely focused, his face cold, eyes filled with worry, urging his horse onward in haste. As he rode, he glanced over and spotted an explosion beyond the tree line. Without hesitation, he pulled the reins. Before Tô Mộ Thượng could react, he signaled, using his index and middle fingers, pointing toward the direction Trần Vũ Nguyên went. From now on, this entire area is the vanguard of our master. Tô Mộ Thượng subordinates. He pointed in the opposite direction. Zero tolerance for anyone seen. He pointed forward with 2 fingers. This concerns the survival of our Lord, so everyone must remain on high alert and utmost caution. They soared above the 4 martial directions, and upon receiving the order, split off in various directions. Trần Vũ Nguyên raced against time, urging his horse forward without stopping. His gaze was fixed, anxious to reach the spot. His gaze fixed, driven by urgent desire, gradually clearing the tree line. He saw 2 people standing there. Đàm Tu Thiên looked surprised. Đàm Tu Thiên grabbed Ân Hạ Tuyết hand. Trần Vũ Nguyên reached out to block him. Could you let go of that hand, please? Trần Vũ Nguyên Đàm Tu Thiên. Trần Vũ Nguyên glanced coldly at Tu Thiên. Đàm Tu Thiên stared in bewilderment. He dropped his hand and glared at Trần Vũ Nguyên. Trần Vũ Nguyên looked on with pity and worry. Hạ Tuyết. Ân Hạ Tuyết stood with snow-white hair, bowing her head in exhaustion, puffing out breaths of white vapor. Đàm Tu Thiên glanced at Trần Vũ Nguyên, then shifted his gaze to Ân Hạ Tuyết. Both stared at Ân Hạ Tuyết. Her white hair gradually billowed outward, making her look like a little demon with a dark face, white eyes. Her condition was completely abnormal. Could she be on the verge of Kai deviation? Đàm Tu Thiên. He turned to greet Trần Vũ Nguyên. Master Trần, long time no see. It's been 7 years since we stood face to face. There, lie this. He recounted past events to explain his reasoning and express his admiration. Not long ago, at the tribunal, the righteous way you shouted. Along with your duel against the Northern Heaven's 4 pillars, the Lion Tianhua set my heart ablaze. I witnessed it all. The scene flashed back 7 years. The 2 stood facing each other. 7 years ago, when I met Master Chun, I knew you carried the unyielding will of the Northern Heavenly Gate. When you drew your sword against the world, I was deeply impressed. Đàm Tú Thiên shot a glare at Trần Vũ Nguyên. However, Miss Sun, you were with Master Chun at the Northern Heavenly Gate back then. Then, the desolate landscape, grass blades fluttering. Ân Hạ Tuyết slumped to the ground with billowing hair. Hearing the question, Trần Vũ Nguyên listened. Why appear disguised as the White Demoness? Tran Vu Nguyen was stunned into silence. He recounted that 7 years ago at Bac Thien Mon, I introduced her Tuyet as my kin. But she was just a woman who appeared out of nowhere one day, and her Tuyet lowered her head behind the prison, hands curling. Tran Vu Nguyen continued, and she brought me immense power. At that time, Bac Thien Mon had collapsed, leaving only ruins. He added, I didn't know her identity, and she left after the Honma attack. This is my first time seeing her again. After 7 long years, Dam Tu Thiên stroked his beard, pondering, that damned Honma. I've been hunting him, but it's no easy task. In short, You don't know her real identity either. Right. You must be in a tough spot. I trust you, sect master, because you're not one to harbor a demoness. But her identity is the White Knight demoness, not only the enemy of all Van Trung Thien. She has killed countless people. Leave this matter to me. Sect master, I'll stake my life to ensure Missen's safety. To ensure Missen's safety. Tran Vu Nguyen bowed his head, weary and troubled. Hey, damn Thien shouted angrily. Tran sect master, you just cleared the misunderstanding. Even if you have your own hardships. Even if you have your own hardships. You know that well, he said with difficulty. You know that well, he said with difficulty. Please leave everything to me. Damn Thien said nothing, but his eyes turned fierce. Golden energy gathered along his arm, down to his hand. If you refuse to cooperate, then I'll have no choice but to use force against you. Slowly drawing his sword, robe fluttering, slowly drawing his sword, his robe fluttering behind him, adding to his aura with cold eyes, using palm force. Separate public and private. I beg you, damn guild leader. Damn Thien descended from above, using his palm force. Please separate public and private matters. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared. Tran Vu Nguyen gritted his teeth. Tran Vu Nguyen gritted his teeth. Something white stuck to Anh Hatoyat's waist. Something white stuck to Anh Hatoyat's waist. Exhaling, her white hair glowing brighter. Undergoing a transformation. Tran Vu Nguyen, her whole body trembled, screaming in pain as if. Glanced back, and Hatoyat seemed to be inside. Glanced back at the situation, and Hatoyat seemed to be inside. Tran Vu Nguyen suddenly froze, stunned. Damn Thien struggled. Tran Vu Nguyen lowered his sword. Tran Vu Nguyen lowered his sword, standing still, staring at Anh Hatoyat. He watched intently. Damn Thien sighed to himself. Ah, so he doesn't even bother focusing on fighting me. Damn Thien was dumbfounded. Damn Thien looked at him, tears streaming in pain. Sighing. Ah, what is lerp in this world? Lerp. Damn Thien withdrew his stance. Exhausting. He propped his hands on his sides. Exhausting. He propped his hands on his sides, pouting in frustration. He shouted, separate public and private matters. Honestly, I wanted a real duel with him. But it's not the time yet. He called out to Tran Vu Nguyen, who was still staring behind Tran sect master. When Tran Vu Nguyen turned around, he had already run off, leaving a message. Damn Thien. I dueled the White Knight demoness, but she managed to escape. I chased her immediately, but her trail was too mysterious. In the end, I couldn't find her and returned. Tran Vu Nguyen watched him, his eyes both cold and sorrow. Guild leader Damn Thien ran off, then suddenly stopped and turned around, warning, however, no matter what happens later, big or small, related to the White Knight demoness, don't let her be consumed. I will punish her without mercy. I hope Transect Master trusts me. Go stop her now. Don't let her be consumed. Tran Vu Nguyen bowed in thanks. Damn Thien walked away, shaking his head. If Hulin knew, she'd scold me. If Hulin knew the truth, she'd scold me. I must keep this a secret. Struggling to step inside, he walked in slowly. He raised his hand to shield his face. Its power made blood spray with each step. His eyes full of pity, calling her name. Blood streamed down, but he didn't care. Offering words of comfort as he approached. And Hatoyat seemed to lose control, screaming, "It's all right, calm down." The circle growing even larger. The circle growing even larger. Tran Vu Nguyen strained to reach out his hand. Harder, cutting his legs, turning everything white. Tran Vu Nguyen strained to reach out his hand, trying to extend it, gently wrapping his arms around her head, gently embracing her. "I've missed you so much." And Hatoyat, she was small in his embrace. And Hatoyat seemed to sense something, her body calming down. Memories returned. She hugged Tran Vu Nguyen tightly. His eyes widened in surprise. She leaned her head on his shoulder and cried. The two sat embracing, under a tree. He gently held her too. To his surprise, he gave her the hairpin, and Hatoyat seemed to remember something. A beautiful flower, smiling shy. And Hatayat seemed to remember something. The energy whirlwind shattered into tiny white fragments. The two held each other. White fragments. The two held each other tightly under the rain of those fragments. And Hatayat sobbed, calling his name. Vu Nguyen. He gently replied, Amid the snow flying across the field, Tran Vu Nguyen and Hatayat hugged tightly. He replied, Tran Vu Nguyen, what is this all about? Saying, I've truly missed you. And Hatayat, tears streaming down, asked, Tran Vu Nguyen, what is this all about? Why all of a sudden Tran Vu Nguyen interrupted, it's all right now. She saw Ngoại Quang Luan charging at them. Did I hurt you? I'm sorry. Just then, something shot toward them. And Hatayat startled, letting out a gasp. When she saw clearly, it was Ngoại Quang Luan charging at them, and Hatayat stopped it. I said stop. Ngoại Quang Luan kept charging. It's not my will. They won't obey me. Tran Vu Nguyen swung his sword, and Hatayat screamed, Stop, Ngoại Quang Luan. With a whoosh, Tran Vu Nguyen swung his sword, and Hatayat saw an object flying toward her. At the same time, and Hatayat suddenly saw an object flying toward her at great speed, and Hatayat turned around, raising her arms to block, unexpectedly, from that object. Tran Vu Nguyen panicked and called her name. At that moment, Tran Vu Nguyen panicked and called her name, and Hatayat, she looked at her hands, now stuck with countless needles, golden needle, or chum, golden needles, or chum. Suddenly, a masked man lunged forward, speaking, so this finally happened. Tamo Thuong suddenly charged in, kicking him hard, shouting, How dare you? Then Tamo Thuong pinned the masked man to the ground. He could only let out a grunt. Tamo Thuong thought to himself, I couldn't sense any of his aura at all. And Hatayat startled, suspicious, to Lin. Tran Vu Nguyen steadied and asking with concern, Are you all right? And Hatayat replied, I'm fine. But why would Tu Lin, lying on the ground, shouted in reproach, Why? You just asked me why. Young master, as the White Knight Fairy, you cannot have feelings, erasing memories with Hontam Ngan quiet. Toward your own side. You must be a firm fairy, he continued. For 7 years, how much have you suffered? Erasing all memories with Hontam Ngan quiet, then using Ngoại Quang Luan to nurture will. He looked at her reproachfully, and Hatayat, do you intend to ruin everything? This is a failure, young master. No, you are a failure, a useless thing. You are a failure, a useless thing. And Hatayat, confused, looked at him and asked, You, what did you just say? What's wrong with you, Tu Lin? Tran Vu Nguyen immediately understood. Tran Vu Nguyen immediately understood, was already uncontrollable from the start. Eventually, it would only be devoured by the demonic energy. Tu Lin, hearing this, angrily shouted, 7 years ago, I should have killed you. Tran Vu Nguyen, why do you keep appearing and obstructing us? And Hatayat couldn't take it and shouted. And Hatayat couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Tu Lin, what's wrong with you? So what if I have some emotions? Even so, I can still do everything. Falling in love with a descendant of Bac Thien. Always done, Tu Lin retorted. Falling in love with a descendant of Bac Thien Mon, the enemy of Mat Da. Then what else can you do? You must be a demoness who can attract the attention of Trung Nguyen, making all of Trung Nguyen fear you. Tu Lin, still on the ground, continued shouting, You absolutely must not develop any feelings. Cold love. Fleeting personal emotion could ruin the greater plan later. You absolutely must not develop any feelings at all. And Hatayat, in tears, said. Tu Lin, unable to hold back tears, replied, So suddenly, does master know the truth? Tu Lin, unable to hold back tears, replied, On the contrary, he told me. Ngược lại, hắn bảo ta giết ngay tạo vật thất bại này. Creation. It was the master himself. Ân Hạ Tuyết bàng hoàng, không tin vào tai mình. What? Tử Linh nhìn Hạ Tuyết đang khóc. Chap, the master couldn't fully trust you, and had, nên đã sớm dự đoán tình huống hôm nay. Therefore, I received orders Nếu chuyện này xảy ra, ta phải trừ khử cô ngay. Because we don't need an imperfect white knight fairy, he said bitterly, tears falling. Cứ tìm người khác mà đào tạo lại từ đầu. Trần Vũ Nguyên giận dữ hỏi lại. So Hạ Tuyết was just a sacrifice for you to use. Ân Hạ Tuyết cũng không thể chấp nhận được. Muttering, this is absurd, absurd. With that, and Hạ Tuyết suddenly fainted. Trần Vũ Nguyên lo lắng gọi tên nàng, and Hạ Tuyết, but she didn't respond. On her hand now were many needles that had struck her. Tu Lin spoke up. The Thanlin needles on her are a type that counters Hongan energy. They'll attack her heart. Tu Lin, nước mắt tuôn rơi, giận dữ nói. Tu Lin, tears streaming, said in fury, Why did you develop feelings to cause something this cruel to happen? He's an enemy of Matda, and will be our biggest troublemaker later. If you took this chance to kill that Bakthianmon descendant while he's off guard, how great would that be? Tran Vung Guan was furious. You, what are you doing? Save her now. Just then, Tu Lin suddenly broke free, quickly escaping his control. Everything happened. But just then, Tomo Thuong saw Knight Quang Luan attacking and swung his sword to knock it far away. After looking again, Tu Lin was gone. The space became utterly silent. Before escaping, Tu Lin left a few final harsh words. Well done, and Hạ Tuyết, my young master. You were once the white knight fairy in my heart. And you, just wait, Tran Vuyen. Then he vanished without a trace, leaving only a torn piece of cloth from his escape earlier falling from the sky. Tran Vung Guyen and Tomo Thuong watched his retreating figure disappear. Đường Mỹ Lệ đang đứng trong sân thì nghe tiếng bước chân. For a long time later, at the residence, Duong Mai Li was standing in the yard when she heard footsteps, seeing two figures running from afar. Duong Mai Li cheered, finally back. She held up the robe and said, Young Master Tran. Vội vã bế ân Hạ Tuyết lướt qua, mồ hôi đẫm mặt. Còn mặt Hạ Tuyết tái nhợt, cạn kiệt sức lực. Thượng cũng lướt qua, nhưng nàng không quan tâm. All blood. Duong Mai, seeing this, panicked, still holding the robe, staring blankly. She saw Tomo Thuong also rush past, but she didn't care. In the end, only Duong Mai Li stood alone in the yard. Ta nghe huynh vội vã chạy đi khi nghe tin ma nữ xuất hiện, carrying an Hạ Tuyết, followed by Tomo Thuong. Bạch dạ ma nữ, có phải nhân vật đáng sợ đó không? No, don't tell me that white-haired woman is the white knight demoness. Is it that terrifying figure I'm thinking of? Why did you bring her back? Tran Vung Guyen calmly replied, I'm sorry, but it was urgent, and I had no other choice. Hạ Chân Nguyệt, hearing this, shouted, You and that demoness, I don't know what's between you two, because I've never heard the full sea to rise from you. But even so, do you realize what you've just done? If you do this, all the hardships we endured to clear back Thienmon's name will be for nothing. We know clearly that you're not the type to collude or conspire with Matda. Hơn nữa, nó còn kéo cả gia tộc lớn như Đường Môn vào. Think about it. This will serve as undeniable proof for them to hold over you. Vào tình thế khó xử này, người cẩn trọng như huynh sao có thể hành động thiếu suy nghĩ như vậy? Trần Vũ Nguyên mệt mỏi ôm đầu đáp. How could you act so recklessly? Trần Vũ Nguyên clutched his head wearily and replied, Và sức khỏe nàng đang trong tình trạng đó, and her health was in such a state, so I didn't know what else to do. What on earth happened between her and me? Trần Vũ Nguyên thở dài, tiếp tục tự bào chữa. Ta biết rõ điều này có thể tạo ra sơ hở cho họ. Ta xin lỗi, nhưng chỉ cần nàng tỉnh lại. A weakness to exploit. I'm sorry, but as long as she regains consciousness, ta sẽ giải quyết tất cả, một lần cho xong. Hạ Chân Nguyệt im lặng, không biết nói gì. I'll sort it all out. I'll sort everything out, once and for all. Hạ Chân Nguyệt suddenly fell silent, not knowing what to say. Này hộ vệ, chẳng phải ngươi cũng theo hắn sao? Tô Mộ Thượng lạnh lùng đáp. Hey God, weren't you also going along with him? Why didn't you stop him? Tô Mộ Thượng just replied coldly, what could I do? My master gives the order. I obey. Hà Trân Nguyệt let out a helpless groan. Cũng được thuộc hạ canh gác nghiêm ngặt. No one saw us on the way back. Right now, the surroundings are also heavily guarded by subordinates. Cơn giận của Hà Trân Nguyệt bùng phát. Hà Trân Nguyệt sank back into deep thought without a word. A moment later, Hà Trân Nguyet's anger flared up. He threw his head back and roared. Hà Trân Nguyệt shouted in frustration. Hơn nữa, mỹ nhân có thể dẫn lối đến diệt vong. Has to turn out like this. As the ancients say, even heroes struggle to resist a beauty's charm. Ta chưa từng nghĩ tới, chưa từng tưởng tượng ra. Thật mệt mỏi. Hà Trân Nguyệt quay người tuyên bố, never imagined this at all. So exhausting. Việc của ta là phải tìm cách đối phó. Fine. Whatever the master says goes. Things have already come to this. So my job is to come up with countermeasures. As long as this truth isn't leaked or discovered, just keep it well hidden and handle everything quietly. At this moment, Min Lu Sơn spotted everyone from afar. He walked over and saw Ân Hạ Tuyết passed out on the floor. Kể từ khi Bắc Thiên Môn ở phía Bắc bị tiêu diệt, on the blood-stained lands of the Northern Heavenly Sect, a storm was brewing. Từ 7 năm trước khi bị thiêu rụi trong biển lửa, ngay trên nền đất nơi Bắc Thiên Môn từng đứng, một trong số đó là Vân Trung Thiên chi nhánh phía Bắc, turning to ashes and vanishing completely. Nhiệm vụ là giám sát mọi động tĩnh của U Dạ ở phía Bắc. New halls have now been built. Gánh vác trách nhiệm thay thế Bắc Thiên Môn và kiềm chế những bước đi hung hãn của U Dạ, bearing the heavy responsibility of replacing the Northern Heavenly Sect. Phía sau, đội quân hàng ngàn người giơ cao vũ khí. Scene change. An arm is raised high. It's Nhuận Thiên Ngọc arm swinging upward. Chi nhánh Bắc Thiên dễ dàng bị U Dạ đánh bại. Nhuận Thiên Ngọc gave the order, annihilate them. The Northern Heavenly Branch was too easily defeated by Silent Knight's onslaught. Phó chỉ huy Trương Việt, Huyền Công Huy, Quân Sơn Hùng, led by the squad leader's son. The squad consists of Chief Investigator Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa. Lần này, ta nhất định lôi con quái vật đó ra khỏi hang ổ. Father, just wait and see. When I return, I'll be a hero. Whom everyone looks up to in awe. Amidst the cheering crowd, he declared, đội diệt ma, từ phía sau, hai người nhìn họ hành quân, and forge a new martial world. Please take good care of your health until then, Father. The extermination squad. From behind, two people watch them march out. The squad has already set off. Shouldn't young Master Dam go with them? Hắn cười lớn, hô hô, sự tin tưởng tuyệt đối, and the young master too. If the squad fails, he can always step in later. Khi chuyện này xảy ra, cuộc tấn công của U Dạ from Thương Thiên Cố Thành Đàm Tu Thiên chỉ khiến lũ cướp đó càng thêm lộng hành. Hắn bận tiêu diệt lũ cướp, nên hiện tại hắn không có thời gian lo chuyện ở đây. He's busy wiping out those bandits. So for now, he won't have time to worry about matters here. Tất nhiên, phải tạo cớ càng nhanh càng tốt. Our heroic Dam. Giám sát đã chuẩn bị kế hoạch chưa? Hắn cười đắc ý. Trong đài sảnh rộng lớn bao phủ bởi hơi nước dày đặc, bao quanh là những cột đá trắng chạm khắc tinh xảo. Ngay giữa sảnh treo một tấm rèm tre, phía sau là chủ nhân đang nhả những làn khói. Right in the center of the hall hung a bamboo curtain. Đội diệt ma đã được thành lập rồi sao? The oppressive atmosphere felt heavy enough to crush a heart. He raised his voice and asked. Và đội diệt ma cuối cùng đã được thành lập. The servant below replied. Ngoài ra, có một việc cần sự phê duyệt của chủ nhân, and the extermination squad was finally established. Con muốn đánh thức ác quỷ Thái Vũ Cương một lần nữa. Speak, he stated his request. Vâng, thưa chủ nhân, con muốn đề phòng kỹ lưỡng. Tiềm năng của Bắc Thiên Môn thật ấn tượng, dù bị tước đoạt mọi thứ trong thời gian ngắn. Just in case any unexpected events occur. Họ đã đào tạo được một võ giả tài năng như đứa trẻ đó, though stripped of everything, in such a short time. Ta bắt đầu thấy hứng thú rồi. Tự hỏi hắn sẽ tàn nhẫn đến đâu. Go ahead. Awaken the evil ghost and do as you see fit. I'm starting to get interested. I wonder how cruel he will be. Ở nơi khác, đám đông đang bàn tán về điều gì đó. He smiled brightly. Chi nhánh Bắc Thiên bị đẩy lùi bởi cuộc tấn công của U Giả. Elsewhere, a crowd was gossiping about something. The Northern Heavenly Branch was pushed back by Silent Knight's attack. Ta tự hỏi mọi chuyện sẽ diễn ra thế nào từ giờ trở đi. Trần Vũ Nguyên đứng một bên, lắng nghe và tự hỏi, I wonder how things will turn out from now on. Giang tiểu thư, cảm ơn cô đã sửa bộ võ phục cho ta. Hắn chỉ có thể nhìn nàng với vẻ mặt ngượng ngùng. Suddenly, Giang tiểu thư walked past. Giang tiểu thư, thank you for. Nàng mang bát cháo đến bên cạnh chú mình. Before he could finish, she brushed right past him. Chú ơi, để con canh chừng cho chú nghỉ ngơi. Hắn cúi đầu cảm ơn. Giang đại hiệp, cảm ơn ông vì đã chấp nhận yêu cầu khó khăn đó của ta. Mỹ lệ, I'll leave it to you then. Hằng xua thầy, bảo không cần phải khách sáo như vậy for accepting that difficult request of mine. Ta chỉ mới điều hòa được khí và kinh mạch tâm trí. The two of them looked toward the bed, whispering softly, nên không thể giải quyết triệt để tận gốc rễ. Disrupted by the conflict between her innate key and the foreign key that infiltrated her to a certain extent. As for the White Knight Fairy, I'm not entirely sure about her condition, so I can't resolve it completely at the roots. To help her regain consciousness and fully recover, it will probably take more time to research and find a cure. Ta hiểu. Ta thực sự xin lỗi và mãi mãi biết ơn ông. That could help her regain consciousness on her own. I see. I am truly so Ryan forever grateful to you. Vâng, thưa chú. Số lượng cần thiết cũng khá lớn because this situation is far too dangerous. Well, I'll rest a bit and then do some research. Mỹ lệ, before sunset. Go buy some medicinal ingredients for me. Deet, uncle. The required amount is quite large too. I'll go with Min Sơn. Thành Nhân, đi rồi sao? Sao không nghỉ ngơi thêm chút nữa? Giang tiểu thư muttered while feeding porridge to the patient. Thành Nhân, leaving already. Why not rest a bit longer? Không sao đâu. Nếu huynh không nhờ, Hắc Nguyệt đã. I still have a lot of things too. He paused for a moment. I'm sorry. Thành Nhân, it's all because of me. It's fine. If you hadn't asked, Black Moon would have pried into this matter sooner or later anyway. To have an unexpected accident turn out like this. As Black Moon's top martial artist, I truly feel ashamed. Well then, until next time. As dusk fell, the two of them went out to buy medicine as instructed. They chatted as they walked. A surprise attack by Silent Knight. Đội diệt ma đã đi đánh chặn những người đó rồi to prepare for any unfortunate events. The extermination squad already went to intercept those people. Just trust in the extermination squad. Hello sir, I'm here to buy some medicine. Please come in and take a look. There are plenty more inside. Nhớ trận đấu võ đó không? Hắn chiến đấu rất dữ dội. Ngay cả khi bất tỉnh, hắn vẫn cắn đối thủ đến tận cùng. Remember in that martial arts match, he fought so fiercely. Chống lại hắc bạch song sát, mà còn là 2 chọi 1 nữa. And that's not all. Back at the inn, he fought like a madman. Hắn thực sự xứng danh huyết khuyển võ lang. Lately, no martial artist just charges in and fights like that anymore. Everyone else uses all these flashy techniques. He truly lives up to the name Bloodhound Martial Wolf. They grabbed him and praised him cheerfully. Huyết khuyển võ lang. Và thế là họ kéo hắn đến quán rượu. Từng người một, họ mời hắn uống rượu. We've got to hear all about it. He stammered. Oh, wait a sec. Come with us, Bloodhound Martial Wolf. Ngươi đang làm gì vậy, huyết khuyển võ lang? Uống đi chứ. One by one, they offered him drinks. He still had no idea what was going on. What are you doing, Bloodhound Martial Wolf? Drink up. One look, and you can tell you're a heavy drinker. Ôi trời, đã bao lâu rồi ta chưa được uống rượu nhỉ? Drink up. We're busy too, so chug it fast so we can get back to work. He looked down at the side dishes. Chỉ một chén rồi ta sẽ đến chỗ Giang tiểu thư, or maybe I'll just have one. The medicine sop isn't far anyway. Just one cup, and then I'll head over to Giang tiểu thư. Ngọt quá. Tây Môn Huệ Linh ngồi ngay đối diện hắn. So refreshing. This is the exact taste. So sweet, so sweet. Tây Môn Huệ Linh sat right across from him, staring straight into his face. His eyes widened in shock. Oh, Tây Môn Huệ Linh. Since when? Liên Tố Tố suddenly spoke up. Aside from young Master Min Liu Sun, could the rest of you please step aside? Sure. Ngươi là huyết khuyển võ lang Minh Lưu Sơn, đúng không? They smiled knowingly at one another. Vâng, huyết khuyển võ lang Minh Lưu Sơn đáng kính. Bất cứ ai có tài năng xuất chúng như Minh Lưu Sơn. I think you're really cute. He blushed deeply. Me. Dit, the esteemed bloodhound Marshal Wolf Min Lucerne. Anyone who has such an outstanding talent like Min Lucerne must feel very secure. Our side is also in dire need of someone like you. Oh, of course, he exclaimed excitedly, downing a whole jar of wine and laughing out loud. He collapsed onto the table, his eyes welling up with tears of deep emotion. To think that even someone like me, a country bumpkin like me, is famous now. Tây Môn Huệ Linh spoke up. Nhưng hiện tại, ngươi đang ủng hộ Trần Vũ Nguyên. Our Thương Long Hội needs a talent like you. But right now, you're supporting Trần Vũ Nguyên, đang thông đồng với U Dạ mà không có lý do. There's no way people would suddenly claim Trần Vũ Nguyên is colluding with Silent Night for no reason. Nghe vậy, ánh mắt hắn trở nên trầm tư khi nhìn vào khoảng không. This is partly because the Tang clan is openly supporting Trần Vũ Nguyên as well. Đột nhiên, hắn nhớ lại lời cảnh báo của ai đó. Hearing this, his gaze turned contemplative as he stared into space, as if pondering something. Mặc kệ nó, Minh Lưu Sơn chửi thề, whatever happens within our internal ranks must absolutely not be leaked outside. Carve this into your bones and remember it well. Suddenly feeling dizzy, he decided to play dumb. Screw it. Min Lucerne cursed. Screw this. He raised a rather rude finger. Forget it. The two women were utterly stunned. The armored woman standing next to Tây Môn Huệ Linh couldn't hold back. What the hell? What is that bastard saying? He dares. Che miệng. Chà, hắn quả là một gã thú vị. Một người đàn ông thực thụ nên như thế. Hắn thực sự là tài năng mà ta đang tìm kiếm. A real man should be just like that. Hả? Sao tiểu thư lại nghĩ về ta như vậy? He glanced over with a disdainful smirk and chuckled. Hiện đang bị đánh giá thấp nghiêm trọng. What a pity. Young Master Min Lucerne's reputation is currently being severely underestimated. Surely young Master knows of Thương Long Hội leader, the hero of the Central Plains, Jiang Suchon. Right. Để trở thành một anh hùng bảo vệ Trung Nguyên. Chà. Hắn cầm chén rượu lên. To become a hero who protects the Central Plains. Well, he picked up his cup. Để giúp vụ án hàng chục người bị sát hại, đúng không? Ngay khi U Dạ bắt đầu cuộc tấn công của họ, người có mái tóc bạc sử dụng bánh xe bạc. Right around when Silent Night began their attack, the one with silver hair using silver wheels could only possibly be the White Night Witch. Ngay cả tứ đại ma vương của U Dạ cũng phải chạy trối chết. Thiếu chủ Minh Lưu Sơn cũng có thể trở thành một anh hùng như thế. Thật đáng tiếc cho một tài năng như người bị chôn vùi. If they encountered our guild leader. Vũ Nguyên đã đưa nàng đi cách đây không lâu. Không suy nghĩ, hắn buột miệng nói hết mọi thứ. In this stifling place, she provoked him, expressing deep regret. Silver hair, Min Sơn remember. Vũ Nguyên had taken her away not long ago. Without thinking, he blurted everything out. Oh crap, only realizing he spoke out of turn after finishing. Panicking, he sat there smiling brightly and spoke up. Dit, miss. Tại sao đột nhiên? Các người bị làm sao vậy? She tugged her clothes and stood up to leave. Min Lucerne looked around in confusion. Why suddenly? What's wrong with you guys? He began to grow nervous. Outside, the evening sun was setting. Đường Mỹ Lệ carried two large bags of supplies, grumbling non-stop. Damn it, where did Min Sơn go? Does he not remember his task at all? Oh no, I spoke without thinking. Min Lucerne Bloodhound Warrior, Giang Đại Hiệp Physician, Giang Tiểu Thư Mỹ Lệ Physician Snis, Nhuận Thiên Ngọc Northern Branch Leader. Address forms, Trần Vũ Nguyên ân hạ tuyết ta nàng chàng, Trần Vũ Nguyên ân hạ chân nguyệt ta cậu, Trần Vũ Nguyên en tô mộ thượng chủ quân ta. Memory end. 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 Trần Vũ Nguyên và Tô Mộ Thượng đang đứng nói chuyện. Confused, she looks on. She gazes at the sea of people walking before her. Tran Vung Goyen and Tomo Thuong stand talking. Chết tiệt, chuyện quái gì đang xảy ra ở đây vậy? A man suddenly rushed toward the south side. Hàn Nguyệt vội vã chạy ra, bàng hoàng. Both are startled. Tìm kiếm mọi ngóc ngách cho ta. Think fast. Quickly protect Lady and Hatuit. He shouts, Hey, What is going on here? Ban Hungite hurries out, bewildered. Search every corner for me. A shout echoes from the entrance. Ông lão hét lên, nơi này. Tang Kai Van steps out from the house. Đường Kỳ Vân ngạc nhiên, từ đám đông. The old man yells, this place. It is an area under Chief Overseer. Nàng hỏi hắn, tổng giám sát. Man. Miley runs quickly toward Vung Nguyen's group. Uncle, what is going on right now? She asks him. Chief Overseer. Essa, what were you thinking acting so rudely? This is an urgent matter that could shake the very foundation of Van Trung Thien. The sect member says. The Chief Overseer says, isn't that right? Young hero Tran, be quiet. Myong Ryusan himself said that. Tran Vung Nguyen took her away not long ago, thus to Thien missed the chance to capture the demoness. Meanwhile, Tran Vung Nguyen took her away. Nếu cần, ta có thể tuyên bố mình Lưu Sơn đã thú nhận rằng Trần Vũ Nguyên và Bạch Dạ thông đồng để dồn hắn vào đường cùng. Reason enough to search. If necessary, I can claim Myong Ryusan, confess that Tran Vung Nguyen and the White Knight colluded to back him into a corner. Huailing muses. Tu Thien is currently not Van Trung Thien, and the recovery team has also been deployed. Ta không thể lùi bước. Dù thế nào, ta phải nắm bắt cơ hội này. Trần Vũ Nguyên, huynh đã đưa Bạch Dạ ma nữ vào Vân Trung Thiên. I cannot back down. No matter what, I must seize this opportunity. She speaks up. Tran Vung Nguyen, you brought the White Knight demoness into Van Trung Thien. Right. Is this true? Young hero Tran, the overseer asks. Bạch Dạ ma nữ ở đây sao? Tang Kai Van curses. What are you people saying? The White Knight demoness is here, who is talking nonsense. What is wrong with this crowd? What the hell is going on? Step aside. Myong San steps in. What are you saying? Shut your mouths already, he shouts. The young hero has arrived. This is the person who stood by Tran Vung Nguyen's side until now, and also the witness who saw everything. I have already heard. Myong Ryu-san, the young hero, confess all. Huailing speaks up. Running. He feels upset. What? You bitch. He yells. When did I say that? I will endure until you confess everything. But then, I'll tear apart your filthy mouth. Dare you speak? Dare to speak such insulting words to your young lady? Zhu Ling's subordinate points her blade. Oh, he gets angry. A hand grabs his wrist. Zhu, Su Fu Kong Fai. Master, that is not. He gasps. I never did anything like that. Please believe. Lady Huailing, you bewitched Myong San. Right. Even you have to resort to such dirty schemes. Trangoyet provokes. Bewitched. Let me ask. An three-minded scholar, you speak too harshly. I'll search the manor and escort everyone, including young hero Tran. That is the best way to avoid bloodshed. The chief overseer says. Tang Kaivan stares with a solemn gaze. Chief overseer. Doom. This is the Tang family manor, and I am the 10,000 poisons whole master of the Tang family. Don't you know this is looking down on the Tang family? I do not know since when the Tang family needed Van Trung Thien to manage the or whatever whole master of poisons never meets a good end. The chief overseer says. Vunguyen gloss. He looks at the old man. Chief overseer. Dragon hall master worried he revealed fangs and warned him to be careful of the chief overseer. I finally understand those words now. Zhao Enjing is in league with the mob. As expected, the one behind the twin-headed demon is the chief overseer. He thinks, increasingly, not only you, but the people around you will be in danger. Hong Chut and Mo Thuong, for instance. He remembers those words. Even without this incident, they would target everyone, one by one around him, and find means to eliminate him. Master Wu, please take everyone out of Van Trung Thien. Vung Nguyen draws his sword at Mo Thuong, but Master, Tu Thuong hesitates. I beg you, everyone just stay here and buy time for us. Tran Nguyen says urgently. Understood, she replies. Everyone is suffering because of me. I must resolve all of this. He raises his sword, pointing at them. Nguyen is resolute. The overseer says, you want to see blood flow. Tran Vung Nguyen points his sword at the crowd and speaks. Don't you have a reason to kill me? The chief overseer replies, what are you saying? As overseer, how can I sit still hearing? the news that the White Knight Demoness entered Van Trungthien. Tran Vu Nguyen silently thinks, in the end, I have no choice but play the villain. Thinking this, he speaks, you have proof, because I have never done anything like that. There is only a poor woman with nowhere to hide, that is all. The chief overseer replies, didn't Myong Ryu-san, your closest confidant, Ave, already confess everything? Tran Vu Nguyen claims the old man is quick to believe a foolish bastard's nonsense. Then you mobilized all your forces here of offending the Tang family. The chief overseer replies coldly, you could have accepted the investigation. Would have gone smoothly. Why hide and draw your sword like this? Do you really need to see blood? Tran Vu Nguyen has nothing left to lose and says, I don't want to say much because I know you plan to eliminate me. No matter what happens, you lot will blow it out of proportion and demand I take responsibility. It's inevitable. The chief overseer doesn't know how to reply and just lets out a laugh. As expected, bloodshed is unavoidable. He orders, what are you waiting for? All of you, then charge in and capture him. They ordered. All Van Trungthien subordinates swiftly rush at Tran Vu Nguyen to capture him alive. That person is the fierce red hair who has galloped across countless battlefields. He is red hair. Hanguet frowns, waving to calm the ox that lost its bearings. The ox snorts and stops. Hanguet praises, good job, well done, brave ox. First, let's leave Tang territory. To Mo Thuong, seeing this, can only look back helplessly. Sorry, master, but I really didn't say those things. I just slipped up. Truly, don't. The old man sighs in disappointment. Well, fine. You didn't mean any harm. Everyone makes mistakes. The old man blames himself. The one who committed the grave crime. The one who committed the crime is me. I shouldn't have let you go out today. Myong Ryu-san takes the blame. Master, I really tried to stop them. But she kept pulling me, making me lose composure. And then, no, I shouldn't have sat there. Hanguet helps him onto the cart and scolds. Myong Ryu-san, because of your stupid words, you caused a mess. Look at this. If viewed seriously, Vu Nguyen is the one who committed the greatest crime by bringing disaster. Hanguet sneers and continues, they were beaten black and blue by Vu Nguyen at the trial, so they are looking to retaliate. If not for this, they would have picked other trivial matters to fight. He recalls the images of those two cunning people and thinks, Lady Huailing, you think you're the lead in this situation. Aren't you just a shield for that overseer? Of you all, it seems I evaluated you too highly. With the ox, Nguyet's group runs fast. The Tang family is a giant force backing Vu Nguyen. They disregard that and charge to kill. Without blinking, Whole Master, a team member, continues, that overseer has lost his mind. Hanguet continues, now we cannot help at all. We should have insisted on staying. We never let the demoness in. Saying this, he looks at the unconscious girl on the cart. She is just a woman. She is just Vu Nguyen's woman, who has nowhere else to go. It's all in the past now. Tishich. Nguyet's convoy speeds away. Myong Ryu-san runs, blaming himself. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. It's all my fault. You idiot. Why can't you ever do anything right? My beggarly life has finally come to an end here, he thinks, turning back to look at the increasingly distant mansion. Dozens of soldiers are chasing them. Mo Thuong draws his sword. Everyone looks back in panic. Everyone is panicked, but their spirits are always ready to fight. Tang Miley, three-minded scholar Hanguet, and the talkative idiot Myong Ryu-san also seem to have accepted this bloody battle. Tran Vu Nguyen is single-handedly fighting all the soldiers. His eyes turn frantic as he grips his sword, slashing repeatedly at the soldiers rushing forward. He exhales softly and continues swinging at the soldiers. Wave after wave charge regardless of death. Even if the one in front is cut down by Vu Nguyen, the ones below keep charging forward without fear. He does not hesitate to stab, slash, or even coldly and mercilessly cut off their heads without any pity. as if they were wooden dummies for him to practice on. A vertical slash splits a soldier. Blood to gush from his body like a waterfall. Then another meets the exact same fate. Each and every one of them is eliminated by him, but the number that signature purple sword Kai is the technique of North Heaven Gate that he has mastered. Unleashing the technique against them sends the soldiers flying, with blood splashing the ground, adding to the terrifying atmosphere. Vu Nguyen's face looks no different from a god of death. He coldly holds his sword, bypassing the soldiers still suspended in mid-air, and charges toward the chief overseer. Lian Tuta sees this and tells Tang Huailing to step back temporarily, while the overseer remains frozen. Without an immediate reaction, taking another soft breath, Tran Vu Nguyen coldly unleashes a technique, striking down the soldiers rushing forward to shield the chief overseer. He quickly passes through them and approaches to stand in front of the overseer. Why don't you use your real skills? Twin-headed demon. Hearing Vu Nguyen, as if his cover is blown, his face turns pale with white-rimmed eyes. He smirks and speaks. Is this what you mean? Then smiling, he moves. Is this what you mean? You really are an arrogant bastard. He arches his eyebrows mockingly. Naturally, you won't leak anything about the twin-headed demon because you and everyone connected will all be killed by me. It seems you are so eager to get others killed that you dared to utter the words. Twin-headed demon liar. Tran Vu Nguyen adopts a fighting stance and replies, so this is the method Van Trung Thien uses to rule world, is that it? I will definitely expose the true face of the Dark Force. Standing behind the overseer of Van Trung Thien, finished speaking, the two charge at each other to fight. The chief overseer generates a trim of black kai. Figures emerge from the black kai. Though their origin is unknown, they stand to protect the chief overseer. He stands behind, smiling cunningly. This was a trap to reveal your strength. Bastard, there is no need to rush. Van Trung Thien's net is layered, and far more unfathomable than you think. One figure emerging from the smoke, with red eyes, says, really? It seems the end result is still war. He replies, you finally decided to show up. Twin-headed demon, Zhao Enjing. Zhao Enjing smiles evilly. Little brother, I clearly warned you already. Why are you still doing this? Is it because you missed this elder brother so much? His hand grips his sword tightly, silently calling Suwa. This is the time for me to take revenge. His eyes are filled with hatred. Come, Xu Hua. Purple smoke engulfs the sword. That purple smoke grows larger, charging straight at him. Zhao Enjing does not stay still either. Both burst into bright red flames. You intend to stop me with just that blunt sword, and charge at me like that, without stopping. He continues charging at him and shouts loudly, twin-headed demon, who are you people? He does not relent either. He does not relent, charging with an indifferent attitude. He replies, oh my, the overseer will be very angry. But if I tell you, will you follow me? To put it simply, probably a second white knight. The two cross paths at close quarters. Hearing this, he asks in panic, what? Two beams of light collide, creating a massive explosion. Trio and Kine was pushed back, uneasy, while I still have much to do. Lay building up my forces and planting spies in other sects. Yet I must stop this foolish brother. What's that? Vu Nguyen replied, pushed back. What the hell are you talking about? He said with a mocking look. Pity, even truths my father never knew. I've already answered them all. It's not too late, my brother. Come with me. A master like you is always welcome. He said, looking impatient as he listened. A man who knows too much has one fate. And that is death, he said with a fierce look, eyes bloodshot, claws growing from his hands. Vu Nguyen was no less, sword in hand surrounded by a purple aura, charging ahead. Ridiculous, to master demon arts, innocent people. But what about what you've done so far? Is it any different from me? He retorted, then pointed at the corpses behind. Look at what you've done. Those martial artists you cut down so cruelly, what of them? When you appeared, didn't you slaughter Martial artists, seeing Tran Vu Nguyen panic, he continued, attacking. They attacked me first. I was just defending myself. But those people were carrying orders. That's all. But those people were simply carrying out their missions. And as for loved ones, lovers and comrades, children in a family, a respected father or a trusted friend, so were those I killed all innocent? No, depending on the case. They also held spears or blades to my throat just for their own desires. You understand that well, don't you? Lai Trung Nguyen, who stabbed a spear into the back of Thien Mon, which protected him for years, his words full of attack and a contemptuous gaze toward Vu Nguyen. No matter how much time passes, this world cannot change. It's a place where big fish eat small. There's no absolute evil, nor is there absolute good. His mind was in turmoil hearing those words from him. The sword in his hand began to lower. Look at you, holding the position of a top predator. His face twisted more and more. Every time you swing your sword, dozens die lie falling grass. The strongest masters fall before you. Isn't that fun? Maybe you're enjoying and drowning in that feeling without. How are you different from me? How are you different? Yet I'm the demon. Even if you deny it, you're a demon who savors the taste of blood. Tran Vu Nguyen's face was a dead end. Trieu and Cain pressed his advantage. Then he spoke. You are right. I've been stained with blood. I've become a monster, and I've become a wicked man and a monster and a coward. The more he spoke, the tighter he gripped. The two clashed again. However, fighting to protect and to take are completely different things. He also charged at him, shouting, "Stop with that hypocritical act. You arrogant bastard Vu Nguyen." The wounded were being fiercely pursued. Thin Van's sword art, to Mo Thuong Swa. They are the master's people. Even if we die, we must protect them, he shouted, though prepared for the variables of the Great War. With Van Trung Thien, that would happen. Yet 3 more variables appeared. Hatran Nguyat Nye, Buk Dak, no, Vu Nguyen's lover. That stupid blood dog Min's son. Their counterattack was faster than expected. T.S., a slight difference from the plan. Everything became like this. He was sweating profusely. My life is still long. I won't make similar mistakes for the next preparations. Tran Nguyat Nye, this has been a full-scale operation of Van Trung Thien. No longer time to consider means. Methods. However, everyone is within the range affected by the poison. Duong Kaian calculated many things. If we use poison now, everyone will surely be in danger. Duong Miley threw darts at the crowd. Uncle, you must stay close to me, she said, protecting carefully. Min Lu's son didn't sit on the cart. He punched and cursed. Damn it. Many saw that and rushed up. Tired, he looked at his master's cart. Looked at Miley and Duong Kai Van, then at the cart nearing the gate. He had an idea, ran toward the cart. Without stopping, he grabbed Duong Kai Van's poison bottles. The old man startled. He panicked. Min's son, what are you doing, holding the bottles? He worried. Master, I'll do my best to buy time for everyone. Don't hesitate, he shouted at them. No, no way, you fool, you can't, don't sacrifice yourself. The old man tried to stop him. Sect leader, Hang Nyat held him back. Scholar catching demons, quickly stop master. Master, don't worry, I'll be back soon. He shouted, assuring him firmly. Listen to me, Min's son, don't do it, stop now. He tried to persuade, but it was too late. The cart drove farther away. Until the cart was no longer visible, they were numerous. Min's son stood before the gate. Opened all bottles, green smoke in the air. Increased, he stood tall. From now on, anyone passing this gate must get past Min Lu's son. Got it, you bastards. He used his technique, turning those poison mists into giant wolves. Min Lu's son stood blocking the gate, controlling those wolves of poison mist to attack the Van Trung Thien crowd with momentum and poisonous streams. Not a single one could withstand more than one hit from the poison wolf. Just one pass directly took them down. Cough. They're all poisoned, coughing blood and dying in agony. Seizing the advantage, Min Lu Sun shouted, sending poison wolves. The roar of the invisible wolves, those poison clouds, lay death's call. He grimaced, gritted his teeth, waved his hand, continuously controlling the poison mists to charge at the Van Trungthian crowd. After seeing they were poisoned, sensing the opportunity, he rushed forward, punching their faces. Punching and kicking without tiring, 2 men rushed up with weapons to slash Min Lu Sun, but he was fast as lightning. Min Lu Sun grabbed their faces, released poison smoke, then used poison arts in both hands to smash their heads into the ground, then glanced aside. Saw a few trying to climb the wall while he wasn't paying attention to chase Duong Kaivan's group. Swift as a flash, not letting them succeed, Min Sun waved his hand, poison released, taking them down. Where are you going? Oh, while busy with those 2, he was hit from behind. Can't give up. He turned and waved his hand to direct the poison into him. Bastard. Cursed once. After that sneak attack, his shoulder was bleeding. Damn it. It's my fault. It's all because of me. You idiot. You fool. You trash. Min Sun, you really can't be any more stupid. Staying quiet would be fine. Keeping that mouth shut. Can't even do that. Can't even do that much. Truly a useless bastard. He vented anger through punches. It's because of me. No one else. Everything is all because of me. He glanced over. There were still people trying to climb the wall. He flung his hand, painfully looking straight ahead. Swords stabbed into his hand. Spears stabbed into his leg. Damn it. Min Lu Sun cursed in anger. Come on, all of you. Come at me. I'll tear you all apart. He channeled his power. A green toxic aura enveloped his body. Back to Tran Vung Guan and Trio and Kin. The battle was extremely intense. Quan Tong Quan, Taemon Hu Lin's group, stood watching the duel. Lien Tata spoke. Young lady, those who fled past the main gate. The blood dog martial wolf is holding the main gate, so our people must detour, causing delays in the pursuit. Continue deploying more martial artists, even if don't let them escape. Van Trungthian and Taemon Hu Lin said. Young lady, the rest replied. Take care of that blood dog wolf. I, Lien Tatu, Taemon's top guard, must cut the tongue of that bastard. Raising her sword, she said majestically. Triu Van Kin and Tran Vung Guan were still clashing, although his appearance had changed from Bac Thian to Tru. Triu Thian Vu, why such overwhelming energy? Taemon Hu Ling was sweating before him. Is he following Quan Quan's orders? She wondered. The young lady thinks a martial artist with weird energy can do anything. As the famous smart Taemon young lady also has many things she doesn't know, Quan Tong Quan said. Much drama is waiting ahead. Enjoy it slowly. The layers of Van Trungthian's net. After a long sleep, he'll arrive soon. Quan Tong Quan, what are you? She thought. Don't try to deny it. The battle between Vung Guan and Trio and Kin raging fiercely with no winner. Trio and Kin said, Vung Guan, we're the same. Look at the traces of the massacre you caused. Those pools of blood gathering around you. But isn't that, those pools of blood moving? Are they lending you a hand? Trio and Kin unleashed the cross-blood demon art. He shot blood beams straight into the sky. He was surprised by what happened before his eyes. The blood beams seemed to be controlled by Trio and Kin, formed giant arrows charging at Vung Guan. Without hesitation, Tran Vung Guan rushed to close in on Trio and Kin to attack him. But Trio and Kin was faster, using the cross-blood demon art to create attacks blocking Tran Vung Guan's advance. And end everything in a flash. You don't want it to end here, do you? Look at yourself, Trio and Kin said while Tran Vung Guan, as Vung Guan dodged his killing moves. Ha! Trio and Kin laughed loudly. The world's swordsman and killer. How can he only be at this level? He provoked him, his eyes and face stained with blood. determined to destroy him. Vu Nguyen used the destroying heaven demon shadow sword, countless sword energies charging Lion Ocean. Triu and Kine used the ultimate demon art to fight back, unafraid and unflinching. Both forces clashed, creating massive explosions, everything within the blast radius. Shatter, dust and smoke spread thickly. Both Tran Vu Nguyen and Triu and Kine used all their power to create energy waves wrapping their opponent. Red and purple waves merged like two dragons, fighting in the sky. Both struck, one attacking, one defending, still evenly matched, fighting non-stop. In his subconscious mid-battle, Vu Nguyen called the spirit of his sword, Twiat Ho. His eyes flashed purple, still, channeling power to slash at Triu and Kine. He endured the strike, his body wounded, of cuts beginning to bleed. Vu Nguyen thought, that demon art is dangerous, but I managed to avoid the weak spot. Being hit in my weak spot, he thought, Twiat Ho, we must be faster. On this side, Triu and Kine was hit by Tran Vu Nguyen's killing move. He raised a hand to hold the wound on his arm, then lamented, damn it, as his blood flowed out. Like a demon losing blood, he roared. Damn it, my blood. After his scream, the blood demon art him burst out, forming a red whirlwind covering the entire sky. Those tremors also affected the area covering Van Trung Thien, rocks flying. Tran Vu Nguyen had to use both hands on his sword to resist the energy. Vu Nguyen collided with something. This made him stop suddenly. He turned around. A familiar figure made his eyes widen. His pupils contracted. He stammered, stranger, dare, and it was none other than the Chaos Demon Man Thai Vu Quang, the old enemy he had destroyed under his sword years ago. He opened his mouth, speaking harshly. Long time no see, you back thine mom brat. With a muscular, towering build, Thai Wu Kang stood like a stone pillar. With a chilling grin, he greeted him. Long time no see, brat of Northern Heaven Gate. Bah. Staring with bloodshot eyes, he continued, you've grown quite a bit since we met. Here, Jin Wunun glanced sideways, analyzing the situation swiftly within his mind. The demon of chaos, Thai Wu Kang, a mastermind. Bear, a rogue hunter targeting peak martial artists. The four fiends. Jin Wunun gripped his sword, eyes locked on him. He stared without blinking. Jin Wunun furrowed his brows slightly. Deep creases forming on his forehead as supreme focus took over. Thinking further, a man whose identity was unknown, assumed to be Silent Knight. Could he be acting under Minister Quan's orders? Lowering his tone, Jin Wunun voiced his doubt. Are you a subordinate of the Heavenly Alliance? They speak. Thai Wu Kang replied with dissatisfaction. I belong to no one whatsoever. I'm merely an immortal husk of a body. Dragged around by those wretched bastards. Unable to believe his ears, Jin Wunun asked, what? Diem Zhao Injing, who had been watching from the side, shouted out, Wunun, let's stop right here. Beth Huiling covered her mouth in absolute terror. 7 years ago, when she went to Northern Heaven Gate to found the Cerulean Dragon Society, a brutal attack robbed her of Su He and plunged Master Dam into inner demons. The demon of chaos brought the only defeat to the legendary Dam Su Cheon. He forced him into a desperate escape. Why is he here? Could it be? Although aging, the Grand Minister smiled with a sinister, cunning depth. The demon of chaos belongs to no organization. He obeys only one person, that is all. Siu Man Huiling shook, her words strained. That person. Quan smiled and nodded. The true ruler of this martial world. If curious, why not ask your grandfather? A figure with fluttering white hair appeared. As the grandfather well versed in truth. Surely he can answer, can he not? Siu Man Huile, losing emotional control, grew astonished. Could it truly be? Grand Minister Quan felt smug satisfaction. sharing his profound insights with her. This martial world is far vaster and deeper than you ever imagined, young lady. Deep within, terrifying events transpired. Beyond what you could ever fathom. It is an abyss of utter despair. And naturally, your esteemed grandfather has already stepped into that abyss of despair. Pausing for a brief moment, he continued, wait, your ambition to forge a new world, by gathering young martial artists led by the rising star of the East, Dam Suchian. Did you really think I wouldn't know about it, young lady? You thought I was unaware. Siuman Huiling stood teary-eyed, speechless, embodying his seniority. He raised his voice in warning. I know everything. That person has expectations. For both you and Dam Suchion. It would be wise to abandon your notions, of establishing a new order, lowering his voice into a dark, plotting tone. For only by doing so, we can help you become a respected hero. Respected far beyond your standing. You will become a towering figure rivaling even the nine skies. Thus, you need only lead the next generation according to our decrees. Just as your grandfather did in the previous era. Is that understood? The Grand Minister waved his hand dismissively. I regret showing you this chaotic state. Right after you've just awakened from a slumber lasting a full 7 years. Dai Wukang let out a harsh, bitter curse. Damn it, cut the hypocritical act. You woke me up for this reason, right? Dai Wukang rubbed his head and scolded. You cunning bastard, Minister Quan. And what? It's been 7 years. In that case, I'll slaughter you all. Dai Wukang cracked his knuckles menacingly. Let's see how the northern heaven brat grew. Zhao Enjing Chap. My apologies, Wu Nuan. My apologies, Wu Nuan. Zhao Enjing unleashed the martial arts of the Bloody Cross alongside Dai Wukang, who commanded the chaotic arts. The monster's arts bore an eerie resemblance to the Bloody Cross technique. Jin Wunian gathered momentum and leaped back a distance. Zhao Enjing's eyes flashed as he seized the opening, lunging forward toward Dai Wukang. The bloody clash erupted continuously, as if it would never end. Boulder shattered and earth quaked violently, yet neither side yielded. With a wild, arrogant laugh, Dai Wukang praised loudly. I don't know who you are, but you're proficient with the Bloody Cross. This junior, Zhao Enjing, greets you. Though this hardly sounds like words of greeting from a senior. A tone of triumphant mockery filled Dai Wukang's voice as he challenged. Did that bastard find your weakness too? I thought I was the only fool. Pondering in his mind, Dai Wukang muttered on, I'll handle this, Malf. Why does it feel like we're working together? I must be out of my mind making a deal with them for the impossible. Zhao Enjing agreed. I'm trying not to repeat the senior's mistakes. Dai Wukang laughed like an untamed demon. Completely losing control, you bastards. And that northern heaven brat, whether past or present, he's still as slippery as a rat. Believing they were in the same boat. Zhao Enjing cheered. Senior, do you recognize him? Right there. My memory is hazy, but I recall. All right, there he goes. Jin Wunian dashed forward with speed, calculating in his mind, the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for me. I must end this as quickly as possible. Attacks rained down upon Jin Wunian. Dai Wukang and Zhao Enjing coordinated seamlessly to overwhelm him alone. Jin Wunian froze for a split second. The surroundings were once again thrown into chaos by this savage battle. Jin Wunian fought 2 opponents at once. Dai Wukang positioned himself in front, while Zhao Enjing covered the rear, trapping Jin Wunian in a pincer grip. Jin Wunian dodged with all his strength. In this perilous, grueling situation, as Dai Wukang and Zhao Enjing combined their might to defeat him, the 2 adversaries swapped positions, launching consecutive strikes at Jin Wunian and forcing him onto the defensive completely on his own. Jin Wunian had to fend off lethal blows from both Dai Wukang and Zhao Enjing, causing his stamina to plummet rapidly. Blood streamed down his bruised face. Yet he refused to fall to these monsters, especially considering the blood feud over Snowflower against Zhao Enjing. A look of absolute triumph washed over the faces of Dai Wukang and Zhao Enjing, a bone-chilling, demonic smile, guaranteed to send shivers down anyone's spine. I won't let you hold the upper hand. Gritting his teeth, Jin Wu-Nyun unleashed the ultimate art of Northern Sword, Northern Heaven Gate. A brilliant wave of purple erupted from Jin Wu-Nyun, catching their Wu, causing them to hesitate in shock. Unable to comprehend what was happening, his eyes turned piercing purple. Jin Wu-Nyun circulated his internal energy into a swirling vortex, surrounding himself as he executed the Sword of Heavenly Destruction, the Devil's Shadow. He slashed this technique directly toward Dai Wukang and Zhao Enjing, sensing the lethal danger radiating from Jin Wu-Nyun's technique bore down on them. Dai Wukang remained unfazed, assuming a posture to shatter it. He roared, "It's been far too long. There. With this immortal body that knows no injury, there is no way you can defeat me." He unleashed his own supreme technique, the chaotic primeval demonic art, aiming to obliterate Wu-Nyun's attack. The two forces collided violently, triggering earth-shattering explosions that shook the heavens. Debris flew wildly all around. Snowflower's spirit within Jin Wu-Nyun's sword flew outward, causing him to gasp in surprise. It turned out to be a warning for Wu-Nyun, because Zhao Enjing attempted a sneak attack from afar. Bearing a demonic physique, he unleashed the bloody cross, driving it toward Jin Wu-Nyun, while leaving a mocking message. Oh dear, if little brother had just listened to big brother, this wouldn't have happened. No, he manipulated the blood art into cords that pursued and coiled tightly around Jin Wu-Nyun, immobilizing him. Meanwhile, Dai Wukang gathered demonic ki in both hands and lunged forward with the chaotic demonic whirlwind mace. Pouring his power, he charged at Wu-Nyun, who was trapped by Zhao Enjing's blood demonic bindings below. Seeing him locked, Dai Wukang grinned. "Northern Heaven Gate brat, you're one of the few who could actually kill me. Such a pity. Though, Before his words could fade, a fist radiating golden light struck Dai Wukang squarely in the face, distorting his features, sending him flying sideways. The person who intervened to save him at the very last second was none other than Dam Sucheon. He stood before Wu-Nyun, murderous, radiating an overwhelming, oppressive aura. In a booming voice, he shouted, "Demon of Chaos." Jin Wu-Nyun's face drained of color in utter shock. The Grand Minister and the young lady were equally astounded. Xiaoman Huailing broke out in cold sweat, failing to grasp the situation. With a hesitant voice, she stammered, "Why are you here, brother? Did you resolve everything so quickly?" The Grand Minister Quan demanded answers. "Young lady Xiaoman, what is the meaning of this? You promised you would handle it." As she stammered, "I clearly..." Deep inside, the Grand Minister boiled with rage and uttered a threatening warning. This is truly unbelievable. I had high expectations for you. I knew you fell short compared to your grandfather, Xiaoman Ho. But to this extent." Twitching his lips in contempt, he continued, "The intellect and prestige of one of the highest-ranking figures under heaven. Don't tell me all of that was a lie as well." Grand Minister Quan observed, evaluated, and clicked his tongue in disdain. The youth grow incompetent by the day. Gritting his teeth through clenched jaws, young lady Xiaoman Huiling. How thoroughly disappointing. Young lady Xiaoman Huiling could only lower her head in remorse, taking full blame upon herself. I'm sorry." Later, a loud roar startled her. Xiaoman Huiling. Dam Sucheon questioned her. Could sending troops to Anhui was part of this plan? An old man came and informed me of turmoil within the Central Alliance, so I rushed back to see what was happening. Xiaoman Huiling turned pale as Sucheon. To that, the sect leader stared. "Let's have a little chat later." The young lady turned completely white. Grand Minister Quan intervened. "Sect leader Dam, this is an urgent matter concerning the safety of the Central Alliance. We are executing a criminal, so I must ask you to step aside." Dam Sucheon's face darkened. "If I refuse..." Right now, the Silent Knight and the Vanguard forces are already on the march." The sect leader questioned further, mobilizing hundreds of warriors just to capture one person. Is the Central Alliance that pathetic? Furthermore, why are you alone here? Grand Minister Quan asked back with an unblinking gaze. Are you now intending to oppose the Central Heavenly Alliance, Dam Suqian? Mar, even if you are a martial arts hero and the son of one of the nine skies, going against the will of the Central Heavenly Alliance remains a grave crime. A grave crime indeed. Dam Suqian compromised. If you wish to punish me, go ahead. Do as you please. I accept it all. However, his father, Dam Taeksim, do you think my father will sit idly? He spoke with disdain. Though he's an annoying father, times like this, he ought to step up. Wouldn't you agree? Grand Minister Quan cleared his throat. I never expected such words from you. Young Master Dam Suqian. Yet perhaps young Master Dam fails to see through the true face of the martial world. Grand Minister Quan sneered triumphantly. Dam Taeksim is merely. Dam lost composure, pointing directly at him and shouting, nonsense. I know the true face of this world. It is the very nature of you people in the Central Heavenly Alliance, feigning righteousness while being vile, cowardly, and rotten to the core. He declared, it is time I forged a completely new martial order. Bloodshot eyes and trembling hands, Grand Minister Quan snarled, Dam Suqian, do not underestimate me. The Dam Suqian raised his fist. Do as you wish. As for me, I follow my own path. He turned to Jin Wunyan and offered, I need to verify what happened. Regarding the lady's actions, I apologize on her behalf. And in any case, you've finished here. Sect leader Jin. Jin Wunyan responded politely, thank you, but this is my affair. I have no wish to burden you. Dam Suqian stared and murmured. Even so, sect leader Jin. Amidst the fading smoke, a figure approached. Dam Suqian stated, I also have a score to settle with that monster. I have a score to settle with that monster. I have a score to settle with that monster. Dai Wukang stroked his beard upon hearing his name. Very well, very well. I remember you too. Little brat of the sacred gate. Correct. Dam Suqian clasped his hands in a formal bow. Long time no see, demon of chaos. Ever since you crushed me ruthlessly. Do you know how long I've spent training tirelessly to find you? Over the past 7 years. How long has it been? I never expected to encounter you here. Why is that? Gritting his fierce teeth. I'll deal with you one by one, so step aside and get lost. And I'll crush you once more. Dam Suqian declared firmly. I want to settle this debt immediately. The clash of the powerful began. Jin Wunyan confronted Xiao Yinjing while Dam faced off against Dai Wukang. The sect leader volunteered to take on that formidable task. Leave this to me, sect leader Jin. Then, Jin Wunyan and Dam Suqian now seem to lean upon each other. Xiao Yinjing watches the disciple with a cold, pleased grin. Dam Suqian issues a stern warning to beware of the blood demon. Jin Wunyan says in a low voice, sorry to trouble you. Thanks. Then be careful, the leader says. Of course. Both flash away, leaving only blurred afterimages. The sect leader has waited ages for this, his fury bursting forth as his hand curled into a fist. Demon, I've waited for this day a long time. If Dai Wukang roars like a tiger. What's the rush? Let's see how much you've grown. The two clash fiercely, making the very ground shake violently beneath them as they engage in a battle to death. Dai Wukang glares with sharp, crimson eyes. Dam stares, wanting to devour his enemy with golden eyes. Dam and Thai lock hands in a stalemate. Dai is slightly outmatched, gasping. The sect leader applies heavy pressure, forcing Dai Wukang's fingers to bend backward. Dai Wukang refuses to yield. Blood sprays from his nose. Dam loses his footing slightly, taking no rest, not dropping his guard for a second. Dam Suqian slams his fist hard into Dai Wukang's arm. Dai Wukang angrily punches Dam Suqian straight in the face, drawing blood. Struck, Dam Suqian's eyes blaze with fiery rage, channeling his inner energy into his hands. He launches a radiant wave at Dai Wukang. Unflinching, Dai Wukang retaliates with his purgatory flame arts, just as Dam Suqian has trained in hard-stay martial arts focusing on strength and physical combat. Therefore, neither uses a weapon, relying solely on inner power and brute muscular strength. Their two techniques collide. One blazing like the radiant sun, the other pitch black like a cosmic abyss. When they meet, they trigger earth-shattering explosions, sending shockwaves destroying everything. within their radius. Meanwhile, the battle between Jin and Zhao is just as intense, matching the ferocity of the other two. You two. Wu Nian strikes out at Zhao Enjing, bringing down the vengeful spirit of the Snow Flower Sword. Zhao Enjing counters using the Forbidden Cross Blood Demon technique. Counter-attack. With sharp claws, Zhao Enjing prepares to crush Jin Wu Nian. Come on, show me that strength, Junior. There. Zhao Enjing throws a punch straight at Jin Wu Nian's face. Luckily, he dodges the fatal blow, but his cheek is still sliced open by Zhao's razor-sharp claws. Seeing this, Jin Wu Nian leaps back out of range and takes up a stance, guard in all directions. Emboldened, Zhao shouts loudly, "The fortress can't defeat the Chaos Demon." They dodge Thai Wu Kang's head. They charge at each other again, trading blows to finish off their rival. In a clash between experts, taking some hits is inevitable. This time is no exception. After taking a blow to the ribs from Zhao Enjing, Jin Wu Nian quickly retaliates by planting his Snow Flower Sword straight into Zhao Enjing's shoulder. This startles him, leaving him to gasp. Ah, shit. Blood immediately starts gushing from his shoulder. Wu Nian is in no better shape as blood pours from his side. He quickly presses a hand to the wound and lets out a grunt. Zhao Enjing laughs and says, "Still, my shoulder's worth trading for your sword, right? Ew, what's a swordsman without a sword?" With that, he reaches out to grab the blade in his shoulder, but before he can even touch the hilt, the vengeful spirit trapped within Jin Wu Nian's Snow Flower Sword begins to escape. It envelops Zhao Enjing, gripping his body tightly and making him cry out in shock. "What? I can't move my body." A woman's face forms from the vengeful spirit in Wu Nian's sword, staring fiercely as it prepares to destroy Zhao Enjing. Kill Zhao Enjing. Dazed, he recalls a woman from an ancient southern tribe whose entire clan he brutally massacred, not even sparing her from his blood art schemes. His blood ritual doomed us. He lets out a gasp. But Snowflower shows him no mercy. Its spirit still wraps around Zhao Enjing, pinning him. "This fucking shamaness," he chokes out. Meanwhile, Jin Wu Nian begins channeling his energy. His hands move so fast they leave afterimages, making it look like he has 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 heads, 6 arms. Seeing this, Zhao Enjing cries out in terror. What is this trick? There, recognizing the familiar technique, he stammers, "Could this be one of my father's moves?" Indeed, it is the ultimate technique Zhao Chunwu used against Wu Nian. Now, he's using it against Zhao Enjing. He strikes Zhao Enjing again. Wu Nian unleashes a wave of energy from his hands, shooting it straight at Zhao Enjing. He screams in panic. How is he even doing this? Could he have learned it fighting my father? This is driving me crazy. Unbelievable. There, gritting his teeth, Zhao Enjing braces for the blast. "I endured 10 years of hard work to inherit martial arts. My father couldn't even fully master." This is exactly why I hate geniuses. So skilled. The energy blast surges like a tidal wave, sweeping all in its path and creating roaring explosions, kicking up dust. Suddenly, Wu Nian's Snow Flower Sword falls freely through the air. He rushes forward to retrieve his sword, which was stuck in Zhao Enjing. He darts forward, lay lightning to a Zhao Enjing, who is now left completely shirtless, still raising his hands to block the previous attack. Ngoyen, he sneers, "Your copying skills are impressive, but obviously, your attack lacks enough lethality." Jin Wu Nian, oh Jin Wu Nian. While he's rambling, Wu Nian grinds his teeth, channeling energy into his strike. The vengeful spirit inside the Snow Flower Sword cries out, pouring bitter hatred into the coming blow. Even so, Zhao Enjing arrogantly scoffs. Enjing sneers arrogantly. "Bastard, if you're so good, copy my cross-blood demon." He raises his hands to block Wu Nian's attack. A purple gold beam flashes across Zhao Enjing. Wu Nian stands behind him, both hands posed in a sword finishing stance. Slash. Zhao Enjing's arm is cleanly severed, leaving him utterly stunned. Meanwhile, while Jin Wu Nian fights Zhao Enjing, Min Ryu Sun fights off the Cow Heaven soldiers, pursuing the group of Duong Kiwen, Tang Kiwen. Subordinates rush in one by one. Min Ryu Sun knocks them out cold one after another. Min Ryu-sun looks up at the commotion. Lion Tutu steps out and yells, "Step aside," and amidst the loud, noisy chatter of the crowd, "Let's deal with him. One of the 7 lesser heavens." One of the 7 little heavens. Lion Tutu walks forward holding a spear, continually mocking Min Ryu-sun. "You look like you'd be good for catching dogs, though catching rabid dogs isn't fun at all." Annoyed, Min Ryu-sun gestures with a provocative finger. "Shut your damn trap. Are you trying to piss me off? Was that bitch Seomun Huailing not enough for? I'll take you down and become one of the 7 heavens. Come on, da." Zhao Enjing's arm has been severed. Holding his sword at eye level, Jin Wunyun glares, eyes sharp as knives. Zhao Enjing mutters, "Teach." Jin Wunyun grips his hands tight, then slowly lowers his sword in caution, clutching his severed arm to stem the gushing blood. Zhao Enjing turns to Jin Wunyun and asks, "Hey, Jin Wunyun, isn't this a bit much?" Then, "Tranfunguyen, this is too much." He endlessly complains and whines. "Back at the Northern Heavenly Sect, I took care of you and treated you so well. How can you treat me like this now?" Zhao Enjing is shocked to see his entire abdomen slashed open, blood spurting out. My whole stomach is cut open." Zhao Enjing looks up. He rubs his forehead, laughing. "I'm bleeding." Then Zhao Enjing collapses, passing out from severe injuries, badly wounded. Jin Wunyun stands still, his eyes glancing over with a look full of sorrow. Griping his sword tightly, he whispers inwardly, "Snowflower." His expression remains unchanged. Suddenly, a loud noise nearby puts Jin Wunyun on high alert as he listens closely. Dam Su-chian takes a blow and is pushed back. "You refuse to stay down, you monster. And you look pretty much the same as before." Moving silently, Dai Wukang launches a surprise attack behind Dam Su-chian. Something blocks him, fueling Dai Wukang's anger. Too slow, too slow. Jin Wunyun appears, instantly swinging his sword to protect Dam Su-chian and block the attack. Dai Wukang pauses, then realizes with annoyance it's that Northern Heavenly brat. Jin Wunyun glances sideways without a word. Dam Su-chian unleashes 2 explosive techniques and charges straight at Dai Wukang. Seeing this, Dai Wukang laughs excitedly. "Oh, has your death day arrived? Ha." Dai Wukang conjures a black vortex and sneers. "I'll go all out with this final blow. You kids." Jin Wunyun and Dam Su-chian pour all their strength, flexing their muscles and shouting loudly. Dai Wukang similarly rushes forward with all his might. The attacks are both powerful and fierce, obscured by an extremely thick cloud of smoke. Dai Wukang is defeated, lying motionless, as if unconscious. The impact knocks Jin Wunyun and Dam Su-chian back. Exhausted, both struggle to prop themselves up and stand back up. Dam Su-chian keeps his eyes locked on Dai Wukang, urging Jin Wunyun urgent to. With that immortal body, the Chaos Demon might recover at any moment. Yarf, leave him to me from now on and get out of here. Jin Wunyun looks back anxiously with hesitation, but knowing Jin Wunyun is uneasy about leaving him, Dam Su-chian reassures him. "Don't worry, I'm Dam Su-chian. I've trained 7 years just for the Chaos Demon. Go on, Sect Leader Jin, you still have things you need to do. Escape safely from Cow Heaven, so you can help me forge a new Jianghu later." Jin Wunyun looks at Dam Su-chian with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Sect Leader Dam. And for your help before, too. One day, I will definitely repay this favor." Dam Su-chian stands with a smile, watching Jin Wunyun depart, and reassures him with a grin. Jin Wunyun casts one last look at Dam Su-chian before hurrying away. Dai Wukang lies unconscious, then gradually heals his wounds and manages to regain consciousness, opening his eyes. Zhao Enjing is still lying motionless, heavily injured, unable to walk yet. Seeing this, 2 subordinates anxiously run over. "Young Master Zhao," one stammers. "Arg, Tutu." After him, Wunyun. The 2 subordinates fuss over him and reply, "Dit, we'll give the order right away. You've lost too much blood. It's dangerous. Please don't talk so much. We need to stop the bleeding." Zhao Enjing grabs his hand. "Tula 2, chase Jin Wunyun, fast." Ne chase Tran Nguyen fast. Hearing that, one subordinate quickly runs off, noticing his hand being held tightly. The subordinate thinks Zhao Enjing has something to say and asks, "Dit, young master." Zhao Enjing smiles dangerously. Tich, ha. His fingers dig deep into Tulatu's flesh, making blood gush out. Tulatu gasps in shock. Oh. Feeling the pain and terror, he stammers, "Young master." Zhao Enjing drains all the blood from his body. He screams in vain agony, "Young master." Stopping mid-sentence, Tulatu is now a dried husk of skin and bone, devoid of life. Zhao Enjing licks his lips and smiles. Revived, extremely excited, he mutters, "Ha, life is a chore. And, ha, damn, life is exhausting." Siu Mun Ho and the masked figures gaze at a shadow, hurriedly gliding across the rooftops. Jin Wu Nyun's figure flashes past, glancing at Siu Mun Ho and his gang. Siu Mun Ho and his subordinates set sights on Wu Nyun. Siu Mun Ho's eyes narrow, hinting at a hidden mystery. Jin Wu Nyun glares at Siu Mun Ho from afar, then darts away quickly to continue with his mission. Annoyed, Siu Mun Ho murmurs orders to a subordinate. "Touch, go report this to the 9 heavens." "Ah," the masked figure replies. "Dit, there." Siu Mun Ho prepares himself and adds, "I'll head to the 9-fold pavilion." Standing behind them, Siu Mun Huiling overhears, breaking into a cold sweat, thinking, "What? They're mobilizing the 9 heavens." And the sky's pitch black, the tense sounds of swords clashing echo right now as Tu Mushang wields twin blades, slashing down the soldiers. Soldiers swarm to block them as teammates push forward. Tu Mushang cuts down soldiers, who scream in agony. Tu Mushang drops to the ground to report and reassure his comrades. The number of pursuers is dropping. Hence, Hatranlite worries the ox will exhaust itself, shouting, "We'll be out of cow heaven soon. Ah, hang in there a little longer, my invincible ox." Duong Kivan sits behind the ox with Hatrangoyat feeling uneasy and whispering, "Ryu's son." Hatrangoyat turns to encourage him. "Miley, Tang Kiwen, brother, don't. Min Liu Shan will surely survive and chase us." Just then, the strange sight made to Mo Thuong and everyone else stop, sensing something wrong. They were stunned, unable to look away. To Mo Thuong and his team halted, frozen in shock. A voice rang out, halting their advance. Could it be a 9 heavens seat? The air grew heavy. Massive waves of dark energy engulfed Siu Mun Ho. The atmosphere became suffocating. A piercing sound echoed through the air. Siu Mun Ho stood tall in mid-air. Those below watched with wary eyes. Ha Chen said, "A 9 heavens seat." Siu Mun Ho. "Yeah," Siu Mun Ho said coldly. "I knew it." Ha Chen tensely analyzed his movements, using illusion and spirit arrays to warp space, so he can hover in the air like that. Siu Mun Ho sneered. "I am Siu Mun Ho, one of the 9 heavens seats." He stared at Ha Chen trembling under pressure. "Can't you all see it?" Siu Mun Ho looked down like insects. "I'm curious what the face of the one who made my so many times looks like." Ha Chen forced smile. "Handsome, right?" "An," he thought. "Damn it. Bad luck." Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Siu Mun Ho asked, putting the Siu Mun hair beneath you. "Do you know you're quite clever too?" And Ha Chen though worried, tried to stay calm. "What? It's all in the blood. To some extent, I was born with a smart brain. That's not something accumulated over hundreds of years." Siu Mun Ho spoke again, coldly. "Dit, that's true, but there's one more thing." Ha Chen thens, "What else?" Siu Mun Ho smiled sinisterly. "Ask 1, no 10. Ask 1, no 100. These, the growth of the Siu Meng clan. Therefore, all geniuses must be found and removed from this world." And Ha Chen was stunned by his answer. What? He's proud of that. Now he's planning to eliminate me. And Duong Kivan shouted in protest. "So the mighty powers of this world use such despicable methods. Aren't you ashamed?" Siu Mun Ho replied. "Duong Kivan, the lord of 10,000 poisons. Duong Kivan, if you keep that attitude, you'll never amount to anything. To rule this world, you can't just use force alone." And he continued, "Don't you know? The Duong clan is huge." And Duong Kivan sweated, staring at Siu Mun Ho. Siu Mun Ho lectured. The head of the Đường clan, Đường Quân Vũ, is in Sichuan. He's already sent many of the Sun Han clan to deaths. A clan that huge has at least 1,000 members. That's reality. Didn't you contribute too? Đường Kỳ Vấn fell silent, unable to argue. Siêu Mun Ho arrogantly continued. Enough talk. That traitor Trần Vũ Nguyên, I'll... A faint blue light emanated from beneath his feet. Siêu Mun Ho stepped out of the array. Ha Chunwiet subtly realized his intent. Tiger form, heaven-encompassing step. Countless dense patterns covered the sky. Everyone below was gradually swallowed by darkness. Đường Kỳ Vấn looked worriedly at his granddaughter, My Lệ. At that moment, My Lệ was also terrified, looking at her Trần. Nguyệt shouted, "Everyone, stay calm. We must stay as alert as possible." Then darkness engulfed his face completely. Ha Chunwiet despaired. Damn it. At this rate, we're done for. I need to think of a plan fast. I didn't expect to face this so soon. Yeah, is it time? He recalled the past. The strategic blueprint centered on Hubei province, the design for building Van Trung Thien. Thus, in a corner of an alley, a figure sat crouched. Ha Chunwiet was carefully examining these strange, nameless stones. Behind him, Ha Chunwiet snuck away. I've been preparing for you all along. Yes. Suddenly, his hand glowed with brilliant blue light. In the darkness, throughout the city, pillars appeared. Every place, every corner. All of Van Trung Thien has become an array now. On, just as he said. The light across the city formed a massive formation. Ha Chunwiet clasped his hands in a seal. The darkness around him slowly receded. This is how you fight back against centuries of clan accumulation. 9 provinces grand array. It's worth facing, isn't it? I was once cornered by your granddaughter. Though I can't compare to you and her, it was enough of a lesson for me. Ha Chunwiet raised his hands to the sky. The array patterns on his hands formed many circles. He shouted, "I'm not easy prey." Siêu Mun Ho was startled. Then, scene shift. Tai Vũ Cương lay unconscious on the rubble. His body was scorched red. Tai Vũ Cương opened his eyes, gasping for breath. He stood up, his body slowly restoring itself. He mused, a pity, still a bit flawed. Dam Tu Thien assumed a fighting stance. Tough one. I can't drag this out any longer. There. He stomped the ground, shattering the stones into pieces. Dam Tu Thien swiftly lunged at Tai Vũ Cương. Tai Vũ Cương laughed excitedly. The clash sent everything around them flying. Dam Tu Thien and Tai Vũ Cương locked eyes. Given, they moved from place to place. Without pause, Dam Tu Thien twisted mid-air, his legs striking at speed toward Tai Vũ Cương. Tai Vũ Cương couldn't dodge and was smashed down, but he grabbed Dam Tu Thien's foot in time. He hurled Dam Tu Thien's body away. Dam Tu Thien, covered in blood, cried out in pain, hit the ground. But Dam Tu returned. Now, watch, Vũ Cương. This, my technique, will, it will devour your very essence, speed, power, with each strike. Pathetic. My primordial chaos demon art will seep into your inner energy and destroy everything. Dark veins slowly spread up to his arms. Tai Vũ Cương rejoiced seeing the veins on Dam Tu Thien's arms. It can also turn your energy into mine, and let me absorb it. Tai Vũ Cương veins bulged, but his lips curled into a mad laugh. Dam Tu Thien calmly replied, "Oh, then absorb as much as you like." At the same time, 4 golden arms appeared behind him. Dam Tu Thien said confidently. Tai Vũ Cương stared in shock. As the 4 golden arms pierced his body, golden patterns covered Dam Tu Thien's body. If your blood and heart are destroyed, can you recover? Chaos demon. The golden patterns spread at visible speed. Tai Vũ Cương body began to swell. He opened his mouth and screamed. Everything around was blasted into pieces again. Tai Vũ Cương broke free, screaming in agony. Dam Tu Thien watched him coldly. Damn Tu Thiên. He steadied himself, trying to maintain his breathing. Then his eyes lit up. His fist shot forward. The ice wrapped around his arm shattered into pieces. The punch landed squarely on Tai Vũ Cương stomach. The blow sent Tai Vũ Cương flying halfway. The strike was the holy light flowing fist. The punch was so strong it left a huge hole. Tai Vũ Cương let out a twisted laugh. It's entering my body and destroying it. I can feel it. Here. Even with Damn Tu Thiên gripping his neck, he smiled calmly. This truly can't be healed. This thing is a true nemesis of chaos. You've won. Damn Tu Thiên asked. What exactly is it? Tai Vũ Cương eyes slowly faded. The situation. About 150 years ago. I don't remember the exact time anymore. There was a woman obsessed with power. She confirmed her strength with something she shouldn't have used, became arrogant, and caused. He planned to turn her into a killing weapon or a toy. If she failed or lost value, he would kill her, mercilessly. I couldn't bear it, so in the end, I made a contract with that demon, with her life. As the condition, then I cultivated the chaos demon art. I began living like an undying hunting dog. No, that wasn't living. Even while sleeping, I was bound. Opening my eyes was probably my main activity. Every time I woke, the world had changed. I had to open my eyes for the thieves. I had to open my eyes for those needing elimination. Open my eyes to hunt the 4 demon generals. From then on, that girl also learned the Ice Heart Jade art, losing her memories. Eventually, her martial arts reached their peak. It reached a level that slowed her aging, and she became one of the 4 demon generals. I lived this wretched life for her. Yet and she didn't even recognize me. Deed. Better not to know, not to remember. That's luckier. What a tragedy. I just want to see her face. One more time. Tai Vũ Cương face slowly dissolved. He smiled peacefully. You asked who I am. Right. Sometimes I'm the morning star, sometimes the central plains. This world has no absolute good or evil, only what's worse. There. Tai Vũ Cương sighed softly as Damn Tu Thiên watched. Boy. No, Damn Tu Thiên, end this hellish life of mine. He left his final words before completely vanishing. Thank you. There. Damn Tu Thiên breathed heavily, looking down. In his hand were teeth slowly disappearing. Damn Tu Thiên clenched his fist and roared. Scene shift to Tam Nhãn Tu Sinh and Siêu Moon Hoa. Hachan Nguyệt held his hands high. Behind him, magic circles stacked upon each other, while Hachan Nguyệt focused on maintaining the array. Đường Kỳ Vấn worriedly held Mỹ Lệ, trying to calm her down. Are you okay? Slowly, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. The array was broken quickly. But surely Đường Mỹ Lệ was struggling to breathe. She stayed in the array. Her life would be in danger. He looked at Đường Mỹ Lệ in pain and cursed. Damn it. Tamo Thuong seized the chance to order. Around him. Listen carefully. From now on, I'll assist Master Tam Lao in fighting Siêu Man Ho. I only need 2 of you. The rest of you, support the 10,000 Poisons Lord. Use your very lives to protect the young lady. Our opponent is a 9 heaven seat. Give it your all. The array before Hachan Nguyệt began to expand. He charged forward. His entire body was surrounded by runes. His array radiated energy spreading. The array headed towards Siêu Man Ho. Hachan Nguyệt strained to maintain the array. His face was slightly pale. His power is terrifying, as expected of Siêu Man Ho. I can't take him down like this. I need to trap him in the 3-headed maze array. There. In contrast, Siêu Man Ho stood calmly before the array. Hachan Nguyệt thought to himself, the illusory shadow array. What else does it need? Look at him. If he destroys my array, then immediately he'll suffer a massive backlash from it. While Siêu Man Hoa dealt with Hachan Nguyệt from behind, Tamo Thuong and 2 others rushed in. Tamo Thuong swung his 2 swords without hesitation. Siêu Man Ho analyzed. A loser. Indeed, not just a clever scholar. And he gripped his folding fen tightly. A talented, powerful one. A talented, powerful one. Siêu Man Ho swung his fen, filled with energy, toward Tamo Thuong. His energy, like a blade, slashed forward. But you're not as good as your father. I've seen it all already. Siêu Man Ho clicked his tongue. How dare you? There, just as he was distracted, Đường Kỳ Vấn appeared before him. Đường Kỳ Vấn blew out a cloud of green dust. Beneath the ground, countless corpses lay scattered everywhere. Lian Toto was still fighting fiercely. Her swordsmanship was fluid and graceful. Lian To's sword matched her style. It was a blade with a serpentine shape. Lian Toto pointed her sword forward. She unleashed a flurry of rapid thrusts. Min Lu Sun, head bleeding, struggled to dodge. Still, Min Lu Sun couldn't avoid all attacks. The ribbon wrapped around his gourd was cut. Then Min Lu Sun hurled poison at Lian Toto. The smoke formed a ferocious wolf shape. Lian Toto covered her nose to block the poison from entering. Avoiding his poison is a hassle. I need to destroy his poison gourd. Her undulating blade slashed forward. The attack tore Min Lu Sun's clothes, causing the gourds on his body to fall out. Min Lu Sun grew angry, realizing her intent. Damn it, he's after my gourds. He watched the gourd fly away. Good thing I don't have much poison left. Min Lu Sun hurled his 2 remaining gourds forward. Take all my last poison. Lian Toto reacted in time, spinning her sword to form a barrier, deflecting the poison smoke. Seizing the chance, Min Lu Sun moved behind Lian Toto. He threw a punch at her, but Lian Toto was faster. He cried out in pain as the wound tore open. Suddenly, Min Lu Sun noticed something. His gaze fell on people fleeing toward the city gate. Where are they going? There. Min Lu Sun remembered the gourd near the left gate. The poison the master placed at the gate was almost used up. He searched his memory for the location of the second gourd, placed on the right side near the gate. I wonder how much is left. As Lian To thrust her sword at Min Lu Sun, he kept his attention on the fleeing people. He managed to spin, hurling poison at the ground. At the crowd, Min Lu Sun roared, "Damn it!" Toxic smoke quickly engulfs the fleeing group. They are instantly poisoned, coughing blood. One by one, they collapse. Good thing I still have my last gourd. At that moment, Lian Susu's sword stabs straight into his chest. Lian Susu looks down. Where are you looking? I am your opponent. Maong Ryusan grips his sword, hands bleeding. My chance. That bastard Lian Susu startles. Damn it. How? He can still sit up, seeing Maong Ryusan's movement. Lian Susu trembles slightly. No way. Is this the power of a dying man? Maong Ryusan gnashes his teeth. Maong Ryusan growls. He summons strength to stand before her. Lian Susu panics, holding the spearhead with one hand and throwing a punch, swinging her fist with the other. Bastard. She punches him in the face, thinking that would finish it, but her fist is stopped by Maong Ryusan, blocked by Maong Ryusan. Maong Ryusan grits his teeth until they bleed. Lian Susu's terrified eyes meet Maong Ryusan's completely crazed gaze, completely devoid of reason. Then Maong Ryusan bites into her neck. Lian Susu can't believe it. How can this be? Maong Ryusan bites down on her neck with all his might. Her expression changes. She screams in panic. Damn it, stop this right now. Maong Ryusan has completely lost his mind, continuing to bite into her neck. Lian Susu's vision fades from the pain. She lets out desperate screams. Finally, Maong Ryusan successfully bites through Lian Susu's neck. Blood spurts everywhere. Lian Susu collapses, leaving only Maong Ryusan standing frozen in place. Right after, he collapses as Lian Susu's head rolls nearby. Her head falls close by. He can only lie there, panting and exclaiming, "Damn it, I did it. I pulled it off. I'm so exhausted." His face is covered in blood. His vision blurs. Wonder if Master is safe and sound. He recalls past events. The first memory is an argument with Jin Wunyan. Then comes the worried expression of Dang Jaiwan grabbing his arm, tackling him, because back then, he was poisoned. The next scene shows Dang Jaiwan extending his hand out to him, extending his hand before him, with a gentle expression. Maong Ryusan stares blankly at his gesture, then he quickly bows, slamming his head to the ground. In the past, he constantly teased Jin Woo-neun even though Jin Woo-neun ignored him. Happy moments of everyone gathering together appear vividly as well. Dang Jaiwon gently guides Myong Ryu-san to stop his inner ki on the palm of his hand. Myong Ryu-san tries to follow along. Dang Jaiwon also gets tense over his form. His actions make him laugh and feel moved. Tears well up in the corners of Myong Ryu-san's eyes. He feels regretful. No matter what, that idiot Myong Ryu-san can't let this chance slip. He must seize it. No matter what. Myong Ryu-san's vision fades. He is also a man of Dang. Myong Ryu-san's eyes closed. His name will be remembered in the Jiangyu. Before completely closing his eyes, he wonders, for a wretch to do this. That's pretty impressive, right? Damn it, I'm definitely going to die here. I'm dying. Sorry, and thank you, everyone. Before Myong Ryu-san can leave last words, Jin Woo-neun appears and catches him. Who said you have permission to die? Dang Jaiwon blows poison at Seo Mun-ho. Thick toxic smoke blankets the area. Then the toxic smoke gradually reveals Seo Mun-ho's figure. He still stands calmly in the smoke. Dang Jaiwon is startled. Seo Mun-ho appears and sweeps Dang Jaiwon's group away. All three crash into a building, creating a massive explosion. The two beside him quickly get up and trek on Dang Jaiwon. Are you alright? Dang Jaiwon replies. I'm fine. Are you guys alright too? Tension builds. I mix blood hidden pill, cow fragrance and soul chasing poison. That poison hasn't taken full effect yet, but it will gradually kick in. Until then, I must endure a little longer. Tu Sang-moo spits out a mouthful of blood and curses under his breath. Damn it, my head hurts so much. He coughs up a mouthful of blood. I prepared this much, and it's not enough. Seo Mun-ho raises his hand, drops a formation. Thinking you prepared everything, you must feel utterly frustrated now. Right, you're exceptional, but this is your first ever set up this formation, right? The difference is the gap in experience. Both had plans, but life experience matters. He continues speaking, however, practical experience must never be underestimated. Suddenly, he narrows his eyes, noticing something. Attacks are unleashed like a storm. Heavenly sword, dark moon severing heaven. Seo Mun-ho's formation instantly shatters. Nam Surayon and Wu Guang protect Ha Jinwoo. Jinwoo, are you alright? Ha Jinwoo replies in surprise. Wu Guang. Dang Jaiwon also mentioned Wu Guang of the Mount Hua. And young lady Nam Surayon of Wushan. Ha Jinwoo wipes blood from his mouth. Long time no see, old friend, though my state is quite embarrassing. Wu Guang, you punk. I introduced young Master Jin for nothing. What on earth is going on between you guys and the 9 heavens? What is going on? Dang Jaiwon worries. Thanks for the help, but will you guys be okay? Nam Surayon looks a bit tense. I don't know what's going on. Are you committing crimes with Silent Night? Even if so, doing this to 9 heavens. Seo Mun-ho lands. Mount Hua's Wu Guang. Wushan sect's Nam Surayon. Now you dare point swords at 9 heavens. Nam Surayon refuses to use the 9 heavens, who should be protecting the central plains, are using force to bully the weak like this. Wu Guang continues. Right at this chaotic time due to Silent Night's attack. What are you planning for reinforcements? Heading to the front lines. Seo Mun-ho loses patience as formations continually appear around him. How arrogant. Time to clean up this world. Defying 9 heavens. What of your sex? What will happen? On the other side, Jin Woo-neun supports Myong Ryu-san and says, who is dying? Huh. Myong Ryu-san calls out in surprise. Jin. Jin Woo-neun tries to hold him. You've worked hard. Just hold on longer. Brother Jin, compared to the warriors who left traces along the way, let's reunite and heal our wounds too. Young Master Jin. From what I learned, I'm certain that the warriors of Yunjuntian and the 7 young heavens, nothing compared to you, right? Jin Woo-neun hoists him and hurries away. That's right. After this, we'll practice martial arts together more, so please hold on just a little longer. He worries. He is growing weaker. Jin Woo-neun bites his lip in self-blame. I was too arrogant, too complacent, too reckless. I should have been focused. I should have been much more cautious. He remembers Thai Yulan's warning. Young Master Jin, perhaps later you'll gain an even greater reputation. The more you do, the more you'll gradually ruin yourself. Thai Yulan looks at him seriously. Don't be too arrogant and complacent. Maintain your original resolve. Not only you, but those around you will also face danger. Chu Yuen Kang also once mocked him. From what I see, you seem to be growing complacent without even realizing it. With just a flick of your sword, dozens of lives are sliced like tofu, and even the strongest masters fall beneath your feet. Isn't that comforting? Jin Wunun had confidently said, I will resolve everything. I will solve everything. Jin Wunun carries him, questioning himself. Ever since entering Jiangyu, everything has gone too smoothly. Without knowing when, I lost my inherent caution and vigilance. I sank into a feeling of self-complacency. That's the only outcome I could think of just because I could solve everything. People had to face danger. I am such a fool, such a fool. Myong Ryu-san whispers, if I weren't a burden, everyone wouldn't be in this state. Jin Yunun denies it. It's not your fault. It's mine. I'm so it's all because of me. All my fault. Myong Ryu-san says weakly. Jin Wunun, Master. He gets cut off. Stop saying such pathetic things. You must survive, brother. Cheongin quickly catches up and calls out Jin Wunun. Running alongside him, he yells Jin Wunun. But Jin Wunun mutters, must survive, must survive. It's all my fault. Cheongin shouts loudly, hey, Jin Wunun. Jin Wunun startles and looks to the side. He looks surprised. Cheongin, since when? Cheongin says angrily, hey, snap out of it. I've called you so many times already. You don't acknowledge me. Jin Wunun feels guilty. I'm sorry. First, let's. Cheongin sighs deeply. He hesitates and tells Jin Wunun, he's already dead, so put him down. Jin Wunun is shocked. What? He asks. Ryu-san. Then Jin Wunun gently sets Myong Ryu-san down on the ground. Hey, Myong Ryu-san. But Myong Ryu-san still shows no reaction. Cheongin says firmly, we don't have time. Snap out of it and listen carefully. Jin Wunun pays no attention to what he's saying. No way. Open your eyes. Cheongin grabs his shoulders. Snap out of it. What will happen if you keep falling apart like this? He yells. You can mourn and feel grief. He fought with us and tried his absolute best, fighting for his comrades by his own will and choice. Do you want his sacrifice to be in vain? Snap out of it. He thinks. Jin Wunun isn't like this kid. Fight and endure entirely alone, but even so, anyone would eventually burn out. Lately, with the Hegemony Society, the four great demonic leaders, Silent Knight rescuing White Dragon Spear, Lion Tianhua, White Knight Demonic Woman, Cho Yuen Kyung, Fiendish Demon, so much has happened in such a short time, just dealing with what he knows mentally and physically. It's definitely exhausting. Furthermore, mentally and physically, he is exhausted. The death of Bloodhound Wulang. No matter how cold-hearted he was still a human being cornered like that, with no other choice left than to collapse from exhaustion. He softens his tone, but listen to what I'm saying. Cheongin tries to grab his attention. According to the info I got, 9 Heavens Siuman Ho has intercepted Su Musang's group. They are fighting. But their opponent is Siuman Ho. I don't know what's happening anymore. Hurry and help them. Also, a large number of Ashura members are pursuing. Vanguard are chasing. Stop wasting time. We don't have time left. He hoists Myong Ryu-san onto his shoulder. I'll take care of this kid and follow behind you. Go join up with them quickly. Hurry. There's no time. Jin Wunun reluctantly agrees. I understand. Be careful of those tailing you. Cheongin turns back to remind him. You be careful. Snap out of it and survive. Looking at Myong Ryu-san motionless, Jin Wunun's heart is flooded with guilt. Finally, he closes his eyes tightly. Jin Wunun decisively turns his back. He rapidly runs toward the city. Ashura vanguard. Jin Wunun stops running and halts. He takes a stance to draw his sword. He swiftly dashes past the vanguard members. In seconds, countless people are sliced. Jin Wunun frowns, watching blood splatter. Jin Wunun's on the ground. But wave after wave keeps coming. One group tries to pin Jin Wunyan down to the ground, while another group charges from the air at lightning speed. He moves, trying to break free from their restraint. Two figures rush forward at breakneck speed. They execute the three origin technique. The newcomers are Kwak Munjong and Huang Jiol. Huang Jiol says, "Sorry for being late." Huang Jiol and Kwak Munjong anxiously turn back to look at Jin Wunyan. Jin Wunyan is startled. "Uncle Huang, Munjong, why are you two here?" "Initially, when we heard news of a public trial for the young master, plus the appearance of the 8 heavens, Lion Tianhu, I told myself I had to arrive early, but due to business with the White Dragon Troop. Apologies, young master." Kwak Munjong asks, "Are you all right? What is going on here?" Suddenly, a scream cuts through the three people's conversation. A crowd in hooded robes charges forward. A grey-haired man with swollen muscles grabs an old man by the neck, as red auras continuously seep from the old man into his body. Cho Yuen Kyung asks with his severed arm, "Oh." Huang Jiol is flustered. "What's that?" "A monster sucking blood. Ashura blood demonic art. And that person," he recalls, "isn't that Cho Yuen Kyung? Cho Chien-woo wasn't the mastermind behind that clan massacre. Oh heavens, he used to be such a good person. I was just a low-ranking warrior at the North Heavenly Gate, so he probably doesn't remember me, but I remember him very well." Jin Wunyan draws his sword and demands, "Step back." "A lot," Cho Yuen Kyung said, son of the fist demon Cho Chien-woo, a renowned ambition to conquer the world and hold the power of life, death, and rule. Life is like that, Wunyan. Pretty miserable, right? And the funny thing is, a red aura gathers around his arm. While getting beaten to death by you. My martial arts seem to evolve to a whole new level. Funny, right? Thanks to that, I've discovered a new way to use my martial arts." Cho Yuen Kyung laughs sinisterly. "One's greatest enemy is the best master." In Jin Wunyan's eyes, a sharp glint appeared that he could hardly hide. He drew his sword and charged straight at Zhao Enjing. Zhao Enjing didn't retreat either. He crazily lunged toward Jin Wunyan. Both rushed at each other at the same time. Suddenly a slash appeared. The 32 plum blossom sword. Zhao Enjing glared at the floating petals. Jin Wunyan stopped but kept his grip. Sword. He stared in awe at the petals before him. Jin Wunyan realized the man standing there. Petal Storm was Elder Chilsung of Mount Hua sect. He glared at Zhao Enjing. "You're the head of the double-faced Ashura organization, aren't you?" Zhao Enjing rubbed his head and smiled. "Right, there was a spy planted in Mount Hua. The one who killed himself wasn't there." Chilsung raised his sword, furious. "Myong Won, innocent for 10 years. He recalled, "He was my beloved disciple. As a disciple of Mount Hua, yet you dare call him a spy." Clearly, besides Mount Hua, others were planted in the sects by the real double-faced Ashura, because, first, Bear, Enjing, I can't reveal the secret, but our side has also trained spies for at least 5 years, then placed them in each sect and kept them for over 10 years. Dying at 10 years seems a bit early. Should have been 15. Such a loss hurts us. 2. Chilsung was furious. "You bastard. Stop muddying the argument. Answer my question. What exactly are you plotting?" Zhao Enjing's face darkened. "Those who know must die." His eyes turned red. "Even so, you still want to know." Chilsung slashed out a plum whirlwind. He shouted, "I am Chilsung of Mount Hua. Since you disrupted our sect, I'll eradicate them root and branch." Jin Wunyan was confused. "Elder Chilsung," he replied. "At the rear gate of Unjuncture, the Muzhen and Gongdong sects have gone to help. You should head there too. Send my regards to the Jiang family." Jin Wunyan hesitated, "But alone." "There," Chilsung interrupted. "My disciples will arrive. This is Mount Hua's grudge. Leave it to me." To me, please, sword uncle." Jin Wunyan was silent, then agreed. "All right, please be careful." Then Jin Wunyan and his group ran back toward the battle. A group stood before a massive formation. Jin Woo frowned, redrawing the formation. What was it? What to burn? Gamway position. No, that's not perfect. If so, it should be the John position. My practical experience is still too weak. Damn it. I've trained so much over the years. Hajinwal thought until sweat poured. Need to add more to make it stronger. Make it perfect. I don't ask for much. Tear. He kept drawing different formations. Just enough to bind Siamun Ho. He said, even 10 minutes. Please buy time. Some time, just a little. Siamun Ho spoke from the formation. This will also heavily affect the Gongdong sect and the Musan sect. Nam Surayon leaped towards Siamun Ho, even as a heavenly seat. You can't ignore public opinion. The Gongdong sect, Musan sect, and their supporters. Mu Guang shouted, if you oppose it, the heavenly seat harms. Innocents must face punishment. Bukcheong Gate is shifting 2 formations. Blasting all 3 away. Pitiful, shaken by that brat. The sword pierced the ground. The friction made screeching sounds. So Moksang drove his sword into the earth, then quickly flipped up. So Moksang drew his sword and slashed at Siamun Ho. Siamun Ho didn't even glance back. You only know how to attack from behind. He raised his hand to block So Moksang's slash. This low-level technique won't touch me. Me. So Moksang gritted his teeth. Protect everyone and escape Unjunction safely. So Moksang's sword kept attacking Siamun Ho's formation. He struggled to hold on. That phrase was the order, and with it, Siamun Ho's formation was cut by his twin swords, successfully severed. So Moksang slashed at Siamun Ho's head, but he quickly dodged. Siamun Ho's eyes widened in shock. This guy pierced my formation, so it wasn't ordinary Kyongyuan technique. It's clearly been enhanced. Those behind seized the chance and surged forward. Disciples of the various sects also rushed in. Siamun Ho was furious. You bugs. So many this time. He blasted away all who approached. Mu Guang, Nam Surion, and So Moksang struggled against him. Of Siamun Ho's formation, he coldly fanned himself. Just bugs squirming. But his pride didn't last long. Suddenly he spat out blood. What? I blocked every entry point. Suddenly he noticed Tang Kaiyuan channeling his energy. Kian Rockbulchim. Tang Kaiyuan thought, finally it's reacting. It seems the senior the world fears. The more you resist, the worse it gets. It will erase your achievements and slowly drain you dry. On Hajinwal's side, he was slumped, staring intently at the messy formations drawn on the ground. He rejoiced. So that's it. That's it. I know now. Got it. Siamun Ho. Siamun Ho. He marveled. Terrible. The more I run my energy, the harder the poison gets. If so, I must keep using my energy. But what if I stop? Replace poison blood in battle. That's right. That's the way. Return to the interrupted fight. Seal everything and restore the strategy. Go back to before it stopped. Before he could act, 3 darts struck around him. Hajinwal raised his hands and said to Tang, Myrai, you helped me overcome my fear. Lady Tang. Now it's my turn. At the spots where the darts landed, formations began to appear. Siamun Ho was shocked. A formation that warps space. It's gotten quite strong, but still not enough for me, you bastards. Black spheres began to engulf him. The more I run my energy, the more my poison spreads. On the other side, Tang Kaiyuan was straining. Poison is my strongest asset thanks to it. The practical gap and age difference are fully covered. Siamun Ho. The whole city lit up. But quickly the formation dissolved into dust, floating in the air. Siamun Ho was left alone. He sighed. What an insult. Daring to trap me in a formation. Siamun Ho smiled contemptuously. My blood is boiling. Myriad poison pavilion master. I'll remember this. Later. Timur. Meanwhile, Hajinwal's group was using top speed to flee the city. Run. Hajinwal tightened his hair tie. Before it was your granddaughter. Now it's you. You keep giving me trials and lessons to teach me great things. Thanks to that, I've learned a lot. Ghost-faced Siamun Ho. Next time I'll return with even greater things than this. So wait for me. The moonlight was covered by clouds. Sounds kept echoing in the night. The group with an ox cart was racing forward. Hajinwal was now drenched in sweat, his face slightly troubled. He recalled what happened before parting with Nam Surayon and Mugwang. When everyone gathered in a clearing in the forest, Hajinwal spoke up. With so many, we managed to escape. Thank you, Mugwang. Thank you, Miss Nam. Hajinwal smiled and said, anyway, this will surely harm the Gongdong and Musan sects. I know an apology won't help. But, Mugwang calmly replied, to some extent, it might avoid political backlash. However, not long ago at the public trial, due to the baseless accusations of young Master Jin about Botcheon Gate's massacre, along with the suspicious actions of Botcheon's pillar, Yonchinwei, it created mutual suspicion among the 9 heavens of Unjungcheon. So we probably won't be affected much. Nam Surayon had her eyes serious, staring at Hajinwal. Right, from the start, our Musan sect never cared about worldly affairs, so there's no reason to suffer harm. I've also received much help from Sword Uncle, so one day, I want to lend a hand too, so don't worry too much. After hearing this, Hajinwal spoke up to bid farewell. If you think that way, I can only say thank you even more. Then may you all travel safely. And if fate allows, we'll meet again. Then Hajinwal's group and the 2 sects began to split into 2 directions and flee. Hajinwal ended his recollection. He stared ahead. The sounds of movement kept ringing in his ears. Tang Kaiyuan was also gazing intently into the distance. He turned his head back with a hint of reluctance. He remembered Min Yusan's expression before part. Yusan, why so late? Min Yusan's figure, carrying the poison jar in his memory, looked so lonely it made him uneasy. He worried. Yusan, definitely. Tang Kaiyuan turned to Hajinwal. If we don't do this, the Jiang family will be in trouble. I can't return to the Tang family. The moment I go back, it'll only get harder. Hajinwal felt uneasy. Anyway, it's already like this. Brother, you've supported me fully, but I'm sorry for making this decision. He looked at the silver snow wrapped in cloth. No matter what, I must be more careful. Tang Kaiyuan interrupted. I don't want to hear apologies. The family head fears no one and always does what needs to be done. Tran, even so, I shouldn't be at the Jiang family for now, even for a bit, but it's the only way to minimize damage. Tang Mairai silently listened to the 2 talk. After they finished, she asked, so where do we go now? Nay. Hajinwal looked seriously into the distance. We head south. Tang Kaiyuan wondered. South, not north. The south is Unjungcheon's territory, and of course the surrounding sects are all under Unjungcheon's influence. Surely they'll think the same. So we must go south. First, head south. There. Suddenly, So Moksang noticed something. Hajinwal looked at the figure standing on the boat. The figure gradually became clear. Hajinwal rejoiced. Big brother, it's you. Big brother took off his hat and said, if it's you, I figured you'd come here. Hajinwal joyfully hugged him, pressing his face against him, laughing loudly. Big brother. Oh. Big brother, I always need a boat to cross the river. Thank you so much. I understand. Thank you. You're the best. Big brother helplessly dodged. I'm going crazy. Should I just go back? He scolded. Stop those disgusting actions. Get on the boat, you idiot. The boat silently glided on the river under the bright moonlight. On the other side, Jin Wunyun with Quack Munjong and Huang Keel were still moving. They ran at extreme speed. Jin Wunyun was still bleeding. A thought flashed through his mind. Jin Wunyun glanced behind. Could it be? Elder Chilsung has been defeated. Damn it. All three suddenly stopped. A sharp sword path was approaching within mere seconds. His sword flashed in the night. Quack Munjong. Quack Munjong leaned against Huang Qiu's back and shouted, how many of them are there? Really, they won't let go. Huang Qiu reminded Munjong, focus and be careful. But they were quickly taken down by arrows and blades piercing straight through their heads. A group in brown clothing appeared. The three were surprised. Jin Wunyun. Subscribe to the channel to not miss exciting videos. Then, at a time when most martial artists fled from the appearance of the Iron Cavalry, Jin Wunyan sheathed his sword and asked, "Why you, sir?" Long Wusong replied, "With them scattering lie that, how could I not know?" He smiled knowingly. "The debt from losing the last battle at the hegemony meeting, you want to repay it with this. But we don't want unnecessary feuds with them. This time, I can't help you to the end. Just slip away quietly." Jin Wunyan hesitated. Deed, thank you. He looked at Taekiran standing nearby. Jin Wunyan was silent, saying nothing. Then he frowned and decided to tell her. Now I can truly feel the worry and advice of the vice leader back then. It seems until today, I haven't done anything right. Taekiran replied unhappily. Everyone grows up this way. Even if you hear it 100 times, you have to experience it yourself to believe it's. Then you can believe it's real. She turned to leave. Let's go. Go, as the leader instructed. We'll pack up and leave, too. Jin Wunyan and Huang Qiu clasped their hands. Thank you, Iron Cavalry. Long Wusong advised. Next time we meet, show me good news, or else a formal escort commission. That way it's proper. We're off. Long Wusong glanced back at the two riding away. He pondered as if thinking something over. Long Wusong made his judgment. Surely no one's tailing them anymore. We definitely eliminated them all earlier, and there are no more prying eyes around. He asked the remaining members. After all, we once shared time on the battlefield. Can we help them a bit more? The Iron Cavalry members were somewhat dissatisfied. What if we get too involved? It'll be trouble. We should leave here now. They covered their faces and continued riding on horseback. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shattered. The three looked down in shock at the glowing light. A loud explosion echoed as Tran Vun Goyen caught them. They asked, "Uncle, are you all right? Is Wending okay?" Quach Wending and Hong Chiat got up with worried faces. "Big brother, young master, are you unharmed?" Suddenly, he was startled, eyes wide. A figure appeared, hidden in the forest ahead. He spoke. "Let me taste the blade." He approached. Of the brat who defeated the only sword. He warned anxiously, Uncle Hong and Wending. Chik Yop glanced over, then three swords behind him, pointed at the three, swiftly flying toward them. Tran Vun Goyen successfully cut them down, but Quach Wending and Hong Chiat were pushed back. Both gritted their teeth in resistance. Tran Vun Goyen panicked. No. He rushed in front of Quach Wending, slashing away the sword, then did the same for Hong Chiat. All three paused for a moment. Tran Vun Goyen took a stance, his eyes filled with killing intent. He could no longer hold back. The ground beneath his feet shattered. Tran Vun Goyen lunged, slashing toward Chik Yup's neck. A powerful whirlwind erupted. Hong Chiat and Quach Wending peeked over. They saw Chik Yup still completely unharmed. He casually blocked Tran Vun Goyen's attack with one hand. He said, "Indeed, the potential of the Northern Blade sect is remarkable. So young and already this skilled. Imagine how far you'll go once fully grown. Just thinking about it is truly impressive. This black light sword has an oddly powerful aura, but strange." Chik Yup remarked. "It seems it hasn't been maintained even once." Chik Yup looked at the two clashing swords. "Using a sword neglected for so long must be difficult. Looking at your hands, you've likely studied sword forging, yet you neglect maintenance. That's a bit disappointing." Tran Vun Goyen was startled by his words. Chik Yup continued, "Throughout history, when it comes to swords, every sword Chik Yup has cut with, stabbed with, or stained with blood, the first priority is always maintaining the sword's purity. Always care for it to keep it in peak condition. A sword is as precious as the woman you love." The remaining three swords stabbed from behind Tran Vun Goyen. Chik Yup commanded, "Try repeating what I said. A sword, like a woman, must be cherished." Quach Wending and Hong Chiat shouted in panic. "Young master, Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting directly between Chikyop and Tran Vu Nguyen. Tran Vu Nguyen stared in astonishment. Chikyop looked annoyed. You show up making such a fuss. I alone would have been enough. And he looked at the small elderly woman holding a gourd. Why did you need to step in? Gunhui. The one who appeared was the Nine Skies Wind and Kao sect leader, Lang Gunhui. She replied, Hey, you old buzzard, do you know what rumors are spreading now? That the Northern Blade sect's fall was due Yun Zhongshan's lust for power, but this time they're out to eliminate the last heir of the Northern Blade sect. There's talk they're covering up a fatal blow. She stepped forward. Now then, ladies. Gentlemen, there. Nguyen wondered. Nine Skies Lang Gunhui, why are you? She removed her mask. I plan to just sit back and watch the show, but watching you people pull these ridiculous stunts, I couldn't stand it anymore. Care, she said seriously. Of course, there's also the guilt, as I mentioned before. Arm. Lang Gunhui patted his arm. What a pity. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped Tran Vu Nguyen's body. Through the bloodline of the sect, she had transferred this immense power to him. He looked at her, inner forces surging. Again, lie this. Lang Gunhui said calmly. Things have come this far, so now you should know the truth. From now on, listen carefully to what I say. She paused. The power ruling the world now isn't Yun Zhongshan. Behind Yun Zhongshan, there's still him. Tran Vu Nguyen asked. Him, she began. His name is the undefeated cultivator, Murong Lucian. Though he belongs to the Nine Skies, he's truly the one, holding the first position among them. The world thinks his martial rank matches the other Nine Skies, but I and the others weren't just defeated by him. We were utterly crushed. Murong Lucian knows this very well. To dominate the martial world, he needed to step by step win the attention of martial artists. He used the Nine Skies to divert attention from himself and quietly stood behind, controlling and ruling the entire martial world. And when he felt it politically necessary, the Night Cult was born. By spreading fear and rage, he could rule the world. But at some point, the Night Cult became uncontrollable and started acting independently, no longer following his orders. And that's the Night Cult, the one that became his true enemy. However, we don't know for certain whether this is just one of Murong Lucian's schemes. Tran Vu Nguyen was shocked. What? You mean the Night Cult's actions? Lang Gunhui agreed with his guess. That's right. Everything is Murong Lucian's doing. Because if absolute evil exists, good also needs a symbol to maintain balance. But the Northern Blade sect grew stronger than expected. The people of the Central Plains began to express their admiration and reverence for the Northern Blade sect. Its position and reputation far surpassed the Nine Skies long ago. Moreover, unlike previous sect leaders, the fourth leader, Tran Quan Hao, seemed to have touched the truth. He appeared to know things to a certain extent. Murong Lucian saw Tran Quan Hao as a major threat. So in the end, he moved to wipe out the Northern Blade sect. Lang Gunhui continued. And now, Tran Vu Nguyen, you've risen as a new threat. She looked at Tran Vu Nguyen. I couldn't bear the shame and guilt over the Northern Blade sect's destruction, so I decided to speak today. But I can't do it alone. She put her mask back on. I can only hide my shame behind this ugly face. Chikyop spoke up. Old woman, have you lost your mind? He faced the two. I was curious how far you'd spout nonsense. Chikyop pointed his sword forward. But it's all just drivel. Lang Gunhui pointed her staff at him. Chikyop, we should stop here. How long will you let him lead you by the nose? Chikyop, full of killing intent. He's someone you can never predict how long you'll lie under. Besides, we've received too much from him. Don't forget that debt. And don't think about betraying him. Lang Gunhui slammed her staff into the ground, sending Tran Vu Nguyen flying back. She said softly, you go. She looked at Tran Vu Nguyen. Prepare yourself thoroughly and carefully, and train your inner strength. He was stunned. Speechless, Tran Vu Nguyen frowned, saying nothing more before leaving. He still turned back to look. The three quickly left the battle. Chik Yup asked, "Why must you make such a foolish choice?" The ground around him shifted. "This time, I won't be as merciful as before," Lang Gunhui replied calmly. "I no longer want to lay a life full of deception." The cloth wrappings on her staff slowly unraveled. "Show me your true strength, wind and cow staff." Lang Gunhui's entire body was enveloped in lightning. "I just regret I can't drink the jade dew you brewed anymore." Around the battle, gusts of wind and thunderclaps rose under the blazing sun. A crow spread its wings wide, soaring across the sky. The crow dove down headfirst. It flew close to the sea's surface. The sea rippled from the wind of the crow's flight. It moved swiftly across the water. Gusts of wind blew past the crow's body. It headed toward the land where towering mountains stood. The crow drew near the mountains, though many narrow rock crevices lay ahead. The crow continued flying straight forward. Its body gracefully weaved through the obstacles ahead. The crow flew toward the group of people. Then it landed on someone's shoulder. Tang Yan noticed the crow perched on his shoulder. He looked toward Hatrang Nyat, who was busy working. In the distance, Tamo Thuong was pointing and giving orders to the subordinates. Everyone was extremely busy. The horse, exhausted from traveling the long road, had collapsed and fallen asleep, drooling. Sensing something, Tang Han turned his head back. He said seriously, "They're here." As everyone stopped what they were doing when they heard him. Their gazes fell on the empty ground ahead. From the horizon, three small figures ran toward them at high speed, dust flying everywhere, blinding. Those three were Tran Vu Nguyen, Hoang Chayat, and Quach Wending. All three were running. "We're all fine," he sighed in relief. "Thank heavens, everyone's safe." Duong Kaivan stepped forward. "Reaching safety is already lucky." He worried when he didn't see Min Lu Sun with them. "But where's Lu Sun? Why isn't he with you?" Tran Vu Nguyen's eyes dimmed. He didn't know how to tell Duong Kaivan that Min Lu Sun had died. This matter, dear. A sense of dread rose in the old man's mind. Duong Kaivan panicked. "Don't tell me," he staggered. "Oh heavens, this boy." Finally, Duong Miley quickly caught him. "Uncle." Tran Vu Nguyen lowered his head, sincerely apologizing. Hatrang Nyat bit her lip in grief. Tamo Thuong also frowned in regret. The air around Tran Vu Nguyen grew silent. Thang Nan patted his shoulder. The body was handled by Mai Nyat Lin. No, by the branch leader in charge. Thang Nan mentioned where Min Lu Sun's body was taken. In this situation, he'll be transported and reported to the leaders. Tran Vu Nguyen stayed silent. Not answering, Thang Nan could only helplessly pat his shoulder gently. "This is the burden of a leader." As he patted Tran Vu Nguyen's shoulder twice more before leaving. Tran Vu Nguyen still didn't respond, just staring blankly into space. He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled only with guilt. Tran Vu Nguyen looked at Anhatuit, wrapped in bandages, with no sign of waking. Tran Vu Nguyen thought to himself, even the woman Alup, if left here, would only wither away slowly. I should have judged more calmly and wisely to bring a better outcome for everyone. He frowned sadly. Everything is my fault for ending up like this. His mind was full of conflict. It was his arrogance and pride that caused this. He had been too careless, leading to this outcome. He recalled Duong Kai Van and the others, transferring their inner strength to him. The image of Duong Miley handing him rice. The image of her treating his wounds. Tamo Thuong saving them from hunters. Hatrang Nyat focused on ledgers. Thang Nan injured to the point of being bedridden. Min Lu's son covered in blood arriving. Tran Vu Nguyen blamed himself. Since childhood, my gun was to survive and take revenge. I only knew how to survive. I couldn't even protect my own people. He remembered. Numb to others' pain, able to become cruel and inhuman at the slightest threat. To myself or my family. That was the Iron Cavalry's mindset. And Longvuthan said, eyes closed. Don't say such harsh things. Blood smells rank, but what can you do? The most important thing is my family. They must survive. If I don't kill, I'm killed. Isn't this the damned martial world? Tran Vu Nguyen frowned. You're all cowards, Longvuthan said. But haven't you revealed your claws? Too early. The more you protect, the more careful you must be. Right. Tran Vu Nguyen kept his head down. I once thought being strong was enough. How shameful. The further I go, realizing those beside me will face greater risks. His mind was drenched in blood. Tran Vu Nguyen gripped his sword tightly. He looked up and asked himself, Father, I'm so angry at myself for failing to protect everyone, for hurting everyone because of my weakness. I don't know if that's the truth, but I'm furious at this world's norms. Truth. Das. Then he lowered his head. In the end, Tran Vu Nguyen imagined his father's large but lonely back, protecting everyone from that truth. How much suffering you endured alone. How tired and lonely you must be. He was silent. Some people once said, revenge is just revenge, no matter what, and the end of revenge is nothing but emptiness. Maybe they're right, but because of one. No, the whole world mocks us lie this. I can't stop anymore. I promise you once more. Tran Vu Nguyen stepped to his father. Tran Vu Nguyen stepped to his father. From now on, I'll protect everyone. Protect everyone and keep moving forward. He walked through his father's shadow. I'll protect everyone, lay Uncle Bitch. The sword's path will never end. We'll walk to the very end together. Tran Vu Nguyen knelt down. He slammed his head against the ground. Tran Vu Nguyen said, I apologize. Everyone stared at his actions. They were a bit stunned. It's because of my negligence that everyone had to suffer so much pain. His face hidden, expression unclear. Yet his voice is full of sincerity. Sacrifices were made, and I understand. Saying these words is of no use. I will never let this happen again. I will protect everyone. He slowly lifts his head. Blood from his forehead drips down, forming a pool of crimson blood. Jin Wu Nguyen says we need sect strength. With a cold gaze, he makes his decision. I will rebuild the Northern Heavenly Sect. Is stunned by his resolute decision. Hajin Wall quickly kneels and bows. Strategist Hajin Wall pays his respects. The true sect leader of the Northern Heavenly Sect. I will. Devoting my life to serving my lord. Huang Qiu kneels. Loyal subject Huang Qiu. I will follow every wish with my heart and will of my lord. Next is Tong Kaiwan. Despite grieving deeply over the death of Ming Liu Shan, he kneels and shouts, All hail sect leader Tong Kaiwan. I respect the 5th Northern Heavenly Leader. Hero Jin Wu Nguyen. All for the sacrifice of our comrades. Everyone present kneels before Jin Wu Nguyen. Jin Wu Nguyen. Jin Wu Nguyen's gaze holds unwavering resolve for the path he will take ahead. In the dark night, mist shrouded the moon. On the rippling river, a lone boat drifted on still water. The sparkling stars. On board a man was laboring to row the boat. Another sat leaning against the sail catching wind. He stood on a sword wrapped in white cloth, arms crossed, sleeping in moonlight. The boat continued to be rowed on. Under moonlight on the vast river, a single boat drifted, the moonlight illuminating the lonely boat amidst the darkness, mysterious amidst the thick fog. The mysterious man thought silently. Iron Blood City, built on an island in Jianan County, Shandong Province. Tran Vu Nguyen stood on the cliff, gazing at the tower, filled with brutality and sharp blades, thinking, Iron Blood City, surrounded by steep cliffs. It reminded him of a man in a black robe holding 2 whips. He continued in his heart. That's why it was likened to a city created by nature itself. Iron Blood Martial Emperor Tai Hyotan, one of the 4 heroes. The moonlight shone, revealing the entire tower, making him sigh in admiration. He is the master of this fortress, Iron Blood City. Inside, 3 men held spears with fierce faces. Suddenly, a mysterious person infiltrated. That person issued a warning. I don't want to kill unnecessarily, so stay quiet and step back. The 3 men asked fiercely, What's this? They raised weapons and charged, shouting, "Intruder! Anyone who dares set foot in Ironblood City without permission must face death." He looked and just sighed, too. He watched the three charging and dodged aside, to avoid the sharp spear thrusting at him, then drew his sword and swept past all three. Blood splattered. Their eyes rolled back as they fell. Of blood, screams began to echo in the tower. They shouted, "Intruder! Intruder! Intruder! Ah, 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 kill him, ah, need backup, hurry up." Immediately after, people came flocking. They grabbed weapons and ran downstairs, then stopped, panicking at the scene before them. Their pupils contracted. One asked, "What the hell is this?" Before them stood a man holding a sword. Covered in blood, a pile of corpses lay scattered everywhere. He turned coldly, opening his mouth to warn, "I'll say it one more time. I don't want to kill unnecessarily. So stay quiet and step back. Don't block my path." Everyone looked at him, frozen. They swarmed like a disturbed beehive and shouted, "Shut up, you demon, kill him." Outside, the moon, usually pure white, was now tinged with blood, reflecting the massacre inside. The tower had become a living hell, full of corpses scattered on the ground, with a stench of blood thick in the air. He held his sword, walking up the stairs step by step. People rushed down the stairs in droves. No matter how many ran, they were brutally slaughtered without mercy, until only one remained. That person looked at him and trembled. Immediately, he dropped his sword and ran. Tran Vunguyen didn't chase, just walked up slowly. In a room, a fat, bloated man, not wearing clothes, revealing his huge belly. He sat eating meat like he was starving. He sat talking to himself. The 9 heavens seats are divided. Now it should be called 7 heavens seats. Why is that, I wonder? He paused eating. Finished already. I need to prepare properly. Right. The fat man chewed the meat ravenously, and there's still the battle with Zheng Yi for 3 years. Truly pitiful. With grease all over his mouth, he looked disgusting. He grabbed more meat, hungrily continuing his meal. He bit into the meat, drool dripping down. Indeed, outside the city is very dangerous, but not necessarily. He rambled, not noticing the door being pushed open. Inside this blood tower, could he be attacked? His face darkened, drool dripping. His whole appearance was repulsive. He widened his eyes at the image. Slowly appearing, Tran Vunguyen held his sword. At the door, the fat man was speechless. The two stared in silence. The fat man spoke first, panicking. "You've come. Finally my turn." The man holding the sword thought, "Iron Blood Martial Emperor, Daihyotan." He spoke with an expressionless face. "Look again. Don't you recognize me? You've gained too much weight." That person continued, "In the north, Sky 4 heroes." Daihyotan's pupils contracted. The one ranked first in martial strength. Han Qinbai looked at him and said, "Yet now you've become like this. Just like a little pig." Scene shifts to the past. 2 people surrounded by armed men appeared. There were 2 people, one holding a sword, one holding a whip, the strongest in the North Sky Gate. Those 2, their eyes glowing gold. That's right. Except for Tran Quan Hao, who joined earlier. He had been persuaded by Lien Thien Ho, Triu Thien Vu, to join their faction. The scene shifts to them talking with others. He betrayed the North Sky Gate and cornered the leader of his own sect. He didn't care about reputation, nor about losing others' expectations. He had unhesitatingly abandoned the North Sky Gate. Daihyotan finally spoke up. The heartless, always harboring evil ambitions and trying to reform. In the end, fate collapses on itself. Like this. His eyes widened. He continued, "I should have trusted the feeling I had 13 years ago. I shouldn't have done what I felt was wrong." No one answered. His tone lowered. His eyes turned fierce again. "And now I've become a pitiful wretch." He placed his hand on the table and continued. "Trich Diep Chen Yan and Lang Quan Hai were also you. Triu Thien Vu being dealt with by Tang Da was also you." Right. The fat man angrily swept the table. The food was sent flying, scattering on the floor. Lien Thien Ho was also executed in public. Quite the spirit. But that will draw Yun Zhongtian's attention. He wiped his greasy mouth. His huge body struggling to stand. "It's been 3 years since you disappeared, yet now you appear before me." Tai Qiu Tan stood boldly before Tran Vun Nguyen, 3 times the size of the man opposite, the one who should have died at North Sky Gate. He was filled with killing intent, golden dragons swirling around his hands, emitting a strange golden light. He said word by word, "I know my sins. I also understand your anger." He used his power to draw out the golden dragons. "However, I don't have the courage to accept death." The 2 dragons slowly emerged from his palms, truly pitiful. The 2 dragons transformed into gleaming golden whips. "Heroic. I probably won't die peacefully." Iron Blood Supreme Hard Key Tran Vun Nguyen, unafraid, began to speak. "You are not the Tai Qiu Tan I know. Have you fallen this far?" The golden whip created a gust-like storm. The fat man replied, "The vengeful spirit of North Sky. If you're willing to retreat, I won't attack." He swung the whip fiercely, a warning thought, but his words contradicted, as if begging, "So please, go back. I've said I don't want others to see my ugly." The whip swung out, striking Tran Vun Nguyen with force, blasting the ground apart. White smoke billowed, but it couldn't trouble Tran Vun Nguyen. Dust flew from the earlier strike of Tai Qiu Tan. Suddenly a dark shadow flew out. Startled, Tran Vun Nguyen burst from the dust, using his skill with swift feet, running along the wall. Vun Nguyen dashed, trying to stay out of range of Tai Qiu Tan's 2 whips. In his hand, the saber was broken by the strike. Without hesitation, Vun Nguyen threw the broken saber toward Tai Qiu Tan as the whip swung. Quickly ducking, he escaped the killing blow. Tai Qiu Tan attacked, his face furious from attacking without touching Vun Nguyen. He roared, controlling the whips to continue charging at Tran Vun Nguyen. He kept dodging skillfully, so all of Tai Qiu Tan's attacks missed their target. Vun Nguyen thought, this attack reflects fully the fear and anxiety in his heart. Tai Qiu Tan has decayed to this extent. Vun Nguyen wondered. In an instant, he threw 3 smoke bombs toward Tai Qiu Tan. A thick cloud formed, obscuring Tai Qiu Tan's vision, forcing him to stop his attacks. His eyes blazing, he roared, "The famous sword talks about is only this much." Before he finished, a dark shadow of Vun Nguyen flashed in front of him, determined to destroy Vun Nguyen. Immediately, Tai Qiu Tan swung his whips at that shadow. Once again, the whips struck the hat and cloak, making him stare wide-eyed. Clearly I felt the aura of this brat earlier. Could he have transferred energy into objects to use? Or what? In a moment of confusion, from behind, Tran Vun Nguyen appeared, a god of death, swinging his sword. Tan. "Right," he continued, whispering, "with my sword, and my eyes, cold, purple, showing my power. Come on, Snowflower." Right at this moment, Tai Qiu Tan, with a face of shock, his pupils contracting, wondering, unable to speak. 9 heavens. The cloth wrappings around it began to burst, emitting a characteristic purple glow. Vun Nguyen held it with both hands, letting Snowflower gradually transform its shape, until the cloth wrappings fell off completely, revealing a black sword with purple aura, possessing a soul, held by its owner, none other than Tran Vun Nguyen. He called the sword's name, Snowflower, then unleashed demon-destroying shadow sword toward Tai Qiu Tan. Tran Vun Nguyen raised his hand and swung his sword, advancing. The great power within was released, quickly charging straight down toward Tai Qiu Tan. That power struck the heart of the tower's peak. Tai Qiu Tan became terrified, those white eyes unable to believe what happened. Tran Vun Nguyen, with the sword radiating killing aura, stood before Tai Qiu Tan. Tran Vun Nguyen looked down, his gaze cold as ice, emotionless, staring at his opponent. Tai Qiu Tan showed extreme fear. He muttered to himself, his face emotionless, cold as ice. He said, indeed, Tran Vun Nguyen before Tai Qiu Tan seemed to reflect the image of another person. Tai Qiu Tan was speechless. The person, Mo Dung Luat Thie, became clear. His face was no less provocative. Tai Qiu Tan recalled what happened and said, and that demon, he slowly remembered. A face covered in blood, fearful eyes. That person came. He collapsed, sitting on the ground. He thought, years ago, I suffered a crushing defeat. Modung Luotian, bare-chested, wearing half his clothes, stood face to face and said, "The unyielding spirit of the North Sky 4 heroes, I had hoped it would met the North Sky Master." Modung Luotian, with an arrogant face, "Turns out you're just a big snake. Not worthy of being compared to a dragon." Those words kept echoing, deeply ingrained in the mind of Tai Tan. He remembered, "I am Tai Tan, a powerful martial artist known as a genius. I built that image by protecting the northern central plains." He sat miserably, his face pale and bloody, his hands still gripping his weapon tightly. He remembered, "I once abandoned the North Sky Gate, partly causing the death of Tran Quan Hao, but I always harbored the dream of becoming a legend of the Jiangyu." He faced Modung Luotian, unable to hide the fear within himself, thinking, Tai Tan knew. "I truly believed that until I faced this real demon, he is the true legend of the world. He is the true legend." Tai was drenched in sweat. One would think he just took a bath. His face covered in blood, his eyes becoming lifeless, staring at his opponent. He thought, "I was too ambitious, wanting to defeat the top world to create a new order of my own." Modung Luotian has unmatched power in the world. He stood before Tai Tan, his eyes brightening, creating a feeling no one could stand on equal footing. Tai Tan's face turned pale. That fear seemed to reach its peak. Truly terrified, Tai Tan had a thought. If the North Sky 4 heroes joined, could they win? No, impossible. I shouldn't have eliminated the North Sky Master, shouldn't have killed Tran Vunguyen. Tai Tan showed worry in his eyes. Tai Tan fled with utmost fear, not daring to look back. Modung Luotian stood with a sinister smile, a smile that made anyone feel afraid. Tai Tan thought, "This demon has toyed with us in his hands, and he was afraid. That was the moment I could witness death. I could die, just lay an ant. And from then on, I gave up ambitions and hid here, to build a kingdom and lay in isolation from the world." Tai Tan cowered in fear. But how did it come to this? Back to the present, he grips the weapon in his hand and says, "There's still someone." Tran Vunguyen notices, opponent preparing to attack. Tai Tan erupts with power from within, surrounding him. Surrounding him are powerful whirlwinds, sweeping up dirt and rocks as he shouts loudly, "Why must I still see that demon?" Tran Vunguyen reacts swiftly, dodging Tai Tan's attack. The power pushes Tran Vunguyen back. He struggles to keep his body steady, retreating. The two whips in Tai Tan's hands transform and shoot straight toward Tran Vunguyen. Tran Vunguyen dodges the attack. Dirt and rocks behind him burst up in countless numbers. Tai Tan continues to strike. Tran Vunguyen quickly dodges in time. He drags Li Than's sword in a line across the ground, running fast toward Tai Tan. Tran Vunguyen weaves behind the opponent, avoiding the force of Tai Tan. Tai Tan goes berserk, attacking continuously. He keeps striking blows to the ground. That power causes everything to be lifted. "Out of my castle. For the rest of my life I will lie in this place. Get out. Get out." Body radiates terrifying power. To take revenge on all enemies in the world, Tai Tan stands at the center of the castle. He unleashes many attacks. The ground is full of marks he left behind. He shouts, "I once thought the same. But it's all futile anyway." On Tran Vunguyen's side, he keeps dodging. All attacks are cleanly avoided by Tran Vunguyen. Suddenly, another attack comes flying. With his agile body, he easily dodges the attacks of Tai Tan. Under the rain of power, Tran Vunguyen throws himself to avoid the moves. However, Tai Tan becomes increasingly fierce. He says loudly, "Nai moves. That's right. Keep going out of my castle. Keep hiding your tracks and run away like that. Die. Why did you appear in that tournament? That is the path for us to continue living." Tran Vunguyen slowly retreats. He dodges the attack and responds, hiding behind. Tran Vunguyen moves around, saying, "Who?" Suddenly the ground under Tai Tan is pushed up. Tran Vunguyen says, "Oh, since when?" "So it's because of this." A large amount of dirt and rocks piles up, engulfing Tai Tan's entire body. "Seems like I've gotten too stiff now." Tai Tan counters. He propels his body up into the air. His whole body unleashes power. Taikyu Tan grits his teeth. He releases all power toward Tran Vu Nguyen. That energy shoots straight toward Tran Vu Nguyen, a mighty dragon opening wide its mouth to swallow his entire body. Tran Vu Nguyen, in a defensive stance, doesn't dodge. He raises his sword high, the sword tip pointing to the sky. Tran Vu Nguyen quickly slashes at the attack of Taikyu Tan. After his strike, heavily, suddenly Tran Vu Nguyen notices something. He looks down below. Attacks one after another suddenly shoot up from beneath the ground. Tran Vu Nguyen stands there unable to react. A strong beam of light attacks from behind. He thinks, coming out of the rubble to attack. That force quickly engulfs his entire body. It suddenly lifts him into the air, from one pillar to another. Those pillars break in two, in three. At the top of the tower, the battleground between Tran Vu Nguyen and Taikyu Tan seems about to collapse. Tran Vu Nguyen grits his teeth. He covers his face with his hand. He uses all strength, unleashing a counterattack against Taikyu Tan's attack. Tran Vu Nguyen shouts, his face full of fighting spirit. Ki Lubo. A glowing circle appears beneath his feet. Taikyu Tan freezes. In disbelief, Tran Vu Nguyen hovers in the air. Void step. Tran Vu Nguyen uses the move to block. In an instant, he immediately uses his strength to dash and dodge the attack with a good body. Plus the jump momentum, he dodged two direct attacks from Taikyu Tan. Taikyu Tan can't believe his eyes. He says, "What? Void step." This is the unique martial art of Bak Thai Mon that Tran Vu Nguyen holds a sword in his hand. The cloth strips wrapped around it slowly tear apart, revealing a treasure of extraordinary power. Taikyu Tan thinks, I thought was the unsealing of Q Thien To Lang Quan Haiko. After all, what happened in the years he disappeared? Taikyu Tan is extremely curious about that. Tran Vu Nguyen charges toward that source of power. His eyes gradually begin to glow, as if unleashing a power sealed for thousands of years. Taikyu Tan, caught off guard, can only watch. Tran Vu Nguyen in the air dashes fast. Like a rocket toward the opponent. The battle is still intensely escalating between Tran Vu Nguyen and Taikyu Tan. Tran Vu Nguyen swings his sword, charging fast at Taikyu Tan. Taikyu Tan is attacked by Tran Vu Nguyen unexpectedly. A beam of light from Tran Vu Nguyen's sword tip shines straight at Taikyu Tan's body. Taikyu Tan can't react in time. He stands frozen, watching the sword tip. Taikyu Tan freezes. He stands motionless, unsure what to do. With a few gentle sword strokes, Tran Vu Nguyen takes down Taikyu Tan. Blood splatters from Taikyu Tan's body. Dark red blood flows all over his body. The strike only hit Taikyu Tan's left shoulder. Tran Vu Nguyen looks disappointed, glances at Taikyu Tan. I aimed for the neck, but he moved, changing his trajectory to avoid it. Tran Vu Nguyen changes. Tran Vu Nguyen again grips his sword and runs fast toward Taikyu Tan. Taikyu Tan reacts quickly, dodging Vu Nguyen's moves skillfully. They fight fiercely, continuously exchanging blows. Hard to tell who's winning. Both fight with all their might, revealing all their inherent power. Tran Vu Nguyen unleashes many moves, dodging Taikyu Tan's attacks. Tran Vu Nguyen thinks, closing the distance is not easy. If that's the case, I'll seize the opportunity. Grab the chance, reach out and grab Taikyu Tan's weapon. Taikyu Tan is caught off guard. He cannot believe what is happening. Taikyu Tan thinks Tran Vu Nguyen isn't as strong as rumored, just using tricks. Cheap tactics from this brat. He grabbed my whip. Taikyu Tan shouts, retract. He decides to retract his weapon. But Taikyu Tan doesn't know this action will cause consequences for himself. Taikyu Tan retracts his weapon. The distance between him and Tran Vu Nguyen becomes closer than before. Tran Vu Nguyen's eyes turn determined. He has made a bold decision. He charges straight at Taikyu Tan. raising the blade from below, slicing a clean line straight into Tai Tan's body. Tran Vun Guyen thinks to himself, I've cut deep enough. It still lay cutting into a lump of his fat. Tai Tan's body, thick and heavy layers of fat on him. Tran Vun Guyen still thinks, the opponent is Tai Tan. If his level is only this, it's weak. Belly fat saved him. Tai Tan, after being touched by Tran Vun Guyen's sword blades, feels pain cutting to the bone. Tai Tan grits his teeth tightly. Tran Vun Guyen grips his weapon. Then, I must cut deeper. But somehow, Tai Tan was a step faster than Tran Vun Guyen, using his whip to restrain the sword of Tran Vun Guyen. Tran Vun Guyen is surprised. Before he can react, his body can't cope with the fast attacks of Tai Tan. Tai Tan grits his teeth tightly. No gaps, his eyes now are anything but normal. That shows in his eyes Tai Tan has formed a perfect plan. He just wants to quickly end this battle right here. Tai gently pulls the whip, yanking the weapon of Tran Vun Guyen. Tran Vun Guyen is dragged along because of it. Tai Tan uses just a little strength to pull Tran Vun Guyen behind him and slams Tran Vun Guyen to the ground. The sudden impact makes him grit his teeth in pain. Tai Tan unleashes his power. He suddenly shouts loudly. Tai Tan grips the whip and slams it hard onto Tran Vun Guyen's body. The powerful strike sends dirt and rocks flying into the air, but not a single blow hits Tran Vun Guyen. Luckily, Tran Vun Guyen escaped the jaws of death in the nick of time from Tai Tan's strike. He can't help but admire the skill and power of Tai Tan. I didn't expect him to attack with the whip like that. If not for the guidance of Madao Kwang, the great hero, I almost would have been hit continuously. Suddenly a change appears in Tran Vun Guyen's eyes. He thinks about what the next attack should be, ready for a life or death battle between the two sides. Tai Tan uses his inner strength. Wrapping the whip around two large boulders, he intends to crush Tran Vun Guyen between those two boulders. Seizing the moment, Tai Tan sends the two large boulders crashing into both sides of Tran Vun Guyen's waist. He uses the Iron Blood Mad Dragon Slash to attack Tran Vun Guyen. After Tai Tan is sure that strike will make the opponent unable to escape, he retracts the whip. The two boulders from before smash together. Broken rock fragments scatter all over the ground. Tai Tan is sweating, a bit tired, his hair disheveled, his face relaxing a bit. On top of Tai Tan's tower, now destroyed, everything nearly completely collapsed in just a few short seconds. Everything just went through an extremely fierce battle. Destroyed, ravaged, everything became broken and shattered, dust filling the entire sky. Tai Tan scans the area. This slippery brat, he even dodged that. He continues, scanning around. Every corner is checked carefully by Tai Tan, not missing a single spot. Tai Tan's eyes burn fiercely, searching for Tran Vun Guyen's figure. He doesn't know if Tran Vun Guyen is alive or dead, or if he survived the strike. Tran Vun Guyen is still there. Where are you, brat? Hiding. Where are you, brat? Where are you hiding? You ghost. Come out now. Suddenly, Tran Vun Guyen appears. His fighting spirit multiplied. He stands before Tai Tan. Tai Tan is delighted. Good. Found him. Before he can finish his sentence, Tran Vun Guyen has vanished. Suddenly Tran Vun Guyen appears right in front of Tai Tan. Tai Tan's face turns pale. He shouts in fear, please, get away from me. Tran Vun Guyen skillfully brings the blade behind the back of Tai Tan, slicing a clean line across his back. Next, he swooshes past the opponent's face, flying, quickly disappearing again, appearing and vanishing. Tran Vun Guyen slices a clean Tai Tan's right side. Just like that, Tran Vun Guyen delivers hundreds of slashes across Tai Tan's body. Blood splatters everywhere. Tai Tan's body is bathing in a pool of blood. No spot on his body is intact. Tai Tan holds his head and begs Tran Vun Guyen, his face filled with utmost fear. Never begging so pathetically. Stop. You win. I will leave this place. If there's an end of the world, I'll go there and lay in hiding until I die, so you never hear my name again. Very good. Very wonderful. Very pleased. Of course, speaking in his heart, he seems about to break down, both hands gripping the whip, shouting he can't take it anymore and screams. Ah, he screams. Iron blood, invincible energy. Tran Vun Nguyen witnesses this and is very surprised. A strong beam of light bursts out, enveloping Tran Vun Nguyen's body. From the sky, an unexpected pillar of power descends. The source of power quickly heads straight into the top of the tower. In that light, appearing and vanishing, a purple dot inside. All the power converges in one direction. The purple light from before is Tran Vun Nguyen's power. He uses all his energy cultivated over time, charging straight down at Tai Q Tan. He shouts loudly, charging straight ahead. Go to hell. Hell? Pay attention to those words. He treats them as wind passing by, casting them aside, and just keeps attacking Tai Q Tan, pushing him down floor by floor of the tower. Dirt and rocks flying up from that power. Tai Q Tan's castle is destroyed in the blink of an eye, not a single piece intact. Now just a pile of rubble, as if it never existed in this world after who knows how long. Dust shrouds the entire area. Dust covers everything. Everything is dim and hazy, desolate, ruined. Everything just went through an extremely fierce battle with no clear winner between Tai Q Tan and Tran Vun Nguyen. Amidst the rubble, a figure gradually appears. Tran Vun Nguyen sits on the corpse of Tai Q Tan, holding a sword thrust through the throat of Tai Q Tan. Tai Q Tan's body covered in countless sword wounds left by Tran Vun Nguyen. The battle is over. Tai Q Tan's eyes roll back, lifeless. The Xi Tarai begins with Chuat Ho in a ready stance. I, Tran Vun Nguyen, will become Tula, the one who bears the duty of judging right and wrong. The Xi Tarai began 3 years ago. Thousands of people holding swords and blades, standing before the arena, everyone full of fighting spirit, all the most outstanding ones. The net of heaven is cast open. A young man holds a sword. It was Tran Vun Nguyen facing Yun Zhongtian. Thousands of Yun Zhongtian's men surrounded him, fiercely charging at him with weapons. A net was cast over Yun Zhongtian. Tran Vun Nguyen, expressionless, sword in hand, slaughtered those people into the air, just to face one martial artist, astonishing the martial world. Even more shocking, rumors said 2 of the 9 heavens personally took the field, stepping out from white smoke, exuding a swordsman's aura, with 8 swords behind. Eyes unwavering, with scars on his forehead, he was there. That left the world in awe. After that day, Tran Vun Nguyen vanished without a trace, the peace of a region. Tran Vun Nguyen seemed to have completely evaporated from the martial world, leaving no word. Many believed Vun Nguyen was dead. Others said he was hiding his name and identity. A group sat gossiping. Before, the idle tales at the wine tables of the martial world all blamed the vengeful spirit of Tran Vun Nguyen for it, coinciding with the opening of the net. Thousands of people held, although Yun Zhongtian caused much economic and political harm to the sects that had helped Tran Vun Nguyen, this only happened secretly. Yun Zhongtian sat, hand on the map, observing around, and did not act openly. It was also because of the accusation and death of Ho's son that Thang Truong Lao, a man slashed at leaves in the air, that a gang bearing the twin-faced Ashura mark was exposed to the light. The Taoist swung his sword before the crowd, his eyes gleaming. They had infiltrated every corner. Scope. The intricately carved rooftops here. Every sect desperately searched for spies bearing the twin-faced Ashura mark. Unfortunately, one of them was discovered. Until the sects found the spies, they all had to endure a period of betrayal. Chaos and nameless fear ensued. The captured man, surrounded and held tightly by the twin-faced Ashura disciples of the sect. The leader was watching and about to order the people below. War broke out due to Mat Da, and the Sigma Tim went to the front. When reinforcements exceeded the limit, when the number of reinforcements exceeded everyone's capacity, it created this chaotic period of turmoil. That was because Yun Zhongtian's standing in the people's hearts had plummeted. Before the Great Gate, thousands of people stood, A few days after the net event let Tran Vu Nguyen's group slip away. At Kumon, the path stretched. The grandfather of the woman, thought to be the world's ultimate in pure white robes, was none other than Tumon Ho. But more than that, the graceful girl bowed her head, her eyes showing indescribable sadness. Tumon Hu Lin had discovered the existence of the ultimate one and knew her grandfather was also on that person's side. Tumon Hu Lin panicked upon learning the truth. She hurriedly covered her mouth. If this person decided to follow the advice of the Grand Chancellor from before, he looked at Tumon Hu Lin and Tumon Ho, then smiled. The narration rang out, and on the other hand, the one who stepped forward, Dam Tuthian, pointed at the person of the Grand Chancellor. The Chancellor's group was planning to defy Yun Zhongtian's orders to help Tran Vu Nguyen. Yun Zhongtian smiled sinisterly, his lifeless eyes. Dam Tuthian stood there, glancing at Yun Zhongtian's group. Kill the demon Thai Vu Jiang. Dam Tuthian shouted, fists clenched, his clothes torn into shreds. Dam Tuthian, in the prison, bound by chains around his neck. Both arms also hung up. Even only his toes touched the ground. Those punishments meant nothing to him. But that was only temporary. The door opened. Dam Tish Tam stepped in. Dam Tuthian's father, a nine heaven, Dam Tish Tam, tall and imposing, stood blocking the cell door. With his influence, Dam Tuthian's released was only a matter of time. Dam Tuthian was chained again. Dam Tuthian was chained again. Dam Thu. But with one condition. Dam Tich Tam set conditions with Yun Zhongtian's group. In the battle against Mat Da, Dam Tuthian would be appointed vanguard general. Dam Tich Tam stood before him. The condition and order were to join the Sigma Tim at the front lines to wipe out Mat Da. Dam Tich Tam pointed, ordering his subordinates toward Dam Tuthian. Dam Tuthian trusted and credited all achievements to the commander of the Sigma Tim, Tham Nguyen Nghia. They unchained Dam Tuthian. But at any moment, if the Sigma Tim were pushed back by Mat Da, Dam Tuthian would immediately charge into battle, his eyes full of killing intent. He saluted his father and Yun Zhongtian. Hu Lin held conflicting emotions. Conflicting emotions. She looked toward Dam Tuthian, her gaze, flustered and full of emotion. Full of emotion. She had been very surprised to see for the first time in her life that angry expression on Dam Tuthian's face. She recalled his fierce eyes at that moment. Tumon Hu Lin thought deeply. Tumon Hu Lin closed her eyes to think. Moreover, realizing her existence was small. The dream of the martial world. Existence was so small. The great dream of building the martial world with Dam Tuthian. Tumon Hu Lin turned to leave. That dream seemed increasingly distant. She had given up her old life and lived under a new identity as the person of the Grand Chancellor, becoming that person's messenger. Her hands to Hu Lin lowered, as if yielding to the times. Suddenly, Dam Tuthian grabbed her small hands. She seemed small next to him. She seemed small standing next to Dam Tuthian. Dam Tuthian held Tumon Hu Lin's hand. My father's status shows me someone is pulling the strings. But truly, above him, there's still someone pulling the strings. Hu Lin. I know well they will gradually see me become a loyal dog of Yun Zhongtian and push me to the brink. His eyes still looked forward. But with some calculation, we must endure and yield now. Harmonize with them for now. We must prepare step by step. We just need to prepare step by step and strive for that great ambition by deceiving, while harmonizing with them, making them complacent and satisfied with themselves. He continued, no need to rush. Hu Lin's eyes welled with tears. Tumon Hu Lin's eyes with tears, her voice breaking. Tuthian, you must be very disappointed in me, and hate me too. Dam Tuthian paused, but then he asserted. If I hated you that much. He held her hands to his chest. But from now on, never use such dirty tricks. Again, walk the righteous path, honest and fair. Dam Tuthian held Tumon Hu Lin's stance, bringing them to his chest, saying, everything will be fine. Don't be afraid or worried, I'm still here by your side. In the end, our new martial world will be established on that foundation. The image of ants carrying away a butterfly. The war with Mat Da was not over. The war lasted 3 years. On the battlefield, Swords had no eyes. Lines of people charged into the slaughter of each other. The sky was red with blood. Both Yun Zongtian and Matta had fought fiercely for. They called it the 3-year war. Those who died unjustly all bled for this war. Throughout those 3 long years, both sides tried to end the war with victory, straining to defeat the opponent. Thousands of heroes died. Tens of thousands of heroes died, but on the battlefield, thousands and tens of thousands of corpses lay scattered, piled on top of each other, an utterly brutal scene. Dozens of sects wiped out, the ground reeking of blood. Dozens of sects were wiped out on that death-reeking road. Everyone lost all vitality, reflecting the war's cruelty. The dead with eyes open, a nightmare for the people. A calamity making people resentful. It was called a calamity, which made the people increasingly. Houses were no longer intact. Even Bac Thien Mon. People starving and exhausted, cursing their fate to heaven, lacking food, looking up to heaven and cursing their fate. They remembered the era when Bac Thien Mon still existed. They gradually felt its importance and realized Bac Thien Mon had sacrificed so much to protect Trung Nguyen, a gaunt man. Some said Yun Zongtian killed. Some said Yun Zongtian had killed innocent people. The sect master of Bac Thien Mon, even his only child, Bac Kim, was killed by them. Some believed the current calamity was inevitable because it was the karmic retribution they had to suffer. A lifeless corpse, eyes still wide open. Now only fear remained, death, and endless madness. Crowds darkened the sky, signaling something worse about to happen, but in that world engulfed in darkness, there was still a tiny, fragile hope lie a thin thread. The crows descended, competing, their beaks stained with blood. Another, with wild, thick hair, head wrapped in a cloth with the sect's symbol that was the Sigma, Tim's vice commander Viet. Another, also wrapped in cloth with the symbol, hair thick and wild, fierce that was Sigma Tim's vice commander Hein Kong V. The Tim was shrouded in intent. They were twin brothers. The fair-skinned one was Quan Son Hung. The other was Quan Chayit. The Sigma Tim had been shrouded in killing intent because for 3 years they had to hold back Matda's forces, stronger than expected. Their existence was lie a monument in the people's hearts. Dam Vien Lai, one eye covered, sat leisurely on the ground. The armored arm was clenched, standing with the Sigma Tim. The armored arm before them Vien Lai was clenched tightly, and the one standing shoulder to shoulder with the Sigma Tim, the one with outstanding achievements and status. Now, the 9 heavens had become the 7 heavens, and at some point he was ranked alongside the era's heroes. Dam Tu Thien, mighty, his presence before the Sigma Tim, the martial emperor Dam Tu Thien. On a distant, tall mountain surrounded by thousands of lush, green trees, a figure quietly walked through every nook and cranny of the mountain, from slopes to flat ground, looking lay a fool in the forest. Not even skipping the river crossings. Walking on and on through the forest, looking lay a fool. When he reached the mountain peak, he gazed into the distance, then continued his unfinished journey. His small figure in the forest looked so lonely, as if sensing something behind. He slightly raised his head and looked around. On this side, in a hidden corner, a figure quietly blended into the canopy, watching every move he made. Following the path into a mountain water crevice, he stepped forward, step by step. Inside, 2 men were already waiting. Seeing him, they raised their heads. He immediately took out a yellow talisman, holding it tightly, showing it to the 2 men, reassuring them. He gently placed the talisman in front. All 3 simultaneously placed the talisman on the stone wall before them. Immediately, a powerful light reacted. Light enveloped them. Quickly, they stepped into a new space. Looking at the vast capital before him, he finally let out a soft laugh. It's been a long time, Bac Thien Mon. He was Quach Van Din of Bac Thien Mon. The back long caravan below was a magnificent scene. Strong young men standing in the yard, practicing martial art. Quach Van Din admired the sea, saying softly, "Look at the ground shaking, how grand." Chair. On this side, Hong Chiat saw a familiar figure, slightly startled. Quach Van Din stepped forward, smiling. "Uncle, Hong Chiat smiled softly and replied, "Oh, who's this? Isn't it Van Dien?" The journey must have been tiring. A low-level martial artist of Bac Thien Mon, he possessed superb skills, having mastered the Tam Goin method of the fourth-generation master, Tran Quan Hao. Therefore, Hong Chiat was highly regarded and held the position of chief instructor, guiding and training the martial arts of Bac Thien Mon's disciples. Hong Chiat stepped closer to Quach Van Dien and said, "Van Dien, it's been a while, but it seems you've grown a bit taller. That's good. How is the old lady?" Quach Van Dien, hearing this, clasped his hands and respectfully replied, "It, she's still very healthy. Has anything happened at Bac Thien Mon? Any special events?" He replied, "Special events. There was a war that threw Trung Nguyen into chaos." Just as he finished, a call came from behind. Hey, Van Dien." Hatran Noyet, the strategist, ran over, looking at him. "I just heard from the surveillance team. Traveling such a long way must be tiring. You've worked hard, very hard." The new Bac Thien Mon was carefully designed, perfectly arranging housing and residential areas to maximize defense. The person managing all life at Bac Thien Mon and overseeing all strategies was the three-eyed scholar, strategist Tran Noyet. Tran Noyet stepped closer, laughing loudly. "But it seems you've grown up now, haven't you? You look so much taller. Oh my, you've certainly changed from before." Hong Chiat, standing beside, also spoke up. Just as Tran Noyet said, "It feels like only yesterday." Quach Van Dien looked at Tran Noyet, smiling softly. "Right, strategist." He bent down and took something from his robe. "Wait a moment." He gently presented a thick stack of banknotes. "Tran Noyet, here are the funds you requested." Tran Noyet looked surprised as she took the notes. "This really is quite generous, isn't it? We owe the White Dragon Caravan a debt of gratitude. 3 years ago, they started with nothing, but shared a gun to rebuild the Northern Heavenly Sect. The White Dragon Caravan provided substantial money and material wealth to the Northern Heavenly Sect. Matriarch Trung Van Ho, the first leader of the White Dragon Caravan, had not forgotten the debt to the Northern Heavenly Sect for saving her third son, Liu Tumin, and thus contributed an astonishingly large sum. Truly astonishing. Indeed, the matriarch had skillfully shelled out a massive amount of money, perfectly preparing for any potential pursuit. Arise, the Northern Heavenly Sect secretly opened a new region, and the bridge connecting the Northern Heavenly Sect and the White Dragon Caravan was a young man named Quach Van Dien. Quach Van Dien absorbed the three origins art from childhood. In terms of martial arts, Quach Van Dien had much more experience than his peers. Having lived as a bodyguard early on, few were as knowledgeable about geography as him. Quach Van Dien cupped his hands respectfully. Tran Noyet clasped her hands and bowed in return. "As the strategist of the Northern Heavenly Sect, I accept this grace from the matriarch and will ensure that the White Dragon Caravan suffers no damage whatsoever. No damage at all. Please pass word that I will never forget this kindness and will surely repay it." Quach Van Dien cupped his hands in response. "Deet, strategist. When I return, I will certainly relay your message to the matriarch." To the matriarch. Suddenly, the people who were training hard looked into the distance in surprise and exclaimed aloud, "Oh, they've completed the mission and are returning." Hearing their words, the three people on this side also turned their attention. Before their eyes, the elite Bloody Sword Corps of the Northern Heavenly Sect marched powerfully forward. The Bloody Sword Corps, the elite force of the Northern Heavenly Sect with 7 strongest members, was the vanguard unit for top-tier threats. Special missions. The leader lifted his mask, glancing at Quach Van Dien, and softly spoke up. "It looks like Van Dien has arrived, hasn't he? Everyone, gather around here quickly." Xiao Mu Sang had once faced danger when he was nearly swallowed by inner demons, but thanks to Tran Vu Nguyen, he mastered the sword, along with 7 leaders who absorbed the Aizhou technique. As chief, Xiao Mu Sang led this elite. The squad leaders of the Northern Heavenly Sect's Bloody Sword Corps, with Xiao Mu Sang supporting the sovereign. He stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Little Van Dien, I haven't seen you in a while, and you've grown this big already." Quach Van Dien turned to Xiao Mu Sang and laughed. "I've already heard that for the 3rd time." Bloody Sword Corps leader Tran Noyet looked at him with satisfaction, seeing the mission was completed without any mishaps. Without any mishaps, it seemed. He looked at Tran Noyet and replied, "I have returned after cleaning up Iron Blood Castle. The sovereign's traces have been erased." The Bloody Sword Corps arranged everything to look like an internal conflict. Per orders. Tran Noyet smiled and raised an eyebrow. "You've all worked hard this time. As the leader of the Bloody Sword Corps, if Hidden Flow reports good news, there won't be anything else to worry about. Just as those words fell, a voice rang out from behind. A figure in black landed, holding intelligence, and said, "Hey, strategist, that wasn't the only info about Ironblood Castle. I disguised myself as a boatman with the master to thoroughly handle the traces along the river, fully ensuring information security." The speaker was none other than Hidden Flow, the intelligence chief of the sect. The intelligence division had become the eyes, ears, and mouth of the Northern Heavenly Sect. Unbeknownst to the world, Black Moon absorbed all intelligence and was called Hidden Flow. The head of intelligence had Tran. Wyatt looked at Tang Yan with great satisfaction and smiled broadly, clearly showing the mission was done brilliantly. Tang Yan glanced at Quack Van Din and said, "Long time no see, Van Din. You've grown a lot." Hearing this praise, Quack Van Din blushed all over and groaned in frustration. "I've heard that for the 4th time. Tang Yan ignored him and replied to Wyatt, "Shut up, you annoying little strategist." Right then, another call came from behind. The Secret Origin Hall chief stepped forward with documents and said, "The leaders are gathered, and the Sovereign has arrived. Let's head back to the forge to begin the meeting." The Hall chief, with ancient documents collected and passed down through generations, brought a wealth of collected ancient materials. Hatran Noyet, who contributed to designing and establishing the new Northern Heavenly Sect system. All right, everyone is assembled. Let's start. At the forge of the Northern Heavenly Sect, the door opened with a gentle call. "Elder." The person inside looked up in surprise. Bang Xiao, the master blacksmith of the Northern Heavenly Sect, held a ceramic jar in his hand and raised an eyebrow. "It's already so hot. What are you coming in here to beg for? Or are you here to see the Sovereign?" The head of the forge, a master of artifact casting, could sense a cursed sword in a blink, and crafted weapons for the Northern Heavenly Sect. On this side, a sharp hammer was raised high, a strong figure. Memories suddenly resurfaced in his mind. A familiar person in mourning clothes on the ground, looking at his peaceful, closed face. People around could not hold back their grief. Teardrops fell, pulling the space into an eternal silence. A terrifying silence where no one said a word. Amidst the flames, watching the fire burn the body, everyone looked sorrowfully at the fire. Only Tran Vungoin silently lowered his head. "Minlu son, I will never forget." Recalling the grudge from many years ago, he hardened his expression, ready to step forward, entering the room where people were waiting. Soon, Tran Vungoin and his group entered, where another group was waiting for them. Seeing Tran Vungoin's group approach, the people over there immediately, Tang Mai Raya of the medical hall cupped her hands, gently cupping her hands to greet him. Originally from the Tang clan, ever since the confrontation with the Nine Skies, to minimize losses, they had retreated into seclusion at the Northern Heavenly Sect for a time. Tang Gimun, the second in command of the Tang clan and a master of poisons, ever since the death of Min Lu's son, gave up the dream of training poison disciples. He no longer used poison to harm, but became the medical expert of the Northern Heavenly Sect, using poison to treat and save lives. Elder Neon Gunhui smiled as he looked at Tran Vungoyen's group without a word. Neon Gunhui, one of the 9 skies of the Kaoran sky, had long vanished from the world, and whether she was alive or dead was unknown. Now she served the Northern Heavenly Sect as elder. As an elder, Ma Dao Quang of the Assault Corps bowed respectfully, known to the world as the Bloody Man, possessing extremely high martial arts. Originating from the Northern Heavenly Sect, Ma Dao Quang was once leader of the Iron Phalanx Corps, responsible for military might alongside the Corps. The remaining person was one of the 4 pillars of the new Northern Heavenly Sect. Northern Pillar Tempest Storm, Kyung Musang. Unlike others who retired to Fong Van Villa, Kyung Musang served as an elder, contributing much to the new Northern Heavenly Sect. The group remained quiet inside the room, taking their seats neatly. At the table, Tran Vung Nguyen looked at them, then turned to glance at Kung Mu Sang. In the end, Tai Q Tan chose that path. Though traitors, they were once brothers, who went through thousands of battles together, living and dying side by side. The pillars are a memory of an era that is slowly closing. He fell silent and spoke, "Uncle." Kung Mu Sang startled as he looked at him. He smiled. "You've been through a lot, Sect Master. 2 years ago, in a small forge in a corner of Sichuan, Bang Xiaowu was busy drinking wine. Seeing someone, he turned his head and said, 'Welcome.' He froze, looking at the person before him. His eyebrows raised. He asked, 'Who are you?' Tran Vung Nguyen revealed a calm face and said, 'Hope you've been well lately, old man.' He smiled at him and said, 'I've dropped by again, and I brought exquisite wine. Are you the young man who came with a kid to pick up the cursed sword years ago? Please come in.' Bang Xiaowu laughed heartily, still remembering that year and now coming to find me lie this. 'This wine is very good. My thanks to you.' He held the cup and cast his gaze toward him. 'Many people believed you were dead, yet today you appear before me lie this, Sword Master.' Tran Vung Nguyen drained the cup and looked at him. 'That's right. Coming back to this place now isn't anything pleasant. I could only think of a blacksmith skilled enough to repair this sword. It's been badly damaged, so I hope you can help me. I will pay triple, ensuring you won't lose out.' He drained his cup and smiled softly in reply. 'No wonder the moment you returned with that cursed sword radiating malevolent. I figured you weren't an ordinary martial artist. Could you be a descendant of the Northern Heavenly Sect? Tran Vung Nguyen, is it?' With those words, he finished his cup and stood up. 'Though I'm old, my eye for people is still quite sharp. After all, the truth is still the truth. Very well, life would be too boring otherwise. I can't guarantee I can handle it this time. But it seems you'll need to learn some superb artifact forging techniques too. Go and forge it yourself. And I will support you from behind. Who knows, the sword might be repaired thanks to my guidance.' Hearing this, he bowed his head and said, 'Thank you, Elder.' Inside, Bang Xiaowu was sweating. Divine weapons and treasures are classified according to the intent and will of the blacksmith. Accordingly, a weapon can be both a divine weapon and a demonic weapon at once. Although human weapons cannot summon wind and rain, they exert a huge influence on mental states. Mental state. Through a blacksmith's intent and will, the wielder of the weapon can become a hero, or they can become a fiend. Therefore, blacksmiths must be extremely careful when forging weapons together. Forging the sword Enu. After a grueling struggle, a sigh of relief rang out. 'All done, I suppose.' He gripped the sharp sword and looked with satisfaction at the pitch-black blade before him. He wiped his sweat and said, 'Until now, you haven't been consumed by the spirit, but who knows, it might make you weak. Perhaps you've lost your mind to the evil ki. How is its evil ki lately?' He stared intently at the sword. Perhaps because of the intent and will, the evil ki had decreased by a lot. Hearing this, he said, 'Because you can harmonize with the cursed sword as you do now, you could be called a cursed entity. Control it soon. Why didn't you train such a sword before?' Before he could finish, he saw Thang Nan walking over in surprise. 'What is this?' He looked at Tran Vung Nguyen and called out, 'Sect Master.' Seeing this fellow, he said, 'Oh, it's that centipede at the forge again. I must report this to Neong Gundwai right away.' Thang Nan frowned and whispered into his ear, 'I have found the northern pillar,' Kyung was saying. Hearing this, he was startled and turned to look at Thang Nan. 'You've worked hard. Now withdraw.' With those words, he shifted his gaze to Bang Xiaowu. 'Elder, I don't have much time, so I won't beat around the bush and will speak directly to you. I ask you to become the chief blacksmith of the sect. The Northern Heavenly Sect is rebuilding, and the forge will be restored, but it lacks a master. I hope you will take that position and run the forge of the Northern Heavenly Sect with your miraculous artifact casting technique.' A trace of interest flashed in the old man's eyes. Tran Vung Nguyen continued, 'Forge armor to protect the sect where it lacks, and forge swords to pierce obstacles in our path. My artifact forging techniques still have many shortcomings, so later please.' I understand. I will take the position of chief blacksmith of the Northern Heavenly Sect. Hearing him agree so readily, he was surprised. Did. I didn't expect you to agree so immediately. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. He turned, picked up the wine jar, held it out, and said, in this godforsaken Sicuan, no one visits the forge. I feel I am useless, just sitting around idly until I die. I know I still have some usefulness left. I'll burn through the rest of my days for the Northern Heavenly Sect, though having a drinking buddy is much better. At Phong Van Villa, his cold figure gazed at the crowd with furrowed brows. He glanced to both sides, trying to find an opening, but the surroundings were now tightly surrounded by people. The person in front gripped his weapon tightly. It was none other than Kyung Musang. Seeing him acting arrogantly, he said nothing. Kyung Musang wore a grim expression and said nothing at all. Tran Vun Nguyen frowned in surprise at him. Triuthian Vu, Liuthian Ho. Now it's your turn, Kyung Musang, for me to deal with you. The strongest of the four pillars, Daikyodan. Snowflower had become sharper than before. He was aging, and though he lacked his golden age form, he was still the fastest Kingdom user. Tempest Storm Kyung Musang, he had to be eliminated in a single strike. As if sensing his impending movement, the old man stood up and coldly strode forward. With just a few quick, simple steps, he was right before his eyes. Tran Vun Nguyen startled and gripped his sword. Damn it, could he still use footwork this fast? Just as he was about to strike, Kyung Musang abruptly dropped to his knees. Tran Vun Nguyen stared in shock. The old man raised his head with a solemn expression. Northern Pillar Tempest Storm Kyung Musang has waited for 11 years without a single promise. The Northern Four Pillars parted ways, and the full force of the Northern Heavenly Sect was scattered. But receiving the order of the fourth generation master, the disciples retreated here to preserve their strength. In this Phong Van Villa, now that you have become the head of the house, this subordinate requests to pay respects. Tran Vun Nguyen looked in astonishment and stammered, Father's order. What on earth is going on here? North Sword Sect. 13 years ago, the capital was engulfed in cold snow, inside a warm room. Two tall figures smiled and raised their glasses. Tran Quan Hao gazed at the wine before him. Kang Yu Thang sensed something and looked at his cup. He said softly, Sect Master, lately you seem very worried. Is something wrong? Tran Quan Hao looked at his cup and spoke. Senior brother. Kang Yu Thang looked up, staring at him. What is it? Sect Master, tell me. Tran Quan Hao said, for the future, if anything happens to me in North Sky Sect, please lead the disciples and preserve the strength of North Sky Sect. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why would you say such things, Sect Master? What troubles you so deeply? Tran Quan Hao smiled. You always take my weak words seriously. I'm just supposing. A few days after that drinking party. As if foresee, the fourth sect master of North Sky Sect, Tran Quan Hao, was accused of colluding with the Night Secret. Tran Quan Hao took his own life. North Sky Sect, with over 100 years of history, collapsed to ruin. The fourth sect master, Tran Quan Hao, nicknamed Backbish, until his final moments, still wanted to keep peace for the Central Plains. Tran Quan Hao could have toppled the world, but, as a noble figure, he chose to vanish completely, so Tran Quan Hao didn't want to cause any more chaos. He committed suicide to bring peace to the people, and to protect his son, Tran Vun Nguyen. Kang Yu Thang understood Tran Quan Hao best. He received Tran Quao's orders, ignoring public scrutiny. Kang Yu Thang led all forces, only true loyalists, the North Sky Sect of An Sun Trang to preserve the strength of the sect. After that, Dong He was intrigued, took the document without thinking, and as he read, his face turned pale. Looking up, he met the cold, murderous gaze of her Trang Nguyet. His eyes widened in fear. Before he could flee, her Trang Nguyet coldly drew her sword at him. He stared in terror, not daring to speak. His defiance angered her Trang Nguyet. She coldly slashed a few times, leaving him barely breathing. Dong Ho Bin, leader of Secret Origin Hall, who actively helped the North Sky Four Pillars, Lian Thian Ho Nguyet, he gasping on the ground, gazing at the figure approaching. But in the end, he couldn't see clearly. However, Kang Yu Thang appeared and saved Dong Ho Bin's life. He stepped over and lifted the gasping Dong Ho Bin, pressed a few acupoints, and gave him a pill, temporarily saving his life. After saving him, he coldly turned and left. One day, somehow, I don't care how, but you must keep living. Use that lying mouth of yours to speak the truth to the world. That's the minimum punishment you pay to North Sky Sect and Tran Quan Hao. Closing the memory, he and Kang Yu Thang looked at each other, speechless. Ma Dao Quang placed a hand on his shoulder, comforting. Senior brother, the deaths lay in Thayan Ho, and the traitors are the price we paid. If you keep that gloomy face, Sect Master Tran will worry. Ma Dao Quang looked at Tran Vu. Nguyen, Sect Master, please understand those traitors deserve death, but the Four Pillars spent half their lives together, overcoming countless hardships. Senior brother Kang Yu Thang is grieving the deaths of all those he once called brothers. Now he's the only one left alone. Kang Yu Thang quickly added, I'm sorry. This old man feels ashamed of himself. Tran Vu Nguyen said thoughtfully, after all, as an uncle, having such feelings is understandable. Ma Dao Quang raised an eyebrow and said, Senior brother, you're old and sentimental now. Why so weak? Don't forget, they betrayed North Sky Sect, and I still regret not protecting the Sect Master, the fourth of North Sky Sect. I should have disobeyed and stabbed them myself. Damn it. There, 2 years earlier, all of North Sky Sect's forces, secretly preserved for 12 years, had returned to unite with the new North Sky Sect. Though not as glorious as before, after all the upheavals, this was still a formidable force. Had Trang, Ngayet and Hong Chiat expressed deep gratitude to Kang Yu Thang for preserving the forces, allowing the foundation for the new North Sky Sect. Kang Yu Thang then said solemnly, Actually, this force isn't all. Hearing this, all three were shocked. He added, about 300 loyalists followed me. However, to protect the force, North Sky Sect scattered to the north, forming a bandit group, mainly operating in the north. Hong Chiat stammered. What? The group in the north? The Flying Phoenix Squad? He nodded. The Flying Phoenix Squad, the bandits appearing the barren north, famous throughout the land. They're known for their organization and combat skills, as if trained rigorously over a long time. Their movements are unpredictable, hence called the Flying Phoenix Squad. Their leader is Blood Eye and Tiger Ma Dao Quang. In reality, Ma Dao Quang came from North Sky Sect, master in the north, and the second force of North Sky Sect that Kang Yu Thang mentioned. The Flying Phoenix Squad constantly patrolled the ruined North Sky Sect, secretly protecting Tran Vu Nguyen from outside threats. However, appearing too often at North Sky Sect, the Flying Phoenix Squad was suspected by Van Trung Thien, stationed nearby. Plus, the sudden appearance of the 7th Young Master at North Sky Sect forced the Flying Phoenix Squad to pause their patrols to avoid Van Trung Thien's suspicion. However, at that time, a shocking event occurred at North Sky Sect, called the Ghost Attack. Though the Flying Phoenix Squad couldn't, the chaos, Ma Dao Quang immediately sought out Hong Chiat, who visited North Sky Sect to care for Tran Vu Nguyen. The Flying Phoenix Squad had investigated Hong Chiat and learned he delivered food to Tran Vu Nguyen regularly once a month. They ambushed Hong Chiat's journey to North Sky Sect. Seeing the scene, Hong Chiat exclaimed worriedly, Oh my god, is that the elusive Flying Phoenix Squad? I need to be more careful. After reuniting with North Sky Sect, Kang Yu Thang, Tran Vu Nguyen and everyone, the truth about the Flying Phoenix Squad, Ma Dao Quang decided to reunite with Tran Vu Nguyen, returning as a loyalist of the new North Sky Sect Phoenix Squad to unite all forces. Ma Dao Quang crossed his arms, staring at Tran Vu Nguyen solemnly. Finally, you've become a great leader, dear. Hearing you went to Hak Nam Sun to cultivate. For 7 years, I could only send regards from the Central Plains. I was so worried, but seeing you safe, and with senior brother Kang Yu Thang, I'm relieved. Do you still remember the name Ma Dao Quang? Tran Vu Nguyen looked at the burly Ma Dao before him and said, How could I forget, my hero? Your strength rivals the North Sky Four Pillars, Blood Eye and Tiger Ma Dao Quang. I remembered the name. I thought everyone had abandoned North Sky Sect, but I didn't expect everyone to have been working for so long. I'm truly grateful. And Ma Dao Quang turned his head away and snorted. Grateful for what? It's what we should do. To monitor Van Trung Thien, Ma Dao Quang couldn't directly stay close to support the sect. Looking back at when you were young, living so hard, alone, I grew even more furious at those traitors. Damn them. Right, senior brother. Dan, senior brother Ngu Thang, since you couldn't do. Deep in the forest. Want to lie 10 years as a bandit like me? There, Kang Ngu Thang replied thoughtfully. Right, Dao Quang, during that time, you truly suffered. Now it's time to unite. Tran Vung Nguyen spoke up. I, Tran Vung Nguyen, the 5th sect master, am rebuilding the new North Sky sect. The new sect needs your strength, my hero. Now is the time to unite with us. Mao Quang was overjoyed. Of course we must unite. North Sky Sect is the root of us all. I've been waiting for this day for so long. I was afraid it would never come. I feared I'd forever be disguised as bandits lie. Finally, I can drop this role. Time to shake the world. But then, he looked at Ma Dao Quang in surprise. He smiled slyly. This Ma Dao Quang wants to tative, worthy to be a leader. Let's see how your wrestling skills are. A met, young master. As he finished, both prepared for the met. Kang Ngu Thang below shook his head helplessly. Oh my, this rascal still loves wrestling too much. Wrestling stances. Ma Dao Quang looked at him eagerly. Ma Dao Quang saw his wrestling stance and smiled. Just once. Make me fall, and I'll acknowledge you as sect master. He hesitated, struggling to reply. I'll do my best. The referee spoke up. All right, get ready. I'll shout and we begin. He took a deep breath. Begin. This was definitely not an ordinary opponent. Must focus all strengths. As soon as he finished, he felt dizzy. He didn't even know when he'd been slammed down. Kang Ngu Thang watched him worriedly from the side. He lay on the ground, still stunned. Ma Dao Quang smiled at him. Again, looking at Ma Dao Quang's towering figure. He called out for another round. He lay below, eyes wide in dismay, seeing such a massive figure. Seeing his expression, Ma Dao Quang laughed. Why so surprised, young master? In a real fight, you'd have taken several punches already. Come on, again. Hearing this, Vung Nguyen quickly regained his composure, sat up, took a deep breath, and thought of a move. Looking at Ma, he thought, Ma Dao Quang is really strong. Meanwhile, he spat into his hands to get a better grip. Ready, they charged at each other again. Ma Quang chuckled. Young master, are you scared? Not backing down. Vung Nguyen took a breath and said, my hero is truly strong. And, hearing this, he laughed. Let's see how this round goes. Then suddenly, Ma Dao Quang lowered his stance and attacked. The referee beside them spoke up. Second round, ready. As soon as he shouted begin, he charged forward. Grabbing Ma Dao Quang's pants tightly, his legs planted firmly, veins bulging, like a dragon stirring. His whole body strained, face contorted, letting out a grunt. This surprised Ma Dao Quang. Clearly, this kid was new to wrestling, but, in one round, he'd grasped the principle and technique of using leg strength. Pretty strong. Just thinking about it excited him, but against my overwhelming strength and weight, it's useless. Just crush him down. Phew. With that, he followed Vung Nguyen's momentum and fell forward, pressing his whole body onto him. His sudden move caught him off guard. The ground shook instantly. Ma Dao Quang's body, Lai Mount Tai, pressed down on Nguyen. He lay on top of him, laughing. Young master, you're good, but still too green. He lay on the ground, silent, but quickly stood up. He stood up. Then, Ma Dao Quang changed the rules for Vung Nguyen. Young master, try anything to make me fall. He stood up, took a deep breath. The referee's voice came again. Third round, ready. Begin. As soon as he heard it, he charged with all his strength. Ma Dao Quang leaned toward him again, but he quickly dodged to the side. Vu Nguyen quickly escaped Ma Dao Kuang's reach. Then he pulled out his cloth belt and ran around behind Ma Dao Kuang. Where do you think you're going? No matter what, you can't escape my grip. Ha! But Ma Dao Kuang didn't know he'd fallen for Vu Nguyen's trap. The belt from earlier had wrapped around Ma Dao Kuang's legs. Now was the time. Vu Nguyen yanked the belt hard, making Ma Dao Kuang lose balance. Seizing the moment around his body, he lunged forward, wrapping the belt around him hard, the other pushing straight into his chin. Ma Dao Kuang lost. By then, Vu Nguyen was sitting on top of Ma Dao Kuang. It happened so fast that Ma Dao Kuang couldn't react, both to Vu Nguyen's speed and the way he defeated him. Ma Dao Kuang lay on the ground, staring in awe. Tran Vu Nguyen stood up, reached out to help him up, and said calmly, "Because you said I should use any means." He was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "True. No one said you couldn't do that. That's the gun." He grabbed his hand and stood up. Cheers of joy. Kang Yuthang watched, finally letting out a sigh. Relieved, satisfied sigh. Meanwhile, Ma Dao Kuang quickly knelt before him, hands clasped in respect. "Though we've lived as bandits until now, we're still men of. As bandits, we return to the sect. Ma Dao Kuang greets you. There, Lord, the remaining preserved forces of North Sky Gate's Phoenix Wasteland have gathered. Wind and Cow, Mountain Villa, Kang Yuthang, and Ma Dao Kuang have joined forces. North Sky Gate disciples have reached 500 people. Thanks to this, rebuilding the gate is easier, and the new North Sky Gate's strength is powerful than before. Finally, they could reunite after 12 years of separation and rebuild North Sky Gate together. Finally, back to the present," Ma Dao Kuang said solemnly. "If it weren't for the need to stay hidden, I would have gone there myself to deal with that traitor. The sect master isn't comfortable either, so don't show too much grief. It's all over your face, T.S. Kia." Kang Yuthang turned to Tran Vu Nguyen and softly spoke, "What else can we do? I'm getting old after all." "So sect master," Tran Ngan said. "I understand." At this moment Lan Quan Hai, sitting in a corner, spoke. "But North Sky 4 Pillars Tai Q Tan, since the day North Sky Gate was destroyed, has completely disappeared, though there are rumors he had mental issues, so internal strife and suicide is possible. But months ago the death of Q Thien Trich Diep was a shock to the Central Plains martial world." Dai Nan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "That's right, Ngayat Lord. No, just as the elder said, there are many rumors now about the death of Trich Diep, the true person." Tran Ngayat also spoke up thoughtfully. "According to the strategist, we can spread word that the current situation is a war between Van Trung Thien and Ma Jia. Trich Diep, when fighting the 4 demon lords, was finally killed by Than Fong Man." Than Nan raised an eyebrow and added, "But days ago, after the death of Tai Q Tan, some people have begun to believe that all this was caused by Bak Kim Tran Vu Nguyen, the man thought to have died long ago." Lang Quan Hai said solemnly, "It seems because of me the situation has become this chaotic." Everyone upon hearing this said, "Elder, please don't say that. Elder, please don't say that. To us, this matter we must trace back in time. To us, this matter we must trace back in time to about half a year ago. At that time, at the new North Sky Gate martial arts, he was learning secrets from none other than without rest. Vu Nguyen focused on executing every detail. Kang Yuthang both diligently practiced without rest. Vu Nguyen focused on executing every detail. Bak Thien Embo was guiding Vu Nguyen on footwork. Techniques while panting, drenched in sweat. Suddenly Mai Nyat, surprising him. Both didn't hesitate to ask for help. Both didn't hesitate to make a request for help. "Sect master, we need your help." Vu Nguyen frowned and asked, "What's so urgent?" Of Black Moon looked at him and without making him wait long. Mai Nyat Lang spoke up. "Finally we found the Ngayat Lord after more than 2 years of no trace. But the Ngayat Lord's current condition. Quan Hai the elder being imprisoned at Vodang sect. Lord, the image we can see is that of Lang Quan Hai the Elder being imprisoned at Vo Dang Sek after losing the duel with Trich Diep the true person, Vo Dang Nam Sua. Lang Quan Hai was imprisoned in Vo Jian prison, unable to move. Great Sek's Vo Jian prison. Lang Quan Hai was imprisoned in Vo Jian prison, unable to move even a little. Outside, Thang Yan and Mai Ling Gaiet rushed over. Outside, Thang Yan and Mai Ling Gaiet rushed over, shouting worriedly. Gaiet Lord, both rushed over worriedly. Lang Quan Hai, seeing them approach happily, said weakly, "This matter. You finally found me, didn't you?" Hearing her words, both were shocked. Gaiet Lord, are you all right? How could that be? Gaiet Lord, are you all right? Thang Yan was so worried she was sweating. How did you disappear without a trace like that? We really struggled to search for 2.5 years. Lord is no different from a loving mother, and in this world how could all of you fall into danger? My life full of sins. I wanted to end it here. Thang Yan, tears welling up, shouted, "Don't say that. For orphans lie us, then Gaiet. Lord is no different from a loving mother, and in this world how could children abandon their mother? How could we not reach out to help, really?" Looking at Lang Quan Hai, he said with a pained voice, "Quthian Lang Quan Hai, indeed you are the Gaiet Lord, the master of Black Moon." Lang Quan Hai glanced at him and smiled softly. "Is it that obvious?" He said thoughtfully, "Deet, 1.5 years ago, from the moment you faced Quthian Trich Diep, you kept helping throughout that time, didn't you?" She smiled faintly at his words. "So 1.5 years has passed already. That day after the confrontation with Trich Diep, I was defeated and imprisoned in this place. Trung Thien all this time, what a relief. After all, you are my Taoist. It seems you've been safe from Van. Children, with just Black Moon's strength to infiltrate and break through Quthian Trich Diep's defense. I guess you had back Kim's assistance, but I myself feel guilty toward him. I truly have no face left. The future. Be more cautious." Hearing Lang Quan Hai's advice, he, restoring freedom to Lang Quan Hai, frowned and said nothing. One by one the chains broke. He looked at her thoughtfully. "If so, please teach me more about the martial arts of Fong Ban Sect Master and provide more information about Quthian." His words surprised her. "On this day, 2.5 years ago, thanks to your help, I am now able to keep living. Gaiet Lord has suffered for too long." She hesitated, finally removing her mask to look at him, stronger day by day. Although I have no dignity left, if that can soothe you even a little, I am very willing to do it. Thank you, Master of the New North Sky Gate." Sitting on Thang Yan's back, she said softly. "Although Vo Dang Sect has sent a large force into the battle with Mat Jaya, the defense forces here are still very strict." Just as she finished, she suddenly startled. Before her eyes were Tamo Thuong and the sword blood Tim, who had just dealt with the guard soldiers swiftly. Seeing Tran Vu Nguyen, Tamo Thuong opened his mask and said respectfully, "My lord, the defense forces in the area have all been eliminated. However, other forces as expected will immediately finish things cleanly and leave this place." Tran Vu Nguyen said with satisfaction. "All right," he said softly. "Indeed, many things have happened lately. It's really worth it." He took the mask and put it on. "Let's go." In the quiet, still night, 2 dark figures appeared, then rushed forward. Skygate. Suddenly from the side a tall dark figure appeared. He seemed to sense it and glanced over. Both quickly braked to a stop. Coldly, "Better to stay imprisoned in Vo Jian prison, wouldn't?" Wouldn't that be better? Years ago, out of consideration for our bond, I spared your life, and now in the end I have to act myself. A man called Quthian who needs help from others. How disgusting." Lan Quan Hai looked at him coldly. "Others, you can arrogantly call yourself Quthian. Huh? Trich Diep the true person. We are merely relics of a..." Than Yan looked at him with raised eyebrows. "Of the new era." Dan then looked at him with raised eyebrows. Damn it. To be safe, I asked the Sectmaster for help, and the thing I feared most has happened. Tran Vu Nguyen stepped forward, strongly shielding the two, said coldly, I had thought I would face him myself one day. I just didn't expect that day to come sooner than I planned. This time let me handle it. You two quickly leave Vodang Mountain. I'll follow right behind. With that, Thanyan took Lang Quan Hai away. Please take care, then I'll take my leave. With that, Thanyan took Lang Quan Hai away. Before leaving, she still glanced at him coldly. Look at you. Don't just talk nonsense like that. You, but your aura is very familiar. Quickly state your name. Will surely defeat me and leave here. But your aura is very familiar. Quickly state your name. To me. He gripped his sword tightly, coldly removing the mask. Fine, since you're about to die anyway. Right, Trich Diep, the true person. Seeing him, he frowned deeply. The world has been speculating about your fate. Not knowing if you're dead or alive. Not knowing if you're dead or alive. But I knew one day you would appear live. This, 2.5 years have passed, finally showing your face, the ghost of North Sky Gate. And it seems you ignored my advice back then. So your Thanyu sword was severely damaged. Yet now it's become much harder and sharper than before. Where did you reforge it? Very quickly, both charged at each other. Using ultimate techniques and Han Toyat Ho's sword, Vu Nguyen used fast footwork to strike Trich Diep, the true person's body, known as one of the Q Thien. He was no ordinary opponent. Noticing Vu Nguyen's strike, in an instant he also struck across his body. Not letting him strike again, Trich Diep turned to seize the initiative. He had gotten close to his face, startling Trich Diep. In panic, both Tran Vu Nguyen and Trich Diep began to unleash stronger attacks. The techniques were no longer probing strength. Both clashed in fierce combat, swords clashing against each other, feet colliding, creating massive explosions. Shockwaves spread, shattering a large area of ground. Dust and smoke everywhere. Tran Vu Nguyen attacked to gain the lead, the upper hand, forcing him to defend. His eyes full of killing intent. The Han Tuyet Ho sword created powerful energy. Meanwhile, Trich Diep used K control. His sword moves were both defensive and offensive. Vu Nguyen. During the duel, Vu Nguyen's sword was in mid-air by Trich Diep's swords. Without delay, Vu Nguyen closed in on Trich Diep, then used his leg to hook his leg, catching him off guard and off balance. A C. In panic, he thought, why is his swordsmanship so pure and refined? Truly an unreasonable bastard. Hehehe. The Han Tuait Ho sword was still hovering in the air. Vu Nguyen reached out and caught it precisely, and while Trich Diep was still on the ground, he gripped the sword, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Trich Diep before his eyes. But Trich Diep is the Vodang sect master. He couldn't die that easily. Trich Diep used 2 fingers to control 8 swords from above, sent straight toward Tran Vu Nguyen. While preparing to finish off Trich Diep, the killing intent coming from above, he immediately leaped out of the range of the 8 swords Trich Diep sent at him. Just as he leaped away, having the upper hand, Trich Diep didn't miss, continuously using Kai to control the swords to attack Vu Nguyen, forcing him to defend. Trich Diep's swords flew in like a storm, aimed at Vu Nguyen, forcing him to strike and desperately deflect the attacks. In that instant, Trich Diep moved to the right of Tran Vu Nguyen, startling him. Under the eerie moonlight, Trich Diep's figure drew his sword and slashed across Vu Nguyen's head. Trich Diep, the true person, and swung hard, gripping his sword tightly, backward to dodge his attack. Vu Nguyen coldly stared at Trich Diep, his hand reaching behind, silent. He gripped his hair tie, glancing around. Trich Diep solemnly met Vu Nguyen's gaze. He said nothing, coldly raising his sword. Each person's eyes carried a different. In the moonlight, both figures coldly, silently charge forward to attack each other. Chap, the true person's figure in the night with thousands of swords behind him, charged forward to attack. Tran Vu Nguyen struggled to dodge each strike, not letting himself suffer. He immediately used his sword to both block and counterattack fiercely. Coldly passing by Chap, the true person, Vu Nguyen's sword shattered the sword formation. Vu Nguyen's eyes flashed with purple light, his eyes cold and sharp. Almost my throat was cut too. Truly worthy of being Qthian. Chap, the true person. On the opposite side, Chap, the true person, coldly raised his sword to counter, brows furrowed in vigilance, looking at him. His unpredictable tricks wounded my waist. Oh, this old man. Time is truly cruel. Indeed. Can't drag this out. Must end it now. Strike. Thinking this, Chap, the true person, immediately retreated quickly. Vu Nguyen was surprised by this unexpected move from Chap, the true person. He rushes forward with sword grip tight, watching each sword's trajectory. Spinning into line, Vu Nguyen becomes alert. Watching the swords, they completely surround him. Master Chichi stands above, using a technique to suppress Tran Vu Nguyen's movements. He looks coldly down at Tran Vu Nguyen, his gaze exuding an oppressive aura, and raises his hand high. Instantly, the surrounding space begins to shift violently. Tran Vu Nguyen tries to maintain his gravity, but cannot avoid taking damage and bleeding. He crouches, gripping his sword as space shifts. It moves violently. Master Chichi suddenly rushes in from afar, trailing icy swords aimed at Tran Vu Nguyen. Straight at Tran Vu Nguyen. Instantly, a massive explosion erupts. Two forces collide, neither yielding an inch. Vu Nguyen fiercely blocks with his sword, while Master Chichi strikes back, swinging his sword to attack. One advances, one defends. The sword key causes the surrounding space to tremble. Tran Vu Nguyen frowns tightly, staring at the sword ahead. Master Chichi refuses to yield, furrowing his brow as he presses forward. Neither yields. Master Chichi steps back to let the swords launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, Vu Nguyen has shifted his body, evading every single attack with ease. Vu Nguyen immediately turns his head, his gaze carrying a cold, pale purple murderous intent sweeping around. Seeing Vu Nguyen's expressionless face above, Master Chichi confidently lunges at high speed, gripping his sword tightly in preparation for a fatal strike to spectacularly end Vu Nguyen's life. Vu Nguyen uses the momentum to step back, reaching out to counter the surprise attack. Master Chichi's attack, not backing down, he swings his sword again. Vu Nguyen quickly blocks the blow. Without hesitation, he sweeps his arm hard, cutting a bloody line across Master Chichi's shoulder. Master Chichi is stunned, unable to react, his eyes wide as he stares at him. His sword drops to the ground, a cold flash of murderous intent in his eyes. He deploys his martial footwork, the 7-star phantasm, kicking Vu Nguyen away. Not back, he regains balance and glares at Master Chichi. Vu Nguyen frowns deeply at him, his gaze radiating intent as he leans back. Staring at him in silence, Master Chichi gathers his energy in one spot, instantly controlling every sword's path. Quickly, a Bagua formation appears before them, but this time, flickering within the Bagua, are the silhouettes of two unborn infants taking human shape. He no longer cares about his surroundings, coldly folding hands to focus his inner strength, man and sword as one. Supreme heavenly bridge stride. Finishing, he immediately swings his sword, the icy blade dragging immense power. The 5 elements hidden mist sword is now formed. As Yang Shen speaks, a ferocious infant appears before Vu Nguyen, charging forward. Vu Nguyen shows no fear, running to face it, his cold gaze sweeping his surroundings. Yang Shen's aura causes him immense difficulty, holding his sword, blocking with the other. Vu Nguyen struggles with all his might, leaning to evade danger zones, unsafe zone. He clenches his teeth, brow furrowing tighter. Suddenly, he remembers Han Quan Hai's warning. Master Chichi is arrogant and treasures his sword. His sword, hitting that weakness might expose a flaw. Use Lian Thian Ho to provoke him. That is the opponent, the old man acknowledged. Men, no matter how hard they put on a front, are at heart just like children. I haven't tried this before, but if you can, why not try? Hearing this, his gaze cools slightly, his lips curling into a smirk as he says, as expected of Nine Heavens Master Chi-Chi, yet the Northern Gate's phantom sword Lian Thian Ho is still a notch above you, remembering the past. Master Chi-Chi jolts, staring at Vung Guan in fury. He roars angrily, "You bastard! How dare you run your mouth and provoke me? Do you think I'll fall for that?" Finishing, Master Chi-Chi madly manipulates, the swords flying to blur his vision. Master Chi-Chi's silhouette appears before him, making it difficult to observe his situation. Tran Vung Guan starts at the scene. It has shifted, did he fall for the trap? It has shifted, did he fall for the trap? Tran Vung Guan stops in surprise, somewhat doubtful. There is a tiny flaw in the technique. Yet the technique remains pristine. If so, push it a little further. Instantly, the sword in Vung Guan's hand, of dark, deep purple murderous aura. He grips his sword and widens his stance. Divine sword splitting heaven. Master Chi-Chi frowns at the scene. Bastard. He doesn't reply. Like a child of the wind, Vung Guan lunges. Like a tornado carrying lethal force. Tran Vung Guan holds a sword radiating a dark murderous aura with pale purple light, while Master Chi-Chi, not to be outdone, grips a sword emitting white light. Watching Vung Guan's display, both of them just lie there, neither yielding. They rush forward. The forest trembles from these two attacks. Trembles. Two forces, one black, one white, clash without yielding. The white power grows immense, radiating might. The black power is no slouch, drawing attention. He glides past him with complete confidence, while he maintains a grim, silent face without changing expression. Not a single expression changes on his face. Very quickly, his body is sliced in two. He says coldly, "Demonic heavenly phantom sword." A gentle technique sends him spraying blood. Tran Vung Guan takes a breath, looking into the night. Two figures in different states stand in opposition. Master Chi-Chi lies in agony. His footsteps walk forward, sweeping past, leaving Master Chi-Chi stunned. He is stunned, dazed, and letting him walk away. But Master Chi-Chi refuses to accept this. Despite his trembling arm, he reaches for his sword. "I am Master Chi-Chi." "You bastard, this cannot be. I cannot die like this alone." Ah. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain peak, a figure has been watching the battle. On that mountain, Dao Guang draws his bow. His eyes are bloodshot, the whites entirely stained red. Blood eyes in the demonic light bow. He pulls the bowstring with force. It's over. Finishing. An arrow is fired. The arrow tears swiftly through the wind and strikes Master Chi-Chi in the arm. His sword drops to the ground. Terrified, his eyes go wide, and without another word, he collapses onto the ground. Tran Vung Guan turns his head coldly, then raises his gaze toward the distance, watching as he lowers his head and reaches out to pick up his mask and put it on. Then he cleans up as if nothing happened. The sound of horse hooves echoes from afar. Dao Guang reaches out a strong hand. He reaches out and grabs it, then is hoisted up with one powerful motion and thrown onto the horse. Seated safely on the horse's back, Dao Guang cheerfully says, "You've worked hard, sect leader. Great feat." And he glances sideways at Vung Guan. After all, Nine Heavens Master Chi-Chi is dead, and even Ling Guanghui is missing. Surely Yun Shongshan. He replies coldly, "Probably, according to the strategist's plan, covering our actions with the four demonic lords of the breeze and shadow. Along with the clash against the breeze and shadow in Hidden Sea, Trim should create quite a commotion, but this is only to buy more time. We still must prepare slowly until our return." "Ah," Dao Guang replies, "it's ironic that the clash brought us an advantage, but we end them. Indeed. Only this way can we simultaneously wipe out both Yun Shongshan and Secret Knight. There is no time to hesitate now. We must quickly go meet Northern Gate's four pillars." After Lan Guanhui escaped Vodangsun, he was brought to Dunbak Tianmon, treated by Đường Kỳ Vấn. Thanks to that, his health improved rapidly. Hak Nguyệt, once an ally, became the now fully side with Dunbak Tianmon intelligence network under the name Unlu. Later, Chen Wunguyen absorbed Lang Kunhai's inner power and martial arts with his quick learning. After just a few months of intense training, Chen Wunguyen immediately set out to find Bactian Tứ Chủ, Thiết Huyết Vũ Đề Tai Kiêu Tân, to settle an old grudge. He recalled Tai Kiêu Tân image before Vũ Nguyen, then his pathetic state when defeated by him, and returned to the present. In the meeting room, Tân Bactian Mon's leaders sat in their places. Ha Chen Nguyet's voice slowly rang out, as Elder Lung said, Cửu Thiên Trích Diệp Chân Nhân is dead and Phong Vân Phồn Chủ Lăng Quân Huê has disappeared. Cửu Thiên now only has Thật Thiên. With the Baiya war with Mutza ongoing, Vân Trung Thiên is in a critical state. As Ha Chen Nguyet, days ago, Chen Mon Chủ Wen, to deal with the traitor, Tai Kiêu Tân. News of many great martial artists' deaths has caused chaos regarding the unstable Tai Kiêu Tân of Thiết Huyết Thang. We fabricated his death to him committing suicide due to dissatisfaction with the sect leaders. Hearing this, someone in the group was startled. He immediately spoke up, but on the other hand, many were suspicious of the man long thought dead. Bắc Kiếm Trần Vũ Nguyên, personally killing Tai Kiêu Tân. Ha Chen Nguyet replied, That's right. Right. Prepare to face the future, the world. So I've gathered everyone here. Ha Chen Nguyet clapped her hands. Now, let's first look at an overview of everything over the past 3 years. 3 years ago, war broke out due to Mutza's invasion, which was also when the Sigma Tim appeared. We struggled to escape the net of Vân Trung, facing many regrettable sacrifices. Never forget the sacrifice of Min Lưu Sơn. Mentioning Min Lưu Sơn name, Đường Kỳ Vấn couldn't help but pause. Ha Chen Nguyet continued, aided by Bạch Long Thương Đoàn. Tân Bactian Môn was established. Restoring Bactian Môn, we stayed alert, vigilant against other enemies. To strengthen the sect leader's sword and enhance the full power of Bactian Môn, which was still unstable, the sect leader risked danger to seek enhancement for his demonic sword. And on the path to destroy Bactian Tứ Chủ Khánh Ngũ Thang, the sect leader also discovered Elder Khan and the forces of the old Bactian Môn, who had been waiting for the sect leader for a long time, and immediately returned to join forces with Tân Bactian Môn. Here, Tân Bactian Môn regained strength, recovered quickly, with the final hidden power of Bactian Môn. Phi Hoang Doi of the Demon Lord Quang Đại Hiệp also joined forces, further strengthening the overall power. We also accepted the rescue mission for Hạc Nguyệt Chủ trapped at Vô Đăng Sơn. During the rescue, the sect leader defeated Cửu Thiên Trích Diệp Chân Nhân and Phong Vân Phồn Chủ, Elder Lăng Quân Hai, also joined forces Tân Bactian Môn, increasing our power. The sect leader absorbed martial arts from Elder Kang Gu Thang and Elder Lăng Quân Hai as well. A few days ago, the sect leader personally eliminated Tai Kiêu Tân. These are the events of the past 3 years. As I just said, these events raise questions about the death of Chen Wunguyen. Regarding Tai Kiêu Tân death, I fabricated the Xitaray of mental instability and internal dissatisfaction leading to suicide. But the death of Cửu Thiên Trích Diệp Chân Nhân is a bit tricky. However, we have 2 advantages. 1. The war between Mutza and Vân Trung Thiên is currently ongoing. 2. We know about the 4 great demonic lords of Mutza. We have Độc Cô Nương, and we can use these 2 advantages to pin the blame on one of the 4 great demonic lords, Thanh Phong Man. Lay his alias, he's like a wandering spirit, fly between wind and clouds, appearing and disappearing from west to east. After breaking the Võ Đăng Sơn of Cửu Thiên Trích Diệp Chân Nhân, rumors spread that the defeat and death of Trích Diệp Chân Nhân were his doing. Since Mutza is in a Baiya war with Vân Trung Thiên, this is entirely plausible. But then, our voice cut off Ha Chen Nguyet. Lăng Quân Hai reminded. Mộ Dung Luật Thiên secretly rules Vân Trung Thiên from the shadows. Sa also has great influence. If he makes any, the clash between Thanh Phong Man Diệp Chân Nhân will be exposed as a lie. Ha Chen Nguyet agreed. True, nothing can be hidden forever. Until now, Bactian Môn has been hidden and safe. It's time to appear before the world. So we must fight our hardest for the present and prepare for everything. Hà Trân Nguyệt looked at Vũ Nguyên. Sect leader, he replied. Did. Vũ Nguyên touched his chin. Our future plan can be summed up in 2 words. He raised his head. Mutual destruction, make Mật Giả and Vân Trung Thiên weak each other as much as possible. We will try to preserve the strength of New Northern Heaven Gate, and 2, we'll strike the final blow to destroy both sides. That is why Tân Bắc Thiên Môn exists. Everyone already knows, but I'll repeat it once more. Tân Bắc Thiên Môn is temporarily maintained until we've accomplished certain things. The downfall of Vân Trung Thiên and Mật Giả. Then, Tân Bắc Thiên Môn will disband. Cửu Đại Môn Phái in Tứ Xuyên, Thanh Thanh sect. A cold voice rang out before a blood-stained blade. Did you trích Diệp chân nhân? Here. Trung Nguyen, covered in blood, struggled to answer. In the breeze, a shadow lurked. You're one of the 4 great demonic lords of Mật Giả. Thanh Phong Mang, right. The person before him heard this. The person before him was surprised by these words. What? Who did I kill? What nonsense are you talking about? Nam Thiên Dang was surprised by Vũ Chân Nhan's words. What? You say I killed who? What nonsense are you spouting? And Vũ Chân Nhan said coldly, Thái Thượng Lão Quân, watch Trung Nguyen. And at these meaningless words, Nam Thiên Dan swung his killing Nhan's life in 1 slash. He muttered in annoyance, Tess, now it's Thái Thượng Lão Quân. And having finished him off, Nam Thiên Dan's turn. The bloody scene, bodies piled on top of each other. That was the brutal sight he had single-handedly created. Looking at this scene, Nam Thiên Dan's furrowed eyes finally relaxed, then slowly closed. Nam Thiên Dan laughed loudly, laughing so hard his whole body trembled and couldn't stop. He said with relish, This is the feeling. Look, if Bắc Thiên Môn still existed, how could we have done this? Too bad about Dan Diệp. He laughed, savoring the pleasure. His subordinate hurried over. The subordinate bowed respectfully. Lord mine. Seeing someone approach, Nam Thiên Dan finally composed himself and said to the subordinate, Right. The subordinate then reported with difficulty, the vanguard elder, Tiết Không Âm Ma, Nhuận Thiên Ngọc, has been defeated by Dam Tu Thiên. Nam Thiên Dan exclaimed in shock. What? He paused. Even if Nhuận Thiên Ngọc, senior brother, is old, how could that Dam Tu Thiên possibly defeat him? Teske, even senior brother Nhuận Thiên Ngọc. Dan Diệp now. Then Nam Thiên Dan said, Hey, no matter. Any special news from my Lintusin? The subordinate replied. No special orders from the strategist. Nam Thiên Dan gripped his weapon. The road ahead. Just as we discussed before. Tiết Không Âm Ma, the vanguard on the northern front, is dead. What about the other 2 on the front lines? Phá Thiên Ma Phu and Hạc Ấn Thần Thương. I'm struggling with Tử Thiên. And Bạch Giả Ma Nữ is causing trouble. Yeah, those bastards in Trung Nguyen want to lie in peace. Is blocking the north enough? No place in Trung Nguyen is safe. Thanh Phong Man and the vortex of chaos will sweep away everything. Tuyên Tuyên Bắc Bộ. Vân Trung Thiên, below, a group of people were extremely busy with their own work. Dam Tu Thiên stood coldly with arms crossed, watching a carriage approach. Daimon Tuệ Linh stepped down from the carriage, smiling at Dam Tu Thiên. Dam Tu Thiên was overjoyed. Tuệ Linh, he said softly. A long journey from Vân Trung Thiên. You must be exhausted. Daimon Tuệ Linh smiled, walking over, and said softly, Not at all, compared to the battle where Thương Thiên Võ Đế defeated Tiết Không Âm Ma. This little journey is nothing. Dam Tu Thiên looked at Tuệ Linh and said, Any news from the commander? And Daimon Tuệ Linh replied, The death of Cửu Thiên Trích Diệp chân nhân was caused by one of the 4 great demonic lords, Thanh Phong Mang. Add to that the unknown whereabouts of Phong Vân Phồn Chu Lang Quân Hai has shaken the martial world. The chief commander knows the entire martial world is falling into a vortex of extreme chaos. The chief commander is trying to restore the position and trust of Vân Trung Thiên, which has collapsed in the people's hearts. All the chief commander can offer is to end the war as soon as possible. Moreover, a few days ago, there was another shocking piece of news. Have you heard that the former Bắc Thiên Tư Trụ, Thiết Huyết Vũ Đế Tái Kiêu Tân, took his own life? Hearing this news, Dam Tu Thiên was shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Tây Môn Tuệ Linh continue. Before, he was wholeheartedly with his sect leader, retreating to Thiệt Huyết Thành. Rumors said Thai Kiêu Tân was unstable. Longer stable. Perhaps he killed himself for that reason. But we can't rule out other possibilities. Right, Tu Thiên. I personally suspect someone took advantage of Kilit Thai Kiêu Tân. If this is true, should we reconsider the case? Zayat in Tu Thiên. What if someone wants this chaos? What then? And why would that person want to stir up more chaos amid what's been happening these past few years? Tây Môn Tuệ Linh fell silent, stirring up the eyes and ears of the world to achieve their own goals. What force would act so secretly and cunningly lie this? It could also be someone nurturing a group Lai Song La too, unknown to the commander. Dam Tu Thiên pondered Tây Môn Tuệ Lin's word. After thinking for a moment, Dam Tu Thiên spoke. Could it be? Tuệ Linh saw the thought in Tu Thien's eyes and softly confirmed. It's the person Tu Thiên is thinking of. Bác Kiếm Trần Vũ Nguyên. Hearing this confirmation, Tu Thiên fell into thought. But suddenly, a groan from behind made Dam Tu Thiên instinctively turn to look. Damn it! The group of people who were perfectly fine suddenly lay on the ground, clutching their wounds and groaning in pain. The soldiers on both sides were all crying out in agony. Dam Tu Thiên watched for a moment, silent. Then, turning to think for a moment, Dam Tu Thiên sighed, looked at Tây Môn Tuệ Linh and said, "You've travelled far and must be tired. First, go rest. I'll see the commander." With that, Dam Tu Thiên quickly walked to a tent. "I'm Dam Tu Thiên. May I come in?" The person inside, hearing the person inside, replied, "Dit, come in." Inside, the Supreme Commander Phi Tu Viên was lying on the bed, leisurely drinking wine and eating fruit. Seeing Dam Tu Thiên enter and bow respectfully, Phi Tu Viên asked, "All right, Dam Công Tử, what brings you here?" "Chief Commander, postpone tomorrow's deployment." Hearing this, Phi Tu Viên spoke with some annoyance. Again, every time before battle, it's postpone. The march is hard. At this rate, when will the war ever end? Dam Tu Thiên reassured him. Though we've marched hard for 3 years, that is truly too strong. Everyone is exhausted, both physically and mentally. This is the time needed to reorganize. Phi Tu Viên replied. If we're tired, the enemy is tired too. It'll be difficult, but we need to push forward. Pushing forward has shown results. Our Thương Thiên Võ Đế has killed Thiết Không. Isn't that wonderful? Shouldn't this be the time to boost morale? Dam Tu Thiên lowered his head without answer, silently listening to every word Phi Tu Viên said. The old man lay on the recliner, looking at Dam Tu Thiên. You know Vân Trung Thiên faces criticisms right now. Even I, as Tu Thiên, am not respected. Is Mật stronger than expected? Those are just weak words that will never end. In the era when Bhakti and Mon still existed, such things never happened, right? Dam Tu Thiên frowned slightly in annoyance and spoke. Just postpone tomorrow's deployment, and I'll try to speed up our progress. The martial artists who died, they were someone's parents, someone incredibly important to someone else. Please be compassionate and open your heart. Phi Tu Viên laughed coldly. Hero. Does Dam Công Tử think he's a hero? Why should I care about them? If you worry about every single soldier, how can you focus on the big picture? To win, even if it's not a glorious victory, the winner is the one who writes history. This is a brutal war, but we win for the people. Have you ever thought about elevating your own reputation? Dam Công Tử. Phi Tu Vien's eyes flickered as he glanced at Dam Tu Thiên and lectured. There's no war without sacrifice. Stop looking at trivial things. Think about the bigger picture. From start to finish, Dam Gongja and I were only a small part of the scheme. Pai Saiwan's words made Dam Sucheon clench his fists. He lowered his head, silent, letting Pai Saiwan ramble on. So stop playing hero and prepare to march out tomorrow. We'll win big again. Watching the sky darken outside, Dam Sucheon coldly left the tent, recalling that battle with Jin Wenyuan. They had fought fiercely together, sharing the same purpose. Sect leader Jin, let's build a new order. Hess, shall we? Lost in thought, Dam Sucheon gazed at the distant sky. Just then, squad leader Shim Won-Lee entered the tent, annoyed by the urgent summons. He looked up and saw someone, surprised. Hailing, you came from Unjunction. Simon Hailing smiled softly. I just arrived this morning. Squad leader, hearing this, Shim Won-Lee remarked, Chief Commander, why call him that? It's always a hardship. Dam Sucheon sat silently on the chair. Shim Won-Lee saw Dam Sucheon's state, and looked at Simon Hailing, seeing Shim Won-Lee's gaze. Simon Hailing just shrugged and shook her head. Seeing that, Shim Won-Lee sat down at the table. Dam Sucheon, the hero who destroyed the Cheon. Gong Yumma, what's so serious? While morale is high, we should march out now. Dam Sucheon spoke low. Tomorrow, we will not march. I'll postpone it for days. Shim Won-Lee was surprised. What? What are you saying? Simon Hailing beside him was also startled. Is it the commander's order? Dam said. War brings sacrifice, but soldiers are precious to their families. Dad. So we must minimize casualties. That is the prerequisite for victory. But the commander disregards this. The lives of the entire army. He never considers mere strength, forcing us to march out blindly. That would only bring death. Simon Hailing heard. She realized Dam Sucheon's intent. Her face paled as she stammered. Wait, Sucheon, don't tell me. Shim Won-Lee sensed the chaos. What do we do now? Dam Sucheon said darkly. Chief Commander, Chang Ryongje. Pai Saiwon will die tonight. That evening. In front of Pai Saiwon's tent, inside, Pai Saiwon. Inside, Pai Saiwon was deep in sleep, unaware that danger was approaching. A dark shadow appeared, blocking the light, making Pai Saiwon open his eyes and look around. Seeing Dam Sucheon's figure, he startled, grabbing his weapon and shouting, startled. Dam Sucheon, with murderous eyes, stared at Pai Saiwon sternly. No more hesitation. Gu Tian Phi Tu Vian, I ask you to resign as Chief Commander and return to Van Trung Dash. From now on, I will take over as Commander-in-Chief. Surprised by Dam Sucheon's sudden proposal, Pai Saiwon was shocked. Dam Gongya, have you lost your mind? Dare, how dare you say such things? You dare do this? Dam Sucheon's cold aura radiated. I've repeatedly made polite requests, but you've refused them all. You look down on everyone. Longer follow your will. Indeed, force is necessary in the martial world. It's the way to settle things. Seeing Dam Sucheon's power, Pai Saiwon was shocked and barely shouted, "But what's going on?" Without another word, Dam Sucheon swung a powerful blow at Pai Saiwon, shaking the ground. Dam Sucheon charged, not letting him escape. Forward. Each step Dam Sucheon took made the ground trembled. Pai Saiwon shouted, "You damned Dam Sucheon, do you want to provoke me? You've been too favored, so now you rebel. Let's see if the Nine Skies will let you get away with this." Dam Sucheon coldly stepped out of the white smoke, replying to Pai Saiwon, "It's not too late yet." Quietly returned to Unjunction. Pai Saiwon angrily looked at the soldiers around and shouted, "Orders! Why are you all just standing there? Stop this madman now. You fool, you're a hero to the people. And the Nine Skies supported you. I gave you power, yet you do this. Your action, even your father. Nine Skies Dam Taekshim, can't save you now." Pai Saiwon shouted in fury. Has the Nine Skies status fallen? Since becoming the Seven Skies, that you dare to challenge me directly lie this. Then Pai Saiwon turned to the crowd and ordered, "You bastards, can't you hear me? Stop him now." But then he noticed the strange looks from the soldiers. He observed the people around. He saw Shim Won-Lee and Simon Hailing among them, coldly staring at him. Only then did Pai Saiwon realize his dire situation. What? He glanced at Shim Won-Lee and Simon Hailing, saying, "You all. So you've already sided with him." lie two lions facing off. The power of their clash shook the ground. Dust flying everywhere. The onlookers had to cover their faces in the dust. Two figures clashed fiercely, neither willing to yield. Paisaiwan charged, swinging his blade at Dam Sucheon. Dam Sucheon carefully defended, not letting any of Paisaiwan's blows land. But Dam Sucheon shifted, preparing to strike Paisaiwan's side. He seemed unaware of Dam Sucheon's move, lunging forward, dodging the side blow while chasing his opponent. But unfortunately, Dam Sucheon seized the opening, struck Paisaiwan's back, not stopping, and followed with a blow to his face. Dam Sucheon watched, his eyes filled with. He had intent to destroy him. Paisaiwan's eyes held a cold glint. He shifted and immediately swung his blade at Dam Sucheon. Sucheon quickly retreated. Backward. Paisaiwan charged, not letting him escape. Easily, Dam Sucheon stopped and stared at Paisaiwan. He charged, using the dragon subduing technique. The blade in Paisaiwan's hand was shattered before his shocked eyes. Paisaiwan's eyes wide. My Changryong Warwall blade. This Dam Sucheon has truly risen to the level of the nine skies. No, perhaps he's already surpassed it long ago, but he's been hiding it all this time. So this bastard waited for an excuse. Destroy the nine skies. His attacks show no hesitation at all. Lost in thought, Paisaiwan failed to defend and was struck, falling in pain, his face twisted. Dam Sucheon coldly watched Paisaiwan on the ground, saying nothing. Sucheon took a breath, finally returning to a normal state. But then he startled, glancing behind him. From behind, a strange dark figure slowly rose. Paisaiwan, face twisted and covered in blood, roared. The sudden burst of power made Dam Sucheon wary. He coldly glanced over, immediately using the holy light, channeling immense power. Dam Sucheon, like a god, punched through Paisaiwan's chest. He was both pained and shocked, eyes wide. Dam Sucheon's arm pierced through his body, covered in blood. Quickly, Paisaiwan fell backward. Dam Sucheon coldly looked at the corpse on the ground. The people around were horrified at the sight, speechless. Shim Wonli worriedly said, "Damn, this is a problem." Simon Heiling beside him immediately. From now on, the position of Commander-in-Chief is mine. Dam Sucheon's. Don't be afraid, and don't worry. I'll handle everything with my own life. No one will ever be forced to bear any guilt, and I won't let anyone suffer any losses. I, Dam Sucheon, take responsibility. Don't worry about anything. Tomorrow, we won't march. Everyone, rest, take care and build up your strength. Reorganize our forces, and then we'll end this 3-year war with a glorious victory. In the cold, quiet night, in that space, beneath tall pillars emitting faint light, standing around, on one of those pillars, a figure in a red robe, holding a gleaming golden staff, one hand, fingering glowing golden prayer beads. That was the Nine Skies Shaolin Temple's Buddha Shadow Divine Monk. He muttered, "Namo Amitabha Buddha." On the other side, Nine Skies Maling, Hyondan, in golden armor, frowned at the monk, saying, "It's been long since we gathered. Lie this. How much time has passed since we last saw each other's faces?" Hemmed. Nine Sky, the Chinong Oak Masu. Shimmohai, sitting aside, spoke up. The dignified Nine Skies gathering for such a shameful reason. Truly embarrassing. You have a very talented son, don't you, Takshim? Nine Skies Bulguk Bulsu Bionin. Dam Takshim heard Shim Mahay's taunt and remained silent, cold face on one side. He replied. On another, Nine Skies Simon family Ghost Gaja, Simon Hua, coldly spoke. As they say, the waves of the Yanks push forward. Right. That moment is happening in our era. Now, isn't it? The martial world is changing. Hearing this, Nine Skies Muyok Sedye Mujeok Sulsa Muyang Yulcheon lying aside, calmly exhaled smoke. Yulcheon, hearing the reminder, faintly spoke, "Let's begin." Simon Hui heard this and spoke up. "Everyone here knows why we've gathered here. After all these years, Lang Gunhui, who always carried unease, has vanished, his fate unknown. Jiokyup Jinin died in a sudden clash with Cheongpeng Meiyong. Yujin Maong, Pai Saivon, as chief commander of the North, had to hand over power to that child. Damn, 3 people. Dam Takeshim hesitated, lowered his head, and spoke. "That rebellious child. After the Seoul incident, I wondered if he'd follow my orders and see the light. But I never thought he'd cause something this big. This time, he'll surely be punished. I won't interfere anymore." Shim Muhei coldly taunted Dam Takeshim. "Lai father, Lai son, huh? I didn't know this world had someone with such terrifying spirit as you. Knowing it. No. Hey?" Dam Takeshim, annoyed, spoke up. "Shim Muhei, stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to be beaten lie when you were young, shut your mouth." Just then, Simon Hui cut in, stopping the conflict between the two. Defying Nine Skies' orders is a grave crime. Even Pai Saiwon's failure to cross Dam Sucheon is a crime. The weak are the rule of the martial world. Seeing Dam Sucheon's remarkable growth, and how everyone welcomed and supported him so enthusiastically. Indeed, on this chessboard called the martial world, there's no piece more effective than Dam Sucheon. So the punishment will be temporarily postponed, but at this moment, the Nine Skies' reputation has severely declined. To reaffirm and consolidate the Nine Skies' position and power, we need someone to go north. Saying this, Simon Hui looked at Hyeon Ganhyo and said, "Ma Lingji, I nominate you to go there." Hyeon Daeunhyo, annoyed, questioned, "Why me?" If you think about it, isn't it not only Dam Takeshim's son and Simon Hui's granddaughter, Simon Haile, on the front lines? Hearing this, Dam Takeshim, Shim Muhei, and Simon Hui fell into thought. Hyeon Ganhyo continued, "If they turn a blind eye to Dam Sucheon's actions, then they're accomplices too. You're the ones who should clean up the mess. Not me." On another side, Muyang Yulcheon calmly took a long drag of his pipe, exhaling a wisp of smoke. Daeunhyo, Muyang Yulcheon's dark, cold eyes, glanced at Hyeon Ganhyo to intimidate him. Yulcheon's cold voice commanded, "If he says go, then go." Muyang Yulcheon glared, his eyes glowing faint gold like a gem. He spoke low, his voice as if from hell. "Understand." Hyeon Daeunhyo, hearing this, helplessly closed his eyes, accepting the reality and conceding. "Fine, I'm the only one who can overpower those kids with fame, not those old men with nothing." Hearing Hyeon Ganhyo's concession, Muyang Yulcheon leaned back. Satisfied, he exhaled a puff of smoke, content, and said, "To soothe the boredom of this creator, everyone has had to travel far and wide doing cruel things. My wicked ones, my praiseworthy creations, I love you all." On the side of the new northern heavenly gate, the scenery was peaceful, despite the storm brewing outside. Jin Mu-won hurriedly climbed the stairs, step by step. He moved swiftly and urgently, yet with steady footing. He reached up to his top knot, quickly undoing it. His gaze lingered forward, deep in thought. A figure soon appeared before his eyes. A white-clad silhouette swayed gently in the wind. Powerful rings of energy swirled around her. She landed softly on the ground. Her cold eyes surveyed the surroundings. Then she startled, seeing Jin Mu-won's figure before her. That snow-white hair quickly returned to its original black. Seal smiled warmly and spoke. Meanwhile, in a quiet room elsewhere, Tang the hero and lady bowed in gratitude for their devoted care and treatment of her Seal. Thanks to them, her surging vital energy that threatened her heart meridian had stabilized. The physician frowned while taking Haseol's pulse. Jin Mu-won watched anxiously, his heart heavy. Haseol lay still upon the ground, but after a long time, she still hadn't woken. Facing such cruel and painful reality, Haseol chose denial, fleeing into sleep. unaware when she might ever wake again. He recalled the time he lay collapsed on the bed beside Hasil. She had woken at some point, gently stroking his head. Muwon, she called softly. Hearing her voice, Jin Muwon jolted awake. So, after a year, Hasil had finally awakened. He remembered being so moved, embracing her tightly. Hasil, he said, choked with emotion. Thank you for not giving up. A long time after waking up, Hasil sat listlessly, doing nothing at all, like a doll with an empty soul. Master So Jumhang, her spiritual pillar, her absolute faith and trust, the one she always followed and believed in, had chosen to abandon her, and nearly being killed by the undead. The one who had always watched over and cared for her. Truly, it was too hard to force her to wake and face that cruel reality. Moreover, she had nowhere left to go. She couldn't even return to her homeland. Midnight, Hasil's mind wandered a vast sea of sorrow and loss, so hard to mend the cracks in her soul, though she was grateful to those who helped her, without regard for her complicated past. But during that time, more than ever before, as she stared blankly into the distance, a tall figure gently draped a coat over her shoulders and spoke. No need to rush, Hasil. Nah. Jin Muwon sat beside her, pensive. I will always be here to help you. Let's move forward together, slowly. Back to the present, looking at the crowd before her. Hasil leaned her head on Jin Muwon's broad shoulder. She peacefully held his arm like a precious treasure. Jin Muwon and Hasil gently replied, thanks to everyone, I've recovered quickly. Both in body and soul. I'm always grateful to you all. Thanks to the Iron Buddha Elder reforging my chaos energy. Now I feel I've fully mastered its power. Of the chaos energy. Though facing the outside world is still hard for me. And dealing with reality is incredibly difficult. But one day, I will repay the kindness. This to the martial artists and all who helped me before. Jin Muwon smiled gently at these words. He looked at Hasil, then turned his gaze afar. Hasil, before long, sooner or later, we'll have to destroy both. The Cow Palace and Midnight. In that process, many things will happen. He fell silent, making Hasil look up. She looked at him, puzzled. She stared at Jin Muwon's face, then gently reached out to touch his cheek. My Muwon, you've grown so much. Where did that little boy go? When did you become so mature? Muwon listened, silent, not answering. Hasil gently embraced him, saying, the path you've chosen will be full of thorns. You've endured so much pain, haven't you? Jin Muwon spoke pensively. My hands always echo with screams. These bloody hands can never be clean. Yes, they've been stained with too much blood. And I'll have to become even more ruthless. In the end, hell will be waiting for me anyway. Hasil heard this and gently placed her hand on Muwon's hand. That's the same for me. Hasil gently placed a kiss on Muwon's hand, saying, then let's go to hell together. Hasil looked at him playfully. Muwon turned to stare back at her. Their eyes met. They didn't know this conversation was overheard by Tang Myrio, hiding nearby. So the medicine worked. Tang Myrio smirked, looking at the medicine bowl. Good. The 9 great sects of Sichuan, and the Imei sect leader, Mu Yongsate, frowned coldly. But her body, right. But her body was now being dragged by a dark shadow. Her body was dragged a long way. Even her insides were exposed. A cold voice rang out. The Imei sect isn't that impressive, is it? But still, a bit better than the Qingsheng sect. Let's see how the Tang family of Sichuan fares. In Sichuan, a province lie a fortress. The representative sects were the Tang family, the Imei sect, and the Qingsheng sect. Instead of expanding their territory, they strengthened their internal bonds. Thus, no outside force could penetrate. That was the Sichuan Martial Arts Alliance. At this moment, the Tang family leader, Tang Jianwu, was gazing at the yellowing scenery. The old man, leaning on his cane, began to walk slowly. The narration continued. However, the alliance was breached. Qingsheng was in danger. The Imei sect had sent messengers for help. but all went unanswered. Tang Jianwu's face was expressionless. It must be midnight. Suddenly, a sound rang out, disturbing the old man's peaceful contemplation. A figure in black, face dark, slowly entered, as if he had made no sound at the door. Even when discovered, he didn't flinch, but walked on. The hood was pulled down. It was none other than Myrio. She smiled gently and said, "Sect leader." Tang Jianwu's face lit up as he ran to her. "Oh my, you little rascal. What are you doing all the way here? There's been so much bad news lately, you know." Myrio smiled, spreading her arms, "But I missed grandfather too much, so I came back." Tang Jianwu, though feeling exasperation, couldn't hide his joy. All right. You've worked hard. Any trouble on the way? Are you hurt anywhere? Have you eaten yet?" He pulled her close. Tang Jianwu began firing off questions. "How is Kaimon these days? It'd be great if you came back every few months." Kaimon. It's been 3 years since I saw him." Myrio politely replied. "Dit, uncle is well. He hasn't left anywhere, forced to stay in hiding. He's afraid that if things get exposed." An image of Tang Kaimon flashed with her words. The Tang family would suffer losses. You know, grandfather. Uncle is so stubborn. And suddenly, Tang Myrio asked an off-topic question. "Is the Cow Palace still oppressing us?" Grandfather. Her voice held a hint of worry. Tang Jianwu didn't hide anything from her. Ever since we openly supported the Northern Sword, they've been applying political pressure. They don't believe in your disguise plan. And they keep suspecting us. The war drags on. They seem weakened too. He turned, as if to lead her somewhere. "So, how's the new Northern Heavenly Sect? Come, sit down and tell me all about it. You must have had a hard time sneaking away." Later, in a more comfortable room, the two sat on chairs, quietly. The air was heavy with unspoken thoughts. Tang Jianwu's lips moved as if to speak. Finally, he spoke up. "Myrio, is there something else you're hiding?" Your grandfather can tell at a glance." Tang Myrio gave a dismissive laugh and shook her head, as if to reassure him. It's nothing." Tang Jianwu cut her off. "Is it about Jin?" The sect leader. Her easy smile. Tang Myrio's forced smile faltered. She was silent, then finally couldn't help but say, "Sect leader Jin already has someone he loves." So, between me and him, I clearly have to give up. But it's not easy for me. I don't know anymore. My reason has accepted it, and I've made peace. But sometimes, my chest, my heart, it aches. Anyway, it's nothing." Tang Jianwu was silent, looking at her. In his aged, dark eyes, a deep sorrow appeared. He put his arm around her shoulder, letting her lean on him. "Oh, my beautiful Myria." He began to ramble. "That Jin Muwon really has no eye for people. My Myrio is beautiful. And so kind. Honestly, from the first time I met him up there, and I knew he wasn't a true man. Myrio, forget him." He made funny gestures to cheer her up. "There are plenty of real men better than him." A warm current flowed into Tang Myrio's heart. She smiled, touched. Tang Jianwu began to speak seriously. "My Myrio must have suffered a lot. Then, how can one be indifferent in LERP? Reason can, but the heart doesn't obey. Then, that's what LERP truly is. Kaimon has helped him to leave the Tang family and lie elsewhere. My Myrio has worked so hard. Your grandfather is here. I feel so sorry for you." Tang Myrio leaned into his shoulder, said sincerely, "It's all right. It was all my choice. I just want to return to the Tang family soon. I only hope that day comes quickly." Suddenly, a subordinate burst in, looking urgent. "Sect leader," he exclaimed, "someone has invaded and is attacking us." Hearing this, both of them frowned. Chaos reigned. The clash of blades filled the air. A group surrounded one person. Their faces showed a hint of fear. "Stop him. Drop your weapon." The shouts died out, replaced by sword strikes from the figure. Blood sprayed everywhere. The mysterious figure kept swinging. His eyes suddenly widened, looking in one direction. Just then, a powerful strike came from there. Tang Jianwu, after attacking, spoke firmly. "So you're the one who's been disturbing Sichuan?" Two lone figures amidst the thick smoke, the energy growing. The tattered hood of the mysterious man fell, and his voice rang out with interest. "Oh my," he said casually. "That was close. Almost lost my head. Dia, truly a level above King Cheng and Emai." "Nah." With a grotesquely distorted face, he arrogantly said, "Worthy of being the head of Sichuan. The sect leader of the Tang family. An honor to meet you, old man. I am Nam Qiandan, the Dark Wind Phantom. One of the 4 great demon lords." "Then," he smirked, "then, I'll take my leave." He turned, creating swirling gusts of wind. Nam Qiandan's smile grew more savage. Tang Jianwu stood still. He just narrowed his eyes, as if thinking, as expected. Behind Nam Qiandan, Tang Mireo appeared with a cold face. Her blade was sharper than ever. She gritted her teeth and struck. All her pent-up anger exploded at this moment. Nam Qiandan sensed something behind him. His confident smile froze. Even Tang Jianwu was surprised by her attack. Instantly, he used his power to create powerful leaves. She opened her eyes wide in shock and was helplessly swept away by the leaves. Her weak hands reached out towards Tang Jianwu. He looked at her, his face utterly calm. But hidden within was a hint of reluctance. Tang Mireo could only reach out and scream. "Grandfather." At that moment, he pushed her away and raised his other hand towards Nam Qiandan. At this time, at the new Northern Heavenly Sect, the sect leader was discussing with Jin Muon information about midnight. But there were still many difficulties, unable to act directly. "Isn't that right? Having a master Lady Yun there is a great strength for us." Jin Muon was pensive. It seems there are still many difficulties." Just then, a panicked voice burst in from outside. A woman, straining, cried out, The Tang family is under attack. Please, help us." Both the sect leader and Jin Muon were shocked by this sudden news. The Tang family was an ancient clan, the most prestigious in Sichuan. The Tang estate was hidden behind dense forest canopies, almost completely isolated from the outside world. Suddenly, countless dark figures sped towards the Tang family. Even the forest was no longer peaceful. Those figures darted swiftly through the trees, also heading straight for the Tang family. Then, Tang Mireo was seen standing still, stunned. Her face was pale, drained of all blood, her eyes wide, her pupils contracted. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. What she witnessed was the Tang family elder. Duong Guanwu is being hooked by Tang Fong Ma'an's scythe of death and hung up. She screamed in despair. "Stop." At that moment, a figure shot past Đường Mỹ Lệ toward Tang Fong Man, blocking his action. His prey becoming Tang Fong Man, sensing the aura, approaching from afar, turned around, startled. A streak of energy was released with a slash aimed straight at him. Swiftly, he dropped Duong Guanwu and leaped back to dodge the killing blow. Chen Vũ Nguyen seized that moment to rush in and catch Duong Guanwu, facing Than Fong Man. Seeing her master saved by Chen Vũ Nguyen's long-range strike, Đường Mỹ Lệ rushed to the tool, quickly giving first aid to Duong Guanwu's wounds, then cried out in anguish, "No, don't do this, grandfather, I beg you." Before she finished, she burst into sobs. Meanwhile, Duong Kivan had arrived and was running toward the two. Mỹ Lệ saw him and urged, "Uncle, hurry, uncle." Chen Vũ Nguyen observed the situation from earlier. Feeling the immediate danger had been resolved, he calmly turned around. The two stood facing each other, the air around them seemingly frozen, ready for a life-or-death confrontation. Tang Fong Man raised his hand to his mouth, gesturing, then said, "Shh, don't say anything. Let me guess. This extraordinary aura. Somehow I have a feeling this is..." He paused for a moment, then pointed directly at Chen Vũ Nguyen and said, "You're Bakium, right?" Not answering his question, Chen Vũ Nguyen said coldly, "You're one of the 4 great demonic lords of Mutsa, Tang Fong Man." Being recognized, the old man raised his hand to his forehead, covering his face, and laughed. Ka ka ka. So it's true then, you're the son of Chen Guanhao, named Chen Vũ Nguyen, right? The name Bakiem that made a splash and then disappeared back then, so here you are. Indeed. My intuition can't be wrong. Guessed it right on the first try. Ha. After laughing, his eyes changed. Then he said in a low voice, so you're the one who impersonated me? Hearing this, Chen Vũ Nguyen remained silent and didn't answer. Not getting a response, he immediately continued to press. So it's true. But why? What was your reason for doing that? Could it be your main gun, you brat, is to destroy Vân Trung Thiên? Vũ Nguyen still didn't respond, letting him continue his monologue. If so, what do you think about joining forces, allying? Both our goals are the same. No need to be so tense with each other, right? In hearing this, Vũ Nguyen raised his hand to his chin, pretending to think, then replied, if this works in our mutual strategy, both sides could ally for a short period of time. He paused for a moment, seeming hesitant, but this made Thanh Phong Mang confused and somewhat silent. Vũ Nguyen continued, too bad you've touched someone you absolutely shouldn't have. Meanwhile, behind him, Đường Kỳ Vấn and Đường Mỹ Lệ both were quickly doing their best to treat Đường Quân Vu's wounds. Vũ Nguyen thought, I have nothing but the stain of a traitor, but these people are the only ones who trusted me and risked everything to help me. They even defied Vân Trung Thiên to openly support Bắc Thiên Môn. No one else but the Đường clan. You're the one who touched these people. These things so precious to me. He said loudly, kindness repaid tenfold, grudges repaid. That's what I was taught and learned. Vũ Nguyen was so angry that his killing intent began to erupt. Black energy emanated from the Hakiam Tuyệt Ho, radiating powerfully, along with his glowing purple eyes. Staring straight at Thanh Phong Mang, he declared to Thanh Phong Mang, from now on, I'll show you how wrong you were. Hearing these words, Thanh Phong Mang shrugged lightly. What a pity, what a pity. Mật Gia and Bắc Thiên Môn are sworn enemies. It seems fate has decided there's no other choice but to face it. His eyes turned dark, looking at Chen Vũ Nguyen. Then he whispered softly, come out, Diêm Ma Đội. The moment he spoke, over 10 dark figures appeared around Thanh Phong Mang, each radiating killing intent, ready to fight, and said, Dit, Lord Mang. Han, unfazed by the Diêm Ma Đội, Vũ Nguyen held his sword in one hand, the other clenched, ready for the confrontation, and also spoke, Huyết Kiếm Đội. The moment Chen Vũ Nguyen's words ended, the entire Huyết Kiếm Đội appeared. The first subordinate of Vũ Nguyen, Nam Tô Mộ Thượng Spo, present, my lord. Seeing everyone assembled, Vũ Nguyen ordered, protect the Đường clan from those bastards. Don't let any of them leave alive. Destroy them all. Huyết Kiếm Đội sao Tết, as you command, sect leader. With subordinates ready, it was time for the two leaders, Thanh Phong Mang and Chen Vũ Nguyen, to begin the merciless battle. Thanh Phong Mang and Chen Vũ Nguyen both charged forward, striking at their opponents. The two clashed. They clashed, aiming to kill quickly. As fast as possible, Chen Vũ Nguyen coldly gripped his sword and slashed forward quickly. Power surged from his body. Streams of purple light surrounding him and the sword in his hand. From a mysterious force poured out. Sword energy surged like a storm. The ground it passed was swept clean, shattered and flying. The power was so great that Thanh Phong Mang had to be wary of Vũ Nguyen. He refused to be outdone, thinking, Nam Thiên Dan, could I really be weaker? As he thought, the scythe in his hand began to move at an illusory speed. Suddenly, a small cut appeared on his head, blood spraying. To his astonishment, Thanh Phong Mang felt the wound, a chill running through him. He snorted. Even this wound, if it were a bit deeper, my skull would have been split in two. Seeing his fierce attacks, eyes gleaming with killing intent, his face showing extreme anger, he thought, this brat's martial arts truly have vitality of those who dominate. He couldn't help but admire. Indeed, the power of the old Bắc Thiên Môn has been fully inherited by this brat. Just as the sword neared Thanh Phong Mang's neck, he smiled faintly, worthy of Bắc Thiên Môn successor. He swiftly glided to the side, his body becoming like an illusion. Trần Vũ Nguyên was startled. Glancing, Trần Vũ Nguyên had been hit. He was knocked to the side. Just as Vũ Nguyên was struggling to defend, he glided over again, the scythe with chain in his hand moving with every movement of his body. The two closed in on each other once more. He swung his scythe, intending to slash across his head, a swift, decisive slash. But Trần Vũ Nguyên easily dodged it. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly Thanh Phong Man leaped up and vanished from his sight. He looked around, trying to regain his balance, scanning the scene. Vũ Nguyên stood in a perfect defense. Then he attacked from behind with two gleaming scythes. Thanh Phong smiled smugly. After defeating the Than Than sect, Namai, and Ung Mon, who were used to living peacefully all this time, I feel a bit exhausted. Then he said, "Forgive me, then Baktien Mon." Here, the move was unleashed, sending dirt and rocks flying violently. The vortex of power seemed to level everything. That enormous, colossal force swept through the area. Below, Trần Vũ Nguyên had quickly retreated, dodging a lethal blow. A large trench formed from the move. Just by looking at the depth, one could tell how powerful that move was. Trần Vũ Nguyên and Thanh Phong faced off. He chuckled at the scene. Dodged it. Not bad. Dust filled the sky. He raised an eyebrow. A thought forming in his mind. Thanh Phong Man, he expected some. But his speed is truly faster. Vũ Nguyên crouched, hand on the ground. At this moment, he had only one thought: I must be faster. He pushed off the ground, sliding back a distance, carefully preparing his stance. He gathered momentum, preparing to counterattack, and told himself, be faster. Once ready in his stance, he stared intently at him. Vũ Nguyên charged with all his might. In an instant, he was gone from where he stood. Only a flash of light remained. Thanh Phong Man was slightly surprised, not yet react, when he appeared behind him. Thanh Phong Man quickly sensed the killing intent pressing right behind him. He glanced over. He immediately dodged to the side, avoiding his lethal attack. The chain moved with his every movement. Trần Vũ Nguyên raised an eyebrow. Both unleashed powerful attacks. Charging at the enemy, two stormlight strikes flew in. Thunder roared as their forces clashed. Green and purple light the entire sky. Neither yielded. The two forces intertwined, struggling fiercely against each other. The power of the battle was so intense that the ground around them shook violently. Dirt and rocks shattered into small pieces flying through the air. Neither claimed victory, fighting. With all their might lie a storm. With all their might, the two forces spun tightly together like a storm. They swept away everything in their path. The two forces kept expanding and clashing. Thanh Phong Man glided past Vũ Nguyên at incredible speed. He clenched his jaw, thinking, look at him. Then he had some admiration for Vũ Nguyên. Hey, he's still keeping up with my speed no matter how much I accelerate. This surprised him a bit. Truly, surprise after surprise. It seemed his speed kept increasing. Suddenly, he appeared before him. Keep up. Suddenly, in an instant, he appeared before him, his sword lunging forward. That cold gaze stunned him into exclaiming. This, Trần Vũ Nguyên immediately swung a powerful blow at him. Between the two moves, a powerful shockwave was created, the force spreading outward, sending dust flying. The two forces collided. At the center of the impact, a spark flashed, and no one knew what it was. Thanh Phong Man quickly managed to block the blow. That spark was created by the two weapons clashing. So use the footwork of... You little brat. Dear, he continued. So you're using the footwork of Bac Tien Tu Chu Phong from Kangul Thang. Thanh Phong recalled his past. Thanh Phong Man recalled his past encounters with Kangul Thang and couldn't help but sigh. He could do that. He's still alive. That Phong guy's footwork. I never thought I'd face it again. Destroyed. So he's still alive after all. Turning, he faced death up close. Behind him, someone else attacking from behind. Just as he turned his head, he seemed to face death. Up close, it turned out to be an illusion within Chen Wuyen's move. He chuckled softly, watching the sword speeding toward him. This brat, huh? And this brat is truly interesting. He keeps giving me surprise after surprise. The moment the sword tip, then I'll have to speed up. 2. I wonder if my worn-out old bones can still hold up, but burn a little more. My old bones. Nah. Wu Nguyen angrily turned his head. Chen Wu Nguyen, having missed his strike, angrily turned his head. Wu Nguyen leaned back, dodging. Wu Nguyen immediately leaned back, quickly dodging a lethal blow. The scythe flew straight past him and continued on. His eyes widened in shock. Countless. Among the countless slashes he dodged, his leg got hit by one. Fresh blood gushed out. Quickly, blood poured from his leg. Looking at the chaotic scene, he endured attack after attack. He was at the center of the vortex, enduring attack after attack. Than Fong kept speeding around him, streaks of energy whizzing past too fast, making it hard for him to defend. Wu Nguyen's eyes strained, looking at something, but what he saw was a scythe flying from afar, whistling toward him. It cut through his flesh. His back was hit again, bleeding. What's happening? I can't keep up. What's happening? My eyes can't keep up anymore, so he can still go faster. Mrr. With that thought, he immediately dashed forward. Behind him, a mass of chaos kept coming. Than Fong charged quickly. An's move increased his speed and power. He said proudly, "What else? Keep surprising me, descendant of Bakhtianmon." Dash. At a speed no one could follow. At a speed no one could follow. Chen Wu Nguyen immediately sensed the killing intent and turned to look. His eyes gleamed. A figure at terrifying speed flashed past him. As he locked on, the scythe returned, right there. Just as he locked onto the target, the scythe once again came whistling toward him. Chen Wu Nguyen firmly gripped his sword and quickly blocked the attack. He used his sword to block the scythe's advance. His brows furrowed, eyes wide, then he shoved the scythe away. Tang Fong Man immediately retracted the scythe, then swung the other scythe out. That scythe also came whistling toward him. Chen Wu Nguyen seized the opportunity and blocked another blow with his sword. The two weapons clashed, sparking. Chen Wu Nguyen turned, beginning to move. Then suddenly, a long rope appeared at his feet, wrapping around multiple times, intending to bind Wu Nguyen. Just realizing this, he glanced down, eyes full of surprise. His brow furrowed. He immediately leaped high. The rope missed due to his sudden move. Just dodging one strike, the sickle quickly came again. He watched it head on. Wu Nguyen's eyes were full of surprise at the sickle's presence, but the sickle's attack didn't allow him to freeze for long. The weapons clashed and sparked. The sickle was knocked aside. He charged forward. Seizing this chance, he charged forward with his sword, suddenly slashing a sword aura forward. The rope from before appeared once more. Than Fong sneered as he charged. His sword hand was trapped inside. Than Fong Man sneered with interest as he charged. Tran Vu Nguyen raised his brow in annoyance. His eyes showed surprise at being caught off guard. As Than Fong swung his sickle close, he bent his legs and jumped high, retreating to avoid the attack. Then he used the momentum to kick him hard. Due to his carelessness, he took the kick and was pushed backward. Immediately after, he spun his body, causing the rope binding him to release. Finally, he landed perfectly. The battle granting a cold pause. At this moment, the battle seemed to grant them a cold silence. The atmosphere remained oppressively tense. He catch your breath, then continue. Don't tell me you brat is already tired. He kept spinning his ropes. Wu Nguyen, tired, glared at him. He seemed steady and full of energy. Wu Nguyen, seemingly tired, frowned and glared at. His speed hasn't slowed at all. Than Fong Man, even after all these years, his speed. He took a deep breath. He also thought, even that swinging scythe seemed like a living entity. No wonder he's one of the 4 great demon lords. He calmly took a deep breath, then looked in another direction. Vu Nguyen calculated in his head. Below was a fairly sturdy structure. Next to it was a dense forest. Tran Vu Nguyen furrowed his brow, seemingly calculating something in his head. He gently stood up and looked at Than Phong Myan, who still spun his scythe, standing sideways before him without any sign of fatigue. Suddenly, startling Than Phong Myan, this startled Than Phong Myan standing before him. He grinned eerily, immediately. Startled, he grinned eerily and immediately rushed forward, ahead, chasing after him and saying, "Where did your vigor go?" He ignored him and kept charging. He ignored those words and kept charging forward, occasionally glancing back to assess the situation, then quickly accelerated straight ahead. His eyes emitted a faint glow. Tran Vu Nguyen ran as if the enemy was still closing in and attacking continuously toward him. At this point, he quickly caught up to him, then hurled the scythe in his hand forward while he rushed to the structure. "Your speed and footwork surprise me, brat. But they're nothing compared to this lord." The sickle quickly flew toward him, while he still tried his best to rush to the structure ahead. But very quickly, an attack came. He swiftly dodged that attack. Then, unable to turn back, rushed straight toward that large pavilion. Rocks shattered and flew everywhere but couldn't stop his steps. After narrowly escaping that strike, he leaped up. He decisively charged forward again. The sickle chased closely from behind. He landed on a floating broken rock near it. It shattered the rock he stood on, but it could never touch him. It shot toward him and shattered the rock he stood on. He leaped high again, easily dodging that strike. Heaven and earth in chaos. He kept charging forward, dust billowing behind. Heaven and earth in chaos. Than Phong Myan, noticing nothing strange, kept chasing quickly behind. Wherever Tran Vu Nguyen ran, the sickle struck, destroying all obstacles around. Descendant of Northern Heaven Gate, step by step, he asked, "How long will you keep running with your tail between your legs?" He added, "I thought you'd keep surprising me." Realizing the truth, he smirked. Tran Vu, before he finished, he seemed to notice something, choosing a place full of obstacles. Before him was a vast forest. "To limit my scythe's vortex." Oh my, a voice echoed in the forest. "Look at this brat." Than Phong Myan leisurely strolled, looking around, and then praised him. A dense forest, to limit long-range damage and the endless vortex of the scythe. He added. Moreover, he could easily hide. He moved around in the vast forest, hidden deep in the forest. Truly a good decision. But then he stood still and said, "It can only slow me down, and only for a moment at that." He added, "Choosing a place this dense with trees, do you think that'll be a big obstacle for me?" He smirked and looked around. "My scythe is strong enough to sweep this entire area, hidden deep within." Here, hidden deep in the forest, behind the tall trees, through layer after layer behind the large canopies, Vu Nguyen sat, coldly glancing. On a large tree branch, a familiar figure quietly stood, watching Than Phong Myan. Vu Nguyen charged like an arrow. But for me, that moment is enough. Tran Vu Nguyen sat on a thick branch, coldly glancing at Than Phong Myan before him. Flash blood, fast as the wind, a sea trim of power aimed straight. Then Vu Nguyen charged with all his might, like an arrow toward Than Phong Myan, sword aura slashing through the air. This technique is called flash blood. Fast as the wind, a sea trim of power aimed straight at Than Phong Myan, but he quickly sensed it and immediately dodged to the side. Thanks to his quick reflexes, his technique was easily countered. He immediately turned. He remained calm in the waves. All he saw was thick dust ahead. Things blurry and unclear, two tall columns of smoke on both sides. From far away, behind layers of trees and leaves, a purple light flashed. Finally he caught sight of that light. trying to pinpoint his position. Attacks seemed to come from all around him. Though caught in the waves of attacks, his body remained extremely agile. Tran Vung strikes were clear in his eyes. Every movement of the technique was tracked by his gaze. He glanced left and right, up and down, trying to pinpoint his position. Then a figure lightly brushed past him, startling him. Tran Vung image appeared right in, but he leaned aside to dodge. Got you. With that thought, he spun and swung his sickle toward where he spotted Vung. The sickle shattered a tree. He hurled the sickle in his hand with force, attacking toward him. Tran Vung sensed the danger, approaching and glanced over, leaping around quite well. The sickle flew past him and slammed into a large tree, shattering it. He retrieved his sickle. Seeing this, he smirked and said, "You try to dodge." Leaping around from place to place quite well. "But there's nowhere to run," he added, while he was unprepared. "Even so, your speed can't compare to this. Lords, I'll dodge all your attacks." The moment he finished speaking, Tran Vung descended from above. He wanted to launch a surprise attack on Than Phong Ma while he was still unprepared, focused only on looking around, but he missed in midair. Suddenly, he sensed his presence behind his. The earth shattered and flew. Smoke appeared around the pillar. A purple pillar slammed straight into the ground where Than Phong Ma stood. The earth around shattered and flew up. A ring of smoke appeared around the energy pillar in the thick dust. One blue force for Than Phong. Air. It seemed everything would end quickly, but no. The two forces were still clashing fiercely with no end in sight, blocking each other's strikes. The purple force represented Tran Vung. The two kept trading blows, neither yielding. Than Phong swung his sickle. Rocks flying everywhere. The two forces fought from one spot to another, dragging rocks up all around. They kept colliding in the air. No one could see what was in that thick dust, only knowing it was a fierce battle. When Tran Vung struck Than Phong Ma blocked with his sickle, the two forces clashing. Energies sparking. Than Phong swung his sickle past. Vung leaped and swung his sword forward. The two fought endlessly without a winner. Round after round, he slashed at him. When he slashed, Than Phong dodged, flew up, skillfully using his two sickles. Then they clashed head-on. Then he used his sickle to return a similar strike. This time he was the one blocking. When he swung his sickle, he leaped up, then flipped behind him. When he slashed, Than Phong leaped high to dodge, making him slash into empty air. After all the exchanges of sickle and sword, they finally clashed head-on, sparks flying as the two weapons met, their eyes full of finality. A white light enveloped all, only two forces of power clashing in the air. Than Phong Ma created an endless vortex. He swung his hands, forming two large whirlpools. He poured all his strength into this strike. Thunder, spirit, flash, fire, dust and smoke billowed. His whole face lit up. A white light enveloped everything. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky. On the ground, a massive tornado appeared. When he retracted his sickle, smoke and leaves flew wild. Before he could turn, a sword pierced him. Vu Nguyen appeared. He landed and looked at his own handiwork. Satisfied, not quite satisfied yet, he frowned in annoyance. These trees, truly troublesome. With that, he bent down, looking at him with raised brows. A strange smoke emanated around him. He used wind blade, swinging the scythe in his hand. Every tree, big or small, within his range, was chopped into pieces. He was clearing the obstacles blocking his view. Just as he finished, this bastard, he used the terrain. Suddenly he sensed something and turned his head. But before he could turn, Vu Nguyen's cold sword had pierced through him. Everything suddenly froze. Tran Vu Nguyen had appeared behind him unnoticed and launched this attack. He was too stunned to speak. This bastard, I thought he used the terrain to limit the full power of my sickle. So that wasn't the real gun after all. From the start, I planned to sweep all the trees in the area and launch a wide-area attack. He looked at Vungoyin, too stunned to speak, so he was watching my last thrashing body all along. Damn it, I let my guard down, using swords against them. His eyes widened further. At this moment, he thrust forward with the pent-up anger he'd held for so long, a powerful technique named Heaven-Destroying Demon Shadow Sword, devouring Than Fong Man. The Yanma Tim and the Sword Blood Tim, led by Tamo Thuong, were clashing head-on. Sword Blood members pressed close to Yanma members, Duong Mai Li and Kai Van grieved. Claws to fight. The battle raged. Many Yanma members fell. Looking at Duong Kien Vu, blood splattering everywhere, two Sword Blood members fought back to back against the enemy. The battlefield was shrouded in dust. Subscribe to gain my go to not miss exciting videos. He saw him lightly swing his sword, sending him to his ancestors. He slashed, blood sprayed everywhere. Then he kicked that one away. On this side, Duong Mai Li and Duong Kai Van grieved deeply. Looking at Duong Kien Vu, Duong Kai Van spoke with sorrow. A fatal wound, but luckily the sect master is still breathing. Duong Mai Li beside him was pouring her power into his body. Duong Kai Van held his head and said softly, "Luckily, that's good." Being the sect master, Duong Kien Vu of the world, reduced to this, Duong Kai Van, sweating profusely, thought, "Is Matta really that strong?" He turned his head and thought further. It seems no outside force could easily infiltrate. Looking at the desolate scene before him, the people lying on the ground had become a chaotic mess. The scene blurred again. He painfully glanced at his injured fellow disciples sitting on the ground, as if hatred was spreading. Body collapsing into grief. Looking at the injured everywhere, he asked himself, "How dare you, you damn dogs?" Over here, the battle remained fierce. Sword Blood fought 1 against 3. Recalling every Yama guard's name, Tang Kuan glared at the Yama guards, his hand touching the gourd at his waist. He thought of how many lives were lost and sects destroyed for the Tang clan to claim dominance. In Sichuan, 1,000 had to sacrifice, so a family lie the Tang clan could hold ruling power. For the Tang clan to rule supreme over a region, hadn't Tang Koan played a major part? He remembered it well. He recalled a youth drenched in sweat, resolute, turning to tell him, "I'll stall them as long as possible. Everyone, please flee quickly." That was him in his youth, holding 2 large gourds, with 2 gourds at his waist, proud. The disciple of Myriad Poison Pavilion Master Tang Kuan. His stance back then was imposing. He made a solemn vow, "I'll kill you all with lethal poisons." "My master taught me." Tang Kuan's eyes filled with bitterness. He popped the gourd's stopper. Golden liquid dripped from inside. There was no other choice. The Yama guards realized something. They whipped around, bearing fangs like madmen, and charged forward. Tu Moshang also heard the commotion and quickly turned his head. He swiftly brought his hand to his mouth, whistling to command the blood sword. Hearing the whistle, they gathered. Turning their heads in unison, everyone stepped forward to protect Tang Kuan and Tang Meili. Tang Kuan readied himself, while Tang Meili raised her short twin daggers. The Yama guards were rushing in from afar to eliminate the 2 of them. Tu Moshang stood fearlessly, watching them. Noticing Tang Kaiwan's act, Tu Moshang spoke in a deep voice to remind him, "Elder Tang, stay true to your oath. We will deal with this filthy scum for you." Remembering the past, he had watched comrades fall 1 by 1, tears falling on their cold corpses. Regaining composure, he let out a sigh. "Thank you." Tu Moshang glared at the Yama guards and ordered, "Don't drag this battle out." Tu Moshang spoke deeply. "End this, Blood Sword unit." Hearing him, they replied, "Right." The Blood Sword launched an assault. Charging at the Yama guards, the Blood Sword swept everything away. Only a few Yama guards remained. They were quickly cornered in one spot by the Blood Sword unit. They were clearly outmatched. Terrified, the survivors stared at the Blood Sword unit. The Blood Sword unit surrounded them and moved at terrifying speed, creating a whirlwind of flashing light that trapped them inside. Tomoshang leaped high into the air, joining the blood sword unit to finish them in one strike. A powerful sword slash came down. So fast his figure was a blur. A single slash reaped the Yama guards. The blood sword was united as one. As blood splattered, Tomoshang sheathed. Then he glanced at the others and gave hand gestures. 3 of you clean up the bodies, the rest help the wounded at the Tang clan. Hearing his orders, everyone replied. Understood, unit leader. He fell silent, as if waiting for someone. He whispered to the hidden person. Things are settled here. Sect leader, over there in the forest. A group of people riding. A troop of horsemen galloped swiftly into the distance. The cavalry raced along the trail, overlooking the scenery nearby, where smoke was rising. Ma Daoguang sat and said coldly, "Those fools in Yunchongtian. Sichuan is ruined. They'll be here soon." Ha! With that, he played his flute. Begin. The flute notes echoed, and a group of people hiding in nearby trees emerged one by one. Figures wearing hoods to conceal their identities stood up. He gave further instructions. Is everyone clear? Lure as many as possible off the trail. Let's begin. They immediately rushed out, startling the war horses. Chaos instantly erupted all around. Down below, a commotion broke out. What are these guys doing? Identify yourselves. Ah, they're running. Must be Silent Night. After them. They turned Sichuan into a mess. Kill every last one of them. He watched with satisfaction. He muttered thoughtfully, this disruption strategy won't last long. Let's end this as quickly as possible. Sect leader, far away. Tornadoes soared into the sky, where 2 energies violently clashed.